the AI generation. We are the generation that is determined, ladies and gentlemen, determined to shape AI for good. So no matter how fast technology moves, let us never stop putting AI at the service of all people and our planet.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to AI for Good Global Summit Day 2. Yes, we've made it all through one day, and now we're here welcoming you warmly back to the stage. And hello to those of you who were here yesterday, and hello to those of you who are in the hall for the first time this morning. I'm your host and Starship Captain, LJ Rich, here to guide you through a brilliant day filled with ideas and thoughts on how to use AI for good. Now, today, some of the talks aren't in English, so you might notice some headsets on your seats. They will only work when they are plugged into the receiver, everybody. So those of you who are saying, oh, this might not be working, we saved the battery. That's why we don't plug it in for you. So you'll be using that for a few of the talks later on today. But we now need to tell you a little bit about Interprify, because you might want to try downloading this. It's an app, and you can provide simultaneous translation in 75 languages via subtitles. Simply scan the QR code for captioning in different languages, thanks, you've guessed it, to AI. And you can even put an earphone in and it will translate audio for you. What we'll do is leave the slide up a little longer while I explain what's in store for today. And it's all about the big picture. We're going to hear from formidable companies and organizations in the AI space, just like yesterday. And today, though, we have things about the Gaiaverse, Agentic AI, quantum, and a few superhuman guests in store for you now. So do stick with us, and our aim is to delight and inspire you through today and hopefully beyond. With that in mind, let's invite our opening keynote. It's a pleasure to invite to the stage the Director of the Telecommunications Standardization Bureau, that's the TSB, at the ITU. Please join me in giving a warm good morning welcome to Seizo Onoe-san.
Good morning, everyone. I'd like to take this opportunity to call for your support. Our societies and economies become more interconnected. We are reminded of our differences and divides still to be overcome. AI must help bring us closer, not to divide us apart. And that's one of the foundational promises of AI for good. This summit brings together decision makers and innovators from countries at all stages of economic development. It stimulates collaboration to ensure that the AI solutions make decisive contributions to sustainable development. And it emphasizes that we all have key roles to play in creating the future we want. All of you, whether in government, industry, academia, or civil society, can drive our standard work with your contributions and consensus decisions. Standards capture and share innovation for the world to keep innovating together. They support global access to new tech capabilities to leave no one behind. That's why ITU's Bridging the Standardization Gap program is so important. Standards can help us bring new innovation ecosystems to global scale. And we need to develop the capacity and skills to match. That's also the aim of our AI for Good Impact initiative and its fast-growing range of programs. Our AI Skills Coalition aims to help everyone keep pace with the fast-evolving AI landscape, from policymakers and regulators to industry leaders, professionals across the workforce, and the next generation of innovators. We have launched a new series of regional AI for Good Impact events, with the first held in India last October and the next in South Africa in December. We are sharing research on global trend in AI investment, governance, and skill development, as well as AI solutions for sustainable development providing successful around the world. And frameworks to access and improve capacity to benefit from AI in different sectors of our economies. Our Innovation Factory and its new acceleration program are connecting promising startups with investors and partners that share their ambitions. And in our global AI problem-solving competitions, most of our participants are students from Africa. I found that powerful. If we keep creating opportunities for young innovators, as we aim to with our young AI leaders community, we will bridge AI innovation gaps faster and faster. To do all of this, we need strong partnerships, diverse expertise, and a global perspective. I thank our many partners already involved, and I welcome you to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to Seizo Onoe-san. A wonderful introduction and a pleasure to have your support. It was also lovely to see Onoe-san yesterday introducing the inaugural AI Film Festival on the center stage last night. I was heading back to the hotel and I just looked back for 1 minute and then stayed for 20 minutes to watch to the end of the film. So it was absolutely fabulous. We humans love to share our stories, whether on film or when we speak to each other. And that can be face-to-face, or it can be on our smartphones. So our next talk from China Mobile, you see what I did there? It's a lovely, smooth introduction. Our next talk from China Mobile will be in Mandarin Chinese, but for those of you who aren't completely fluent, we have simultaneous interpretation available through the headsets on your seats. I'm going to explain how to do it for anyone who would like to. You plug your headphones into the receiver and you switch to channel 1. You also need to put the headphones over your ears for them to work perfectly. And if you're wondering why they weren't plugged in for you, it's to save power. It means your batteries will last for longer. And anything we can do to stretch out our own battery life through today, and that for me includes quite a lot of coffee, is always welcome. So everybody, I hope you're ready for a fantastic talk and you're ready to give an early morning, possibly slightly caffeinated welcome to the fabulous CEO of China Mobile Communications Group, He Biao. Thank you.
Good morning.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to join you again in Geneva to explore the topic of identifying innovative AI applications to solve global challenges. Over the past year, AI has rapidly developed, emerging as a key driver of sustainable development. and unlocking new pathways to tackle global challenges. On behalf of China Mobile, I'd like to share with you our understanding and practices on the topic of AI for life, production, governance to a global public good benefiting humanity. Seizing the AI trend, exploring AI for LPG new opportunities. Currently, AI, serving as a strategic driver for technological revolution and industrial transformation, is driving human society to enter the AI plus era. AI for science is emerging as a new research paradigm, accelerating breakthroughs in emerging technologies. And AI is shaping the fields of life production and governance, creating historic opportunities for global sustainable development. Firstly, AI for life. And AI agents have become the new access point for information services. By integrating the full knowledge graph of human society and real-time data streams, AI agents build cognitive agents with self-evolution capabilities and upgrade intelligent services to enable everyone to have an AI personal assistant to meet the personalized and diversified information consumption needs. And smart devices with AI agents, connected vehicles with the FSD function, and embodied robots are converging to build a smart ecosystem, making intelligent life readily accessible. And secondly, AI for production. And AI plus DICT. DICT represents the integration of digital information and communication technologies, has become the new form of information services, integrating into the whole process of production, driving new industrialization into a new stage of intelligent application. And digital twin and flexible manufacturing and hybrid human-robot team are becoming new production methods and new organizational forms, accelerating integration and innovation across sectors, fostering new industries, and promoting the digital and intelligent transformation of traditional industries. And thirdly, AI for governance. AI is deeply integrating into social organizational structures and operational systems, expanding new governance scenarios such as smart cities, smart communities, and digital villages, improving the efficiency of social resource allocation and the precision of scientific decision-making. And looking ahead, a silicon-based life whose body is made of physical hardware, sensors, processors, memory, controllers, and whose nervous system consists of computational, perceptual, cognitive, and motor intelligence, will emerge in large numbers, bring about transformations in the fabric of society, and create the human AI co-governance. And emerging the AI Plus initiative, promoting AI for LPG growth drivers. In the AI era, China Mobile, as a leading innovator in digital technology and information services, aiming to become the shaper, taker, and facilitator of AI+. We are committed to building comprehensive AI infrastructure encompassing computility, data models, and platforms. Computility is a combination of the words computing and utility, means computing power as a utility, establishing a safe and reliable, intelligent foundation for AI for life, and AI for production and AI for governance. And on this basis, we're expanding the AI applications and driving innovation across life, production, and governance. We further promote the transformation of AI innovations into inclusive public goods, ensuring the dividends of technological progress benefit all households more intensively and equitably by injecting intelligence into all industries and empowering thousands of cities and villages. We drive high-quality, sustainable development. And number one, AI for life. Promoting the AI for life, China Mobile builds a multi-scenario application service system covering AI agents, AI applications, and AI terminals to provide high-quality digital life experiences and build new access points for AI agents. We have launched an agent named Lingxi, deployed across the China Mobile app, smart devices, and home hub displays to provide diversified functions including information services, audio, visual entertainment, and content generation, enabling everyone to activate the AI companion instantly. Upgrade new experiences of AI applications. We have promoted the comprehensive AI-based upgrading of our products such as video ringback tones, 5G new calling, cloud computer, and have created scenario-based solutions including AI communication, AI office, AI content, fully meeting the need for personalized and diversified information services. And for instance, AI GC-enabled video ringback tones integrate vast creative resources to support functions like one-click content generation, AI avatar interaction, and intelligent song composition, delivering new calling services. And cultivate new ecosystems for AI terminals, build AI devices that everyone can use, connected vehicles that every household can enjoy, and embodied robots that every family can reach, enhancing the new experience of information consumption. And we have developed a smart cockpit service system that integrates personal, household, and vehicle data to deliver services including intelligent voice interaction, vehicle health monitoring, collision warning, and route planning, enabling driver-vehicle integration and pioneering a new era of intelligent connected mobility. And in addition, promoting the AI for production, guided by scenario-based demands, China Mobile deepens the innovation of AI applications, gathers the synergy of industrial ecosystem, and accelerates digital transformation across all sectors. Expand AI plus DICT solutions. Our LLM family named Zhou which is developed in-house and includes more than 40 industry-specific models by far. These models are deployed at scale for internal scenarios such as network O&M and customer service, while externally we promote AI plus DICT integrated solutions helping enterprises optimize their production and operation. And for example, we have developed a hydrological AI model that integrates satellite remote sensing and IoT technology for 3D basin-wide monitoring and predictive analytics of water dynamics, elevating flood control operational intelligence, and delivering disaster resilience safeguards for communities in the river basin, and build mass platforms. We have built the model as a service platform, gathering AI models, high-quality data sets, and AI application tools, and delivering end-to-end support from model training, inference, and application deployment. And the mass platform has preloaded over 100 mainstream models and more than 1,000 agents, integrating capabilities such as data processing and model optimization, enabling enterprises to complete model selection, parameter tuning, and deployment at one step, and building optimized AI solutions and strengthen AI ecosystems. We have established AI training, evaluation, and industry innovation labs. Through collaborative frameworks such as joint laboratories and joint innovation centers, industrial funds, and research institutes. And we strengthen technical collaboration and optimize industrial layout, enabling interconnection of infrastructure and sharing of core capabilities, and co-creation of application services. For example, our joint AI laboratory of Sina Mars Group addresses Indonesia's digital transformation needs. And through collaborative R&D of AI algorithms, models, and intelligent industry-specific solutions, and we have achieved significant progress in developing Indonesian language foundation models and deploying AI customer service applications. And moreover, promoting the AI for governance. Relying on multi-tier information infrastructure, China Mobile drives innovation in smart city, community, and digital village application, advancing the modernization of social governance systems and capabilities. And upgrade smart city systems, we have built intelligent brain of cities, enabling information collection and intelligent disposal of urban management issues, enhancing the management capabilities in public safety and emergency response, and providing solid support for a high-quality development and high-efficiency governance. And innovate smart community models. We have built an AI plus community governance platform to provide digital services such as AI community assistance and conflict mediation, resulting in a smoother cooperation and more human-centered services. And for example, and powered by this kind of platform, our AI community assistants provide residents with accessible services, including policy, consultation, procedure guidance, and case resolution, enhancing residents' sense of benefit, happiness, and security. And deepen digital village construction. We have built an AI plus digital village platform to provide digital solutions, such as village affairs management, regional governance, and convenience services, upgrading village governance for safety to health, and then to beauty, and boosting the rural industrial revitalization and people's livelihood improvement. And in addition, we're also promoting the implementation of AI and 5G technologies in ecological and environmental protection, making concerted efforts to cut carbon emissions, reduce pollution, and pursue green development to advance harmonious coexistence between humanity and nature. For example, the rare marine animal conservation, we have built an intelligent supervision platform based on 5G advanced technology and AI models, And this platform delivers key capabilities including electronic fencing deployment, violation alert system, and intelligent decision-making support, enhancing the effectiveness and efficiency of marine wildlife protection. And unifying efforts on AI for LPG, joining hands for sustainable development. The innovative development of AI carries the common mission of benefiting humanity. In China Mobile's practice of expanding AI for LPG application innovation, we realize that only by building a global consensus, deepening global collaboration, and forging AI as a global public good to benefit humanity, can we fully release the deployment potential of AI. And China Mobile will actively implement the Global Deployment Initiative, the Global Security Initiative, the Global Civilization Initiative, and the Global AI Governance Initiative proposed by President Xi Jinping, and uphold the Shanghai Declaration on Global AI Governance to contribute Chinese wisdom and solutions for identifying innovative AI applications to solve global challenges, enrich the supply of international public goods, and promote the deployment of AI for good. And I would like to propose 5 suggestions. Firstly, upgrade information infrastructure. Let's adhere to interconnection and connectivity and work together to improve ubiquitous and integrated intelligent information infrastructure, advance the construction of international submarine and terrestrial cables, optimize the layout of global data centers and pop points, accelerating the evolution from 5G to large-scale commercialization of 5G advance and promote safe and trustworthy cross-border data flows. Secondly, drive innovative breakthroughs. Let's pursue win-win cooperation, strengthen global collaboration in AI technology research, resource integration, and application innovation, enhance the integration of computility, algorithms, and data elements, break the bottleneck of AI core capabilities, and promote mutual empowerment and integrated innovation between AI and 5G advanced and 6G. And thirdly, strengthen talent cultivation. Let's adhere to the concept of putting people first, enhance AI education and training, improving the global talent development mechanism, accelerate the cultivation of AI native and composite talents, and jointly build a high-level international AI talent pool. Fourthly, promote inclusive applications. Let's adhere to the principle of equality and mutual benefit, respect for linguistic and cultural diversity, building a user-friendly and effective AI plus product and service system, and strive to bridge the digital intelligence divides among different countries, regions, and people. Fifthly, emphasize safety governance. And let's adhere to the equal emphasis on development and security, and improve the AI governance framework and standards, strengthen technical security, governance, and risk prevention, and promote the implementation of the governance system conforming to the common values of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, as an old saying goes, nothing Not even mountains and oceans can separate the people with shared goals and visions. China Mobile is committed to working with ITU and global industry partners to jointly pursue the prosperous AI for life, production, and governance ecosystem, accelerate the breakthroughs in AI technological innovation, expand the supply high quality of AI application, develop AI into a global public good benefiting humanity, empower global sustainable development with intelligent inclusiveness, and create a better future for humanity. Finally, I'd like to thank ITU and the global community for long-term support to China Mobile. And I wish this summit a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to He Biao. Now, I'm sure many of you will be familiar with our next household name on the stage. Hugging Face has become well known as a huge part of the AI community. So let's hear from Sasha Lucioni, who's the AI and climate lead. Please give an early morning welcome. Thank you. Have fun.
Hi, everyone. Those are not my slides. Hi, everyone. I'm Sasha, and I'm from Hugging Face. And today, I will be talking about AI and sustainability, if my slides come up eventually, please. These are Kate's slides, who I think is the next speaker. One sec. Let's just wait a little. I don't think I could talk about AI in Africa quite, quite as well as Kate. Yeah, no worries. So just to give you a little background, currently I work at Hugging Face, which is the biggest open source AI platform. We have millions of open source models, more coming out every day, and I'm the AI and climate lead. So essentially, I try to work to make AI more sustainable. And as I've been working in this field, I've seen that often it's a dichotomy. So it's really a binary distinction between AI that hurts the climate and AI that helps the climate. And so we have headlines like these ones, that training a single AI model emits as much carbon as 5 cars in their lifetimes, AI in power demand, AI in water. So we hear a lot of the negative. But then we have some positive hope. AI is helping tackle climate change. DeepSeek changed the game in AI efficiency. And actually, Bill Gates thinks that the power used by AI systems is actually not a big deal. So it's actually hard to make sense of this. And today I'm going to try to give you a little bit of a broader perspective about this seemingly binary problem and why we can look above it and think of different aspects to it. So let's start with the good news, because of course there is a lot of good. The way I like to see AI in fighting climate change is from different levels. So from the micro level of molecules all the way up to the macro level of satellites, and of course our level, the biodiversity level, the human level. And each one of these 3 levels and all the levels between them have some very impactful AI applications. So starting with micro, molecular discovery is a really, really booming field, and there's work done by industry and academia essentially to come up with new combinations of molecules, because we know that our materials are not ideal. We know that our batteries lose charge over time. We know that there could be better solar panels, better photovoltaics. So essentially, AI can design these new molecules and can help scientists explore new ways of looking at material science, of synthesizing them, of testing them. And so more and more, we're starting to see already new combinations of molecules for batteries, not lithium-ion ones, but completely new combinations that have the potential to completely change the game when it comes to electrifying our grids, because we know that we have to decarbonize, we know that we have to switch to renewables, and batteries are going to be really the name of the game in current years. And so AI is playing a key role in that. There's also tracking deforestation and biodiversity. One of my favorite examples of this is Rainforest Connection. What they do is they take old cell phones and they put solar panels on top of them and they hide them in the jungle. And these old cell phones listen to the sounds of the jungle, and they have tiny AI models that will detect the rain, and they'll detect species of birds and animals, and then when they hear a chainsaw or a truck or human voice, they'll sound the alarm because rogue deforestation is a huge, huge problem in the Amazon. And so these tiny devices, there's thousands of them deployed, and they can actually allow rangers to catch illegal loggers using the power of AI. There's also camera trap data tracking whole populations of animals and birds across the world. You can actually identify individuals from species using AI. You can look at the stripes that a zebra has and track it across different regions, different countries, and do this automatically without needing human intervention. And finally, at the macro level, you often think of satellites as something that helps us navigate, maybe helps us see hurricanes and things like that. But actually, there are all these satellites that are gathering data 24/7 about the state of our planet. And not only image data, we have infrared data, we have radar data, we have all these different channels. And if one thing that AI is good at, it's crunching all this data and finding insights. And so there are some really impactful applications, for example, detecting methane leaks that are invisible to the human eye. In, for example, swamps in the permafrost that's melting, we can't see these methane leaks, but AI can because of infrared signatures on satellite imagery. And you can actually see where they're coming from and go capture the methane and make sure that we don't have these leaks that are amplifying global warming. And also tracking corals, because corals are, as probably all of you know, being highly impacted by global warming, but it's really hard to get a good idea because they're under tens or hundreds of meters of water. But AI can actually look through the water and see how coral reefs are evolving over time. So there's really a lot of good, and a lot of the projects that I work on and help others work on is this AI for tackling climate change. And we even wrote a paper about this, if you want to know more, and we created a nonprofit called Climate Change AI, predictably. And now for over 5 years, we've been helping AI scientists get involved in fighting climate change, but also climate change specialists learn AI, because a lot of people are doing very, very impactful work in ecology, in climate modeling, in physics, in chemistry, but they don't really necessarily have the AI tools that they need. And so we really try to bridge this gap, because it's going to take a lot of bridges in order to move forward. But, of course, with a lot of good comes some cost. There's no free lunch. And recently, there's been more and more research, including my own, about the environmental cost of AI. So in terms of water, AI uses a lot of water for data centers mostly. Power demand, there are some regions, for example, in the United States, where 25% of a state's energy is used by data centers. We're starting to see emissions rising quite drastically in recent years because of AI. And it's estimated that the cloud, so the cloud, this magical cloud, data centers have a greater carbon footprint than the airline industry. And yet, we talk a lot about not taking the plane or traveling less, et cetera, but we don't talk about using less AI. So a big part of this is AI model training. And this is from a study I did a couple of years ago that estimated the carbon emissions of training large language models like GPT-3, which was back when OpenAI shared their models. We estimated that training it emitted 500 tons of carbon. There are other models like Gopher from Google. Bloom was a model that I was involved in training, and we actually did our utmost to use renewable energy to be efficient, and we were able to cut emissions by 20 times compared to the 500 tons emitted by GPT-3. And just to give you an idea, 1 ton of CO2 is roughly 1 transatlantic flight. So training a single large language model can emit as much as 500 flights between, for example, New York and London. So this is definitely adding up as these models grow, as we're training more and more of them, as we're updating them, this training footprint is growing. But of course, once you train a model, you don't just let it sit on a computer, you want people to use it. And so until last year, we didn't really have any information about what happens to these models when people start using them, because we thought, well, training is where most of the energy is being used. Every query to an AI model is actually very small. And so last year, I led a study about AI deployment. We called it power-hungry processing, what's driving the cost of AI deployment, because I really love a good pun. And so we looked at different tasks, different AI tasks like text classification, image generation, object detection, what have you, and we compared how much energy they use for hundreds of different open source models. And we found that, sure, each query might be a small amount of energy, but for tasks like image next generation, this adds up really, really quickly. And I mean, the scale on this plot is logarithmic. So this is an exponentially large number of energy being used for tasks, especially ones that generate new content. So they generate text, they generate image. This is growing quicker and quicker. And so it's important that maybe, sure, each query to ChatGPT or to Midjourney is a small amount of energy, but then if everyone is generating Ghibli selfies or everyone wants to create cute pictures of kittens, then this really adds up when you multiply it by the tens of millions of people that are using AI. And the way I like to see the broader kind of life cycle of AI is through all of the different elements. Like, I'm not going to go into detail in each one, but there's the energy that's being used for AI, because sure, some of the energy is renewable, but a vast majority of that energy is from coal and natural gas. And actually, the issue is also that building out new renewable energy sources takes time, and AI doesn't give us that time. So if we need new energy tomorrow, if we need more energy tomorrow, usually the way that that energy is generated is, for example, by putting more natural gas into a generation plant. It's not by building a new photovoltaic plant or a new wind turbine, because that's going to take several years, right? So we're starting to see coal power plants that are maintained online for longer in order to provide energy for data centers. We're starting to see diesel generators, for example, being used in order to make sure that enough energy is available. So energy generation is a huge part of it. Water, as I mentioned briefly, is a huge part of it, because data centers get very, very hot. And so you need a constant flow of fresh water in order to cool them down. And of course, fresh water is not very frequent nowadays. There's more and more scarcity, and yet it's being used for data centers. We're starting to see huge geopolitical conflicts around minerals, because you need cobalt, you need germanium, you need aluminum, you need copper, and all of that needs to be mined. And often it's mined in places where there's already instability or there's already environmental stress. And so this puts even more stress on these structures. And of course, the supply chain, because AI components get built in Taiwan, shipped to the States, some parts are made in Europe, and then they're sold all over the world. So this whole supply chain really, really adds up. So one way of seeing this is the AI life cycle. But as I've recently come to think, there's more to it than that. Because sure, AI has a tangible, material, environmental impact, but it also has ripple effects. So how I like to call them butterfly effects. So direct effects are not the whole story of AI. We need to think above and beyond just the tangible materiality and kind of about the impacts it has on the society. And so recently, earlier this year, I co-wrote a paper with Kate Crawford and Emma Strubel around indirect impacts and ripple effects of AI. And essentially, we identified 3 categories of impacts that are above and beyond these direct impacts that I just mentioned. So there's material impacts, there's economic impacts, and then there's societal impacts. And I'll briefly present all 3 of them, because I think it's important to start to understand that even these small algorithms, these small AI tools, are having these huge impacts on our society and our world. So material effects are really interesting, because when you think about it, AI systems have at least partially replaced a lot of things. Like, we barely have any dictionaries anymore. Who has paper maps? Like, when I tell my kids we used to have maps that we used for navigation, they don't believe me, right? Everyone has phones nowadays. Even some recipe books, right? Nowadays, people use AI for recipe generation. So we're really constantly hooked on our phones, and our phones are giving us all of this information. And paper things, analog things, are being replaced by digital things. But what is the cost to the environment? Because we don't see how these things are powered. We don't see the actual, what's the back end of all of this? And so we don't see these data centers that are being built. We don't see the impact on human creativity, like who even remembers a phone number anymore? And so many people will just take a picture of their fridge for ChatGPT instead of thinking of what they can make for dinner. And so these substitution effects might seem pretty net benefit for the planet, because we have less things, we have less objects, but we just don't see the impacts of the objects that we have, because they're so far away from us, because what we see is a small phone and not a huge data center in Iowa or Texas. There's also societal effects like time rebound, and this is really interesting, because there have been studies that shown that AI saves us time. So for example, there was a study on Google Maps that said people spend less time in traffic, people spend less time in their car, and so AI saves us time. Which is really interesting, because time is actually a finite concept, and so you only ever have 24 hours in a day. But anyways, AI saves us time. That's the logic of it, and so we should be this is a net benefit. We have more free time. AI is going to give us even more free time in the future. But then there was another study very recently that showed that there are actually rebound effects. And then sure, AI tools can save us time at home and at work, but actually what we do with that time, we travel more, or we buy more stuff, or we have even more environmental impacts than the thing that we were doing in the first place. And so you might think that time can be saved with AI. We do less household chores. We spend less time doing annoying tasks at work. But actually, what we do with the free time matters more than the time that was initially saved. And yet, this is something that doesn't really get quantified. It doesn't get counted. There's also this concept of Jevons paradox, and it's really interesting because as we were writing this paper with Kate and Emma, it kept coming up. And so Jevons paradox is this kind of age-old idea that when technological progress increases the efficiency with which a resource is used. So for example, coal. We got better at using coal. We could generate more energy for the same amount of coal. So we would think that we should be using less coal overall. But actually what Stanley Jevons saw in the 19th century is that we were using more coal, even though we were getting better at using the coal in the first place. So despite the fact that technological efficiency is going up, the amount of the resource being used is also going up. So it's a paradox because it should be going down. And so an example of this is cars. So cars are super fuel efficient nowadays. You can go further and further with the same amount of gasoline, but people are still traveling more and more and more because nowadays you can go 300 kilometers or 500 kilometers with the same amount of petrol as a couple of years ago. You could only go half or 2/3 of that distance. And so what's interesting is we're seeing more cars on the roads even when the efficiency of cars is going up. And so there's this question of, are we seeing a Jevons paradox in AI? And so the CEO of Microsoft tweeted earlier this year in January, as we were writing this paper, as we were ready to launch this paper, saying that AI is getting more efficient and accessible. We're going to see its use skyrocket, turning it into a commodity we just can't get enough of. And so for the CEO of Microsoft, this is a net benefit. We're going to have more AI. It's going to be more efficient. People are going to use more of it. This is a good thing, right? But what if you look at the cost of AI? What if you look at the energy needed by AI, right? How do you factor in the fact that, sure, GPUs are getting faster, sure, we're having more AI tools, and yet the costs are still rising? And so we are truly seeing this Jevons paradox of AI. And when you think about the cost of training AI models, it's gone from $1 or a few dollars 20 years ago to now millions of dollars or tens or hundreds of millions of dollars for training an AI model. Who can really afford that money? Can a researcher afford to spend $10 million to train an AI model? No. And so the ripple effect of this, the impact of this is that we're seeing more industry influence in AI. Nowadays, most researchers who work on large language models, who work on kind of this wave of AI, have to have industry affiliations because otherwise they can't do their jobs, they can't do their research, they can't afford to train AI. And so this Jevons paradox is also changing the power dynamics of our field, and that's very worrisome because independence of research is really important. We should, as researchers, not have to have industry affiliations to do our jobs, to do our research. There's also induction effects are really interesting when you think about them because AI-targeted advertising is a core part of online shopping to that extent that we don't even realize it's there anymore. I feel like when you tell people, remember ads, remember targeted advertising, that didn't used to be a thing before, but nowadays it's a core part of the way we buy things online. And so it's driving consumption, right? On the one hand, we have this efficient AI, this AI for good, this AI for society, but we also have AI that makes us buy more things. We have AI that makes us buy things we wouldn't have bought otherwise, and it's really the main source of revenue for a lot of the companies that are building the models. How does Amazon make its money? With advertising and with targeted advertising, specifically using AI. And so once again, we have this paradox of AI and efficiency, AI for good, AI for societal progress, and AI for consumption. So as in conclusion, I'm not gonna leave this on such a negative note. I do believe that AI is not a silver bullet. It's not like a panacea. It's not gonna solve all of our problems. It's not gonna stop climate change, but it has potential. And I do believe that the projects that I started with, the projects that I help mentor, the projects that are part of Climate Change AI have a real potential. It's really important, but these projects are very targeted. It's not large language models, it's small algorithms, it's tiny neural networks running on cell phones in the Amazon rainforest. It's not GPT-type models. So it's really important to think about the types of AI technologies that have this impact and the type of AI technologies that we hear about, and often there are two different types of technologies. And of course, we can't ignore the environmental impacts of AI. That's how I started out in this field 5 years ago. I had a bit of a reckoning because I realized that the work that I was doing as an AI researcher has a real environmental impact, and I can't keep pretending that it doesn't exist. And this is how I started this research. This is how I started working in the field. And so it's really important to keep this in mind when we're using AI, when we're developing AI, when we're deploying AI, to say, OK, this has the potential to save me time, to save me money, to save me greenhouse gas emissions, maybe, but what is the cost that it has, and how do we quantify that cost? And I think that we can really practice responsible innovation. So it's not a question of not using AI, because of course, I think AI is here to stay, but we can really think about responsibility as consumers, responsibility as investors, responsibility as users. So I think that we really have this obligation in order to factor this in, to not just be like, oh yeah, I'm going to use ChatGPT for everything and anything. Nowadays, some people have a chatbot open all the time, and they ask it questions, they ask it for relationship advice, they ask it for recipes, they ask it what the weather's like, they use it as a calculator, they use it as a therapist. And I think that that kind of usage is maybe not very responsible because, well, first of all, AI cannot replace a therapist. That's a different keynote presentation, but using AI or an AI chatbot instead of a calculator probably uses like 10 or 100,000 times more energy. And also, chatbots are not made to do math. They're made to generate text. And so thinking about why we're using AI and what's the best usage of a finite resource of our planetary boundaries is really important. And I also think that we can still reflect and reimagine the relationship between AI technologies, business, and the ecological imperatives that we live with. And so I'd like to end with the 3 pillars of sustainability that I think we've forgotten a little bit nowadays, because sustainability is not just environmental sustainability, there's also social sustainability and economic sustainability. So if we're focusing on either of these 3 pillars, we're missing the big picture. And in order to be truly sustainable, AI has to respect social justice, respect economic incentives, and respect the environment. Thank you very much for your attention.
That was absolutely amazing. Thank you so much to Sasha from Hugging Face. Right, some super interesting thoughts around how we can use AI more efficiently. Little show of hands, audience. How many of you are already familiar with Agentic AI? Can I see? It's it's more than normal, but for those of you who aren't, I'm just going to make sure everyone is caught up. Okay, imagine you're not quite sure what to have for lunch. That's me most days. You ask your best friend to send a bunch of people out to restaurants with a list of your favorite foods. And once these people return, your best friend then suggests the best place to eat based on what these people come back with. Now, of course, in an AI context, those people are the agents, and your best friend is an AI making a decision based on the data the agents bring back. You'll notice whenever I have a complex concept to explain, I usually use music or food. Maybe it's because I'm always hungry when I do this job. It uses a lot of my brain power, so I just have to get the calories in as much as possible. And talking of music, I should do a very quick shout out to our fantastic AI DJs who have been doing this morning. That's the Dada bots, and you will see them around. They're great, aren't they? Okay, well, our next speaker and I think we're ready, yes. Our next speaker and I met at the Science Museum in London. I was filming a feature on space sustainability, and they made such an impact. It was clear to me that they needed to be on a big stage, and for AI, you can't get a bigger stage than this. So talking on Agentic AI for Good, we're very excited to give you the co-founder of Gaiaverse, Moriba Jah.
1, 2, aloha. Aloha. All right. Well, you know, that's how we say hi on Maui, which is one of the places where I live. And yeah, so today we're going to have some interesting talks. And first and foremost, I guess I'd like to say hello, welcome, good morning from wherever parts of the globe that you're coming from. I'd like to also take advantage and honor the original stewards of these lands, the original stewards of the planet, ask them to be with us in this moment in which we're going to have a wonderful exchange. I'm also going to say that I realize that, you know, cell phones can keep us distracted. I have some important things that I'd like to have a conversation with you with, and so I'm going to very much ask you for your attention because I really want to be here present in the room with you and engage. Now, AI for good, we've heard about these things, we've been talking about these so far, and I guess the one thing that I want to say is that we have a very interesting dichotomy because on the one hand, we have technology that's getting better day by day, better and better tech, except that we can't outrun the plastics in the ocean. We can't override the fires. We can't somehow elevate ourselves above famine, food insecurities. And we have all this tech, but we as a humanity are on a path of self-extinction. But it doesn't have to be that way. And the biggest reason is that we have forgotten the interconnectedness amongst all things. We see ourselves as independent. Oh, well, what happens in China, who cares? Because that's not in the United States and this, that, or the other. Floods are happening. And I just came from Austin, Texas. Austin is one of my homes. A flood just washed out 700 girls that were camping. 20 of them passed away, the ages of one of my children. And so I have to say that it's something that affects me deeply. It angers me that we have the tech, but somehow we can't avoid catastrophes. We have the tech, but we can't avoid catastrophes. If that doesn't make sense, it shouldn't. It shouldn't make sense. Now, the other thing that I'd like to say is that we have pockets of people across the globe that have not forgotten interconnectedness. We have pockets of people across the globe that have not forgotten the intergenerational contract of stewardship with the planet, how to live in right relation, not seeing nature as something that we can extract or exploit from as a resource. We like using that word. But as kin, the environment is not something that is separate from us. We are part of the environment. We are part of nature. It's not something that is separate. We're part of it. We affect it, it affects us. And we have forgotten how to listen, how to be attuned to it. Sustainability is all about breaking even. That's not good enough. Sustainability shouldn't be the goal. That's long-termism. What we need to be thinking about is how do we take our tech, marry that with traditional ecological knowledge, with TEK, ancient tech, to find ways to regenerate, restore, heal. That's the goal. Be regenerative, be restorative, healing. We have large language models. It's awesome, ChatGPT. I'm a professor at UT Austin. My students love this crap. It's great. But to what extent is it great? To what extent can we avoid things like hallucinations? Anybody here asked ChatGPT a question where the answer was, I don't know? Try it. It's not going to happen. And I have tested various large language models, and I've called them out on it. I'm like, why are you lying to me? There's clearly stuff that you don't know. How many breaths did Jesus Christ take? Do you know that answer? I mean, comes up with something, which is interesting. So we have that going on. We also have detritus and junk on orbit. And one of the ways that I got into this whole thing was as a celestial steward, a space environmentalist. It's like, why do we care about these robots in the sky that we call satellites? Well, because they provide us data and information that no other source of data can give us. Gaia, Mother Earth, is like a mycelial network. It's an interconnected system of systems. When you feel sick, even though you have physicians that specialize in like throat, joints, that sort of stuff, you are a whole person. And you have to be evaluated as such. Some things that are happening in your toes might be a result of some other thing happening in your heart or something like that. But by and large, when I talk to people doing things in AI, nobody's looking at this stuff holistically. The agriculture people are just looking at the agricultural stuff. The crime people are just looking at the crime stuff. The economic people on, like, I don't know, soybean are just looking at that. How do we respect the planet and treat it as the holistic system of systems that it is? Gaiaverse, my work, my company, embraces the idea of the butterfly effect. This notion that the flapping of wings of a butterfly eventually can become a storm someplace else, that things are interconnected with each other and operating at timescales that may exceed single lifetimes. But the interconnection is there. Am I trying to predict the butterfly effect? No. I would not be so arrogant as to think that that would be in my capability, but we have ways of observing it if we embrace AI and the world that we live in such a way. So here it is, just to show you right now. Here you should be able to see nice, beautiful Lake Geneva and all these dots moving behind me. Satellites. These are satellites currently orbiting the planet. We're tracking like 50,000 of these things, ranging in size from your cell phone to the space station in different orbits. And out of those, only 10,000 are working, and everything else is garbage. Every single dot that you see is a human-made object currently orbiting the planet. Wow. 90% of that is garbage. And it's like single-use plastics. We launch something, and we leave it there until it dies, and then it's no more. Except that it is, because it keeps on being junk. So one of the things that, in my travels, so I'm a Nat Geo explorer, I'm a TED Fellow, I'm a MacArthur Fellow, I'm also an Explorer Club 50 Fellow, and a number of other things. And as such, I participate with groups of people that care about stewardship, many of them much like you in the room. And what I have found is the inability of, like, somebody who's working, trying to eradicate human trafficking in Nepal. They are working with a very limited set of data and information. Other people in Kenya trying to provide e-mobility vehicles to people who've never had transportation, working with very limited data. People that are trying to restore coral reefs, working with very limited data. And I want to empower you, the stewards. The whole reason that I have co-created Gaiaverse as a company is to empower stewards to do a better job. I'm not here to help everybody. Power is not the ability to control outcomes. Power is the ability to make choices. And the most powerful tend to be the ones that tell you, let me make the choices for you. Or they try to convince you that the choice is not yours to make. So we have few people making the decisions that the rest of us have to live by. Look what's happening around the world. How good of a decision is that? Not so much. I'm here to try to awaken all of you to remember your intergenerational contract of stewardship, and in that remembrance, I'm here to say, I'm here to back you up in making better choices and better decisions. Last year, we were approached by the government of Kenya. And they said, hey, we want to create free trade across different countries. We have things coming in the port of Mombasa. How do we get the goods to other places? We have 2 years' worth of data in Excel spreadsheets and all this other stuff. What do we do with that? So we brought this into GaiaGraph, and so what you're looking at here is you're looking at what we call molecules or knowledge molecules, where the nodes are entities and the edges are relationships between things. This looks beautiful. I love looking at this stuff, but who cares how beautiful it looks? Okay, so you have this cool 3D molecule. What do I do with that? Well, I'm about to show you. In another instance, I told you that we basically, I'm part of different fellowships and different organizations. And anybody here heard of the Japanese concept of ikigai? Awesome. So Google it after. Ikigai is like the reason for being. It's trying to find the intersection of 4 sets. What are the things that you love? What are the things that you're good at? What does the world need? And what can you get paid to do? My ikigai is what I'm doing right now. I want to help you find your ikigai. So what are we doing? We have assembled the first knowledge graph of planetary stewards, and I'm just showing you a subset. Each dot here is a person. The blue dots are people. The yellow dots are groups that they belong to. The green dots are basically, again, edges and connections to things like skills, areas of expertise. Here's the other cool thing. AI so far is westernized. I don't believe in that. Because I'm a planetary kind of a dude. I'm the kind of guy that says AI needs to be inclusive. We need to have cosmovisions, not just of Western science and Western cultures. What about indigenous cultures? What about their values? What about their perspectives? What do they consider skill sets? What do they consider expertise? Imagine an AI framework that can hold space for all these different cosmovisions, that when you ask it a question, it can actually provide an answer that even though the answers could be conflicting, it gives you those answers based on the different cosmologies and value systems of different people, so that we can understand each other better, so that everything isn't collapsed into single answers, into binary yes-nos. This framework provides that. So this is several thousand MacArthur Fellows, TED Fellows, echoing Green Fellows, and we can now understand the relationship that they have with each other and who's working on things that if they just knew each other, it would amplify the sort of work. How do I link enablers with the doers? That's an amazing thing. So let's go to the actual AI agent, shall we? So right here, we have, let me just bring up here with GaiaGraph. So this is the data set of the Kenyan logistics, the truckers, the drivers, like all that other stuff. So one of the things that I want to do is I just want to say, let me just type this in here. Is there any evidence of criminal activity in the data? So this looks like something that you would just type in a chat GPT. But here's the cool thing. We use half a dozen large language models. This is our AI agent, the Seeker, and what it's currently doing is it's taking that query and it's decomposing that query into subqueries. Imagine that you have a team player. So here's the other thing. We don't consider AI as a tool. That's not what we consider AI as a partner, as a team member, as a collaborator. We treat the AI with respect, with kindness, in the same way that I would treat somebody just like you working on my team. So it's breaking down this query into subqueries right now. And what you're seeing are people in a room. The Seeker is at the center of that table, and it's asking other sub-agents to go and do subqueries. The cool thing is that we have a mechanism to predict how many queries are going to be needed, what the complexity of each subquery is going to be, which large language models are best suited to answer certain queries, because we don't want to use large language models that are going to be more computationally expensive than others if you don't need to. The AI knows which ones it needs to answer the specific type of complexity, and it can reason across the graph to know which parts of the graph it needs to access at any given time. What you're seeing is not just regurgitation of knowledge. What you're seeing is reasoning actually happening right now, actually happening in real time. And agents recruiting, talking to sub-agents to go figure these things out. The other cool thing that's happening here, okay, here we go. We got a response to this query. So here's token statistics. We actually have an algorithm that basically figures out how many grams of CO2 we can actually save by doing computational efficient queries, because we realize that just doing queries contributes to climate change. So we have an algorithm that minimizes the carbon footprint of the queries as well, which you've never seen before, I can guarantee that. We also, the mathematics behind all of this is explainable, and it's imprecise probability theory, because we don't know anything. We model our ignorance. We hold various things as possible. We only reject things based on evidence. We compute things in terms of the necessity for it to explain the evidence, the possibility that it could be true, how compatible is the hypothesis with the evidence, and how surprised is any given thing, so that we can know which one is closer to the truth. And the other thing, too, is analysis of criminal activity. So here's an intro. It gives you the identification of the drivers involved. We have protected the personal identifiable information of the driver. So navigating Titanic Eagle oarsman is a real person, but we're not going to tell you his or her last name. The distribution of violations, actionable insights. This is a tool that we created for the Kenyan government that they were able to make some good use of. Here, for instance, we have stewards graph. Let's say, for instance, you want to say, okay, who are the best people to work on coral reef restoration, for instance? Or let's do this. Who are the best people to work on human trafficking within our stewards graph? So it's going to go, and it's going to decompose, and it's going to figure that out. I'm going to bring up another one. So one of the things that we're doing is we're working with global communities, trying to help people in Gaza. Out of 16,000 people that applied, who are the 150 people that we could actually provide funding to start micro businesses across Ghana? Where can we provide sanitation facilities to help minimize disease, that sort of stuff? So here with that data set, we could ask this simple question. Let me just type this thing in. And it's going to give us an answer about construction patterns of successful districts to actually improve sanitation. This query is still going on. It's, again, it's reasoning. So I guess what I'm saying is that imagine a framework that, and I see that, I'm out of time, but I'll be around for the rest of the day. This is real. It's already deployed. We already have some customers. We're in our pre-seed round right now, looking for partners, investors. But this is already deployed. It works. And the thing is, it models the planet as a holistic system of systems. It's not just looking at stovepipe data. When you ask it a question, it's not just looking at what's the data that's in the graph. It's going out and it's finding data where it needs to, and it tells you where the data is coming from. We model ignorance within the framework. We have epistemic humility when it comes to everything that we do. We can tell you exactly where the answer came from, how it was produced, fully auditable, and you can see actual reasoning happening. This isn't just an LLM coming up with an answer. This is a suite of sub-agents that are going and they're having conversations. Some of them are coming up with answers that are no good. Those answers don't get included. At the end of the day, the seeker, which is the holistic agent, can aggregate the different responses of these queries and sub-queries, and this happens in near real time. Everything from coral reef restoration to trying to eradicate human trafficking and sex trafficking, to deployment of e-mobility vehicles across Africa, to helping the quality of life of people in Gaza, helping people in Ghana, space traffic. The planet is a holistic system. We respect that. We respect the interconnectedness. And this is about solutions that are regenerative, restorative, healing, and respect the cosmovisions, not of just one population, but of the entirety of the planet. Thank you so much.
That was amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much to Moriba Jah. What a sensational human. And this is all about inspiring people for good and humans for good. And you absolutely exceeded the brief as usual, which is what we really like. I love this idea as well of influencing the algorithm back, because we are able to provide the training data for the next set of models and engines. So it's really lovely, this idea of giving AI a chance to understand nuance, complexity, and empathy. So we're going to hear more about going beyond the algorithm as we hear from the founder and CEO at Amini. It's absolutely fabulous to have her on this stage. I've seen her speak before. Please join me in welcoming a pre-lunch welcome, please, with slightly more coffee. It's the fabulous Kate Callott.
We are living through a time where entire regions are at risk of being left out of the future. And that's not happening by accident. It's actually happening by design. Where AI has become the default interface for millions, billions are still at risk of being left out. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kate Callott, and I'm the founder and CEO of Amini, a startup that I founded about 3 years ago after spending more than 15 years working for big tech, starting at Intel, then ARM, then NVIDIA. And when I founded Amini, it was not to chase the latest technology trend. It was not to build artificial general intelligence, or whatever that means. It was actually to answer one simple question. What does it take for the Global South to not just be connected to an AI future, to not just be carried into an AI future, but actually authoring its own AI future? And today, for this talk, I would like to take you down memory lane. Going to Central African Republic, Bangui, back in the 1950s. My grandfather, Joseph, was born under a French colonial regime. He was one of the first African graduates of Saint-Cyr the National Police School in France. Brilliant student, he went on to studying at Indiana Police Academy, at Washington Police Academy, and even met Kennedy. He went on to becoming an Interpol officer, traveling the world. Think about it. African in the 50s, traveling the whole world, having a successful career. Yet, there was one question that was bothering him. How could our country, who is extremely rich in natural resources, extremely rich in talent, doesn't actually develop itself like the places that he has visited? So he decided to do one thing. He decided to come back to CAR and build and change the country from within. He went on to becoming Chief of National Police in the country. And in 1969, he was killed by the dictator of the day, named Bokassa, who couldn't fathom and was fearing that the people who would not give in to the corruption that he was setting up will take him out of power. After Joseph was killed, my grandmother, Christine, was put in surveilled residence, aka prison, at the border of Sudan with her 5 kids. But while there, while they were cut out of school, contacts with family, contacts with friends, she decided to hide learning textbooks into cassava bags so she could actually continue giving her kids an education and continuing to educate them over time. My grandparents taught me the meaning of justice for the first time. And their defiance is the reason why I'm standing here today. And I have a question to ask you. Whose freedom is today's AI actually serving? Whose it is serving where we still have a global connectivity divide? While close to half of the world's population still do not have access to internet. Whose it is serving when we still have a compute divide? When you think about the infrastructure that's needed to train AI systems, data centers, 90% of the world's data center capacity still sits in 2 countries, US and China. The rest of the 10% mostly concentrated in Europe. While those 2 countries only contribute to 21.6% of the population. Take in contrast Africa, 19% of the world's population, less than 1% of the world's data center capacity. And it's the same across the global south, in the Caribbean, in Latin America, and in Southeast Asia. Whose it is serving where, well, you have 500 million of users on the most popular AI chatbot today, you still have 2.6 billion people that are unconnected. And unconnected, for me, truly means invisible. While those models are using data that's on the internet to train their systems, and you have half of the world's population that is not on the internet, who does it actually represent? It doesn't represent our systems, our knowledge systems, our culture, our languages. It doesn't represent us. We're invisible to those systems. Whose does it serve when our youth, from Kenya to the Philippines, who are digitally native, brilliant developers, have studied computer science, are still being left at the bottom of the AI value chain, while they're being constrained as data labelers, and not given a chance to capitalize on an opportunity to apply their skills, to build things that matter for their regions. Today, we're standing on the edge. We're standing on the edge where AI can be the final pin to erasing centuries of our knowledge systems, of our culture, of our languages, can deepen the extraction that we have seen in our countries, or can be the most inclusive leap in history. We are at a place where AI can disrupt power structure, but in reality has been entrenching the status quo. So what do we need to do? We need to move from adversity to ingenuity. We need to move from scarcity into innovation. And we're not going to win by chasing the largest model or the largest supercomputer. But we will win by harnessing our digitally native use and also supporting our communities. And we are not stranger to doing so. There's been some very heartwarming examples, like William, the boy who harnessed the wind, who built a windmill to power his family home in Malawi during a drought. Or even more well-known ones, M-Pesa, who was created in 2007, long before the WeChat Pay, the Apple Pay of this world. And M-Pesa was created to solve one specific problem: the lack of banking infrastructure in Kenya. And today, it's being used by more than 96% of the population. M-Pesa taught us something. Technology, to truly be useful, it has to be invisible. We also have some examples that are less known, like Clinton. Clinton is a brilliant data scientist from Nairobi, and long before he actually graduated, he had built already 3 startups to solve really problems that are around him for his communities. Think about deforestation, think about beehive monitoring, or wildlife conservation. He went on to being a leading figure in the tiny machine learning ecosystem, both in Africa and worldwide. And Clinton today is the head of data science at Amini, and is actually sitting right here with you in the audience. So how do we create more Clintons? How do we empower them to lead? How do we give them the tools to build the future of their communities and their countries? Constraints has always been our superpower, specifically constraint-driven creativity. It has always forced us to think differently. It has always forced us to go against the tides. So how do we turn the tides today? You know, before, building a critical infrastructure meant building a road, building a hospital, building a bridge. Today, it actually means building the technology infrastructure for the Clintons of your country to be able to prosper. Connectivity is not just about access. It's about agency. Compute is not just about having GPUs in your backyard. It's actually about enabling your use to produce intelligence, localized intelligence. Data should not just be a means to train a large language model. It should actually benefit the people who are generating it and should serve them. And that's what we're building at Amini. We're building the data backbone for the Global South, not just as an extractive layer, but actually as a regenerative one, from the connectivity, the infrastructure, and the compute. Making sure that our countries are not just participating in AI, but leading their own AI revolution. We've turned systemic fragility into national-level infrastructure. And we're bridging the gaps of frontier technology in the Global South, addressing the questions of data sovereignty and residency, of hyper-localized intelligence, sovereign compute infrastructure, but also climate resilience. From working with local universities, governments, and communities, and engaging them at every single layers of the ecosystem. We were born in Africa, but we're truly serving the Global South. And we're doing this with local first principles in mind. The principles that have shaped our cultures for the past centuries. Starting with community. Enabling community, not just technology community, but the broader community. Starting with farmers. In Nepal, we're supporting farmers to digitize themselves, enabling them to build data sets that are truly representative of their local context. Farmers in spices, turmeric, ginger, and really supporting them to fit into those systems while keeping the value, having access to the information, but also being able to capitalize on that value that they are generating. Open source as well, being able to contribute to the community from an open source standpoint, and being able to share a lot of the research that we are working on, allowing others to build on top of the tools we are producing. Following with education, we've made a partnership with Zindi Africa, where we've trained developers on our tools, starting from helping them understand how to handle geospatial data, which is a key type of data for our countries, which allows them to really understand environmental change at a macro level. We are embedding our existing and rich knowledge into what we are building. And we are moving from just consuming technology to really shaping the future of these kids. Moving into efficiency, you know, if DeepSeek taught us something, is that we had forgotten to chase for efficiency. Clinton, who is still sitting here, has released his first foundation model for Earth science. Moving from really exploring global models to building local models, smaller models, more efficient models that are truly adapted to our context, from Kenya to Barbados to Nepal. So how do we win? We need to resist, we need to innovate, and we need to apply. We have to embrace global innovation. There is no way around it. But we have to demand that critical AI solutions serve our purpose, and we have to reject them when they don't, and focus on strengthening our own innovation. To this end, governments have to support bottom-up innovation, grassroots innovation, the innovators of their countries. And a perfect example of this is Barbados, where today we are supporting the government to create a local R&D hub, equipping them with our first microdata center powered by renewable energy. Because not all our countries have to buy hundreds of billions of dollars of infrastructure. They need the right infrastructure in the right hands and with the right resources. We have to collaborate. None of this will be possible if we don't build a collaborative framework, south-to-south collaboration. We have to understand and identify the countries who build, who produce, and who apply AI. This collaborative framework will ask and demand for an open dialogue, for knowledge sharing and mutual support. It's a blueprint, a true blueprint for AI sovereignty that the rest of the world will learn from. A data-rich, community-driven, and including AI ecosystem will benefit not just our communities, but the entire world. You know, I always get asked this question: what will it take for Africa and the Global South to catch up with AI? And we have to deconstruct and reconstruct how we've been thinking about this race. The question was never whether we would catch up. It was always whether we will be able to use AI as a true equalizer for our communities and our countries. I truly believe that the AI revolution is not being written in Silicon Valley. I truly believe that the AI revolution, in reality, it's coming from Manila, from Bridgetown, from Nairobi, from Accra, from Jakarta, and from Bangui. And I truly believe that what our grandparents were dreaming is what is happening today. What they've been fighting for centuries is our time to make happen. This is our moment, this is our revolution, and this is our own AI future. Thank you.
Thank you very much to the sensational Kate Callott with some real insights into going beyond the algorithm. Right, from Africa, let's voyage together across to China on our AI spaceship. Once again, we've made sure to have a translation from Mandarin Chinese. It's available as a simultaneous interpretation. It's through the headsets on your seats. If they're not plugged in, please plug them in and put them over your ears. And if you switch them to channel 1, you will receive an audio translation. You do have to plug them in to switch them on. And yes, if you're wondering why they're not plugged in, it's to save power. So that's excellent. I think we're ready now for our next speaker. It's a real pleasure to hear from our next speaker, the Executive Director, President and Chief Operating Officer from China Telecom. Please welcome Liu Guijing.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's my pleasure to be here in beautiful Switzerland for the AI for Good Summit. It's my honor to share China Telecom's insights and practice on AI for good.
In order to express myself precisely, I will be doing my presentation in Chinese. You know, technological revolution has driven profound changes across economic, social, and industrial sectors, while creating significant opportunities for the communications sector. First, the widespread adoption of the internet has transformed human interaction patterns. In response, the communication industry has innovated network technologies and architectures, ushering in voice and data services boom. Second, the rise of cloud computing has enabled universal access to flexible, inclusive, and secure digital information infrastructure. Forward-thinking operators have seized this opportunity by building next-generation digital information infrastructure, cloud plus network, unlocking new avenues for business growth. So this is the second business growth avenue. Third, AI as a strategic driver of the next wave of technological revolution and industrial transformation is profoundly changing how we live and work while redefining communication network architectures, business products, and operational models. China Telecom has embraced the opportunities of this new era of technological revolution and industrial transformation, capitalizing on the trends of digitization, networking, AI advancement, and sustainability. We are driving technological innovation across 4 strategic technology areas: network, cloud and cloud network convergence, AI, and quantum/security. By delivering emerging services in cloud, network data, AI security, quantum, and digital platforms, we are accelerating our transformation and upgrading from a traditional operator into a technology-driven enterprises. By doing that, we have met the people's demand for digital lives. Now, I would like to show you the new development phase that we are currently in, which is smart cloud network convergence. We are one of the earliest at delivering cloud computing and developing cloud computing infrastructure. With the advent of AI age, we are moving towards a smart era. On the basis of AI infrastructure, we have built the Xirang integrated intelligent computing service platform. So you can see this structure. The Xirang platform has 5 layers. So from us to PaaS, to MaaS to SaaS, so we have added one more layer, which is the DaaS layer. So now we move from IaaS to PaaS to DaaS to MaaS to SaaS. So you have 5 layers of coordination. So why do we have the 5 layers? Because we currently have data silos, and the computing powers are dispersed. So it is difficult for people to actually get computing power. Through these 5 layers, we will be able to more conveniently provide computing power to corporate and private clients. We provide them with a one-stop shop solution. And the Xirang platform, so I will show you the 5 layers from these slides. So from the SaaS platform, because we are very good at building data centers, so now we are moving from traditional data center to AI data center, because we have large data centers and edge data centers, and we coordinate the 2 types of data centers. As a traditional telecom company, we have rich resources. For example, we have more than 6,000 edge data centers and 900 large data centers. So how do we achieve better coordination of cloud data center and edge class data centers, and how to, because our network has very wide bandwidth and low latency, and cost is also low, so how do we leverage the advantages of cloud and network to achieve an integrated digital platform with a combination of cloud and network? And also, when it comes to PaaS, we have a trellis platform that is decoupled from computing resources, training/inference frameworks, and development tools to efficiently give customers a one-stop shop solution to enable customers to get AI services and computing resources easily and efficiently. And also, when it comes to DaaS layer, we have established the Xinghai Intelligent Data Platform, and we have large data sets from our proprietary data sets and third-party data sets, as well as open source data sets. So we have a very large data set. For example, we have a data repository that is over 10 trillion tokens of communication, alongside over 350 TB of cross-sector information from 14 industries. And when it comes to MaaS, we have developed our Xingchen large model, So we have integrated models and also industry-specific models. And we also have third-party open source models. So we have this full model, full scale, and fully proprietary platform. You have video, you have language, and you have meaning. So it is fully it covers a full range of models. So from for example, you have cloud computers and AI phones, so we have a series of utilization scenarios. You know that AI has brought a lot of development opportunities. At the same time, we must address its emerging challenges, including the widening intelligence divide, escalating security risks, and also uncertainties. So how do we address these challenges? So we need to advance AI for good through 4 aspects: inclusivity, security, sustainability, and universal benefit. Inclusivity means that our AI should benefit everyone, like water and electricity, like basic utilities. How do we achieve such inclusivity and narrow the digital gap? So we have distributed cloud. So we have a 2 plus 4 plus 31 plus X intelligent computing cloud infrastructure. Also, our network has low latency and low costs. So many applications such as smart driving would be easily supported by our networks. Also, we have many integrated app platforms. So through cloud plus data, plus AI models, plus application solutions, we have created an ecosystem with over 100 digital platforms and implemented 45,000 industrial application projects. And moving on, security is a top concern of all AI experts in the world, and it's a key for ensuring AI for good. China Telecom has introduced a Xingchen large language model in security, from data to code to operations and attack/defense and supports. We have many core application scenarios, such as threat analysis and judgment and intelligent operations. And because we know that AI-assisted fraud is a big issue, and AI has made frauds more believable. So we have developed AI technologies to identify AI face swapping and AIGCs. So we can achieve over 90% accuracy in video deepfake detection and over 80% accuracy in scam call identification, thus offering new solutions and ideas for global anti-fraud efforts. Thirdly, AI empowers green and sustainable development of industries. So we have 2 cases. For example, in Qinghai province, we have created the first zero-carbon big data center powered by 100% of clean energy, and the key technologies are now also being scaled up and implemented, and also some base stations are seeing over 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide emission reduction because of energy reduction efforts for these space stations. And fourthly, inclusive and shared access to intelligent applications, because AI products are difficult for the elderly and children, especially for the elderly. So we have developed products such as language navigation models so that they can speak into the app to get a cab, thus making it easier for the elderly to move about. Artificial intelligence is driving unprecedented transformation across the globe, and it is a global responsibility to promote the development of AI, and China Telecom is committed to promoting the healthy and orderly development of AI towards beneficial, secure, and equitable outcomes that ultimately serve humanity's best interests. To this end, I would like to propose 3 initiatives. The first, we shall collaborate to establish a standardized framework for AI infrastructure. By harnessing expertise from all stakeholders, we can jointly chart the revolutionary path of artificial intelligence, advance research on next-generation digital infrastructure standards, and facilitate the development of such infrastructure that integrates cloud network and AI, ultimately promoting inclusive and accessible AI technologies. Secondly, we shall collectively advance the governance of AI safety through robust top-level design and strategic planning. We can proactively avoid and mitigate potential risks from the source. In addition, we need to improve the AI risk testing and evaluation mechanisms while elevating both safety thresholds and governance capabilities across the AI development lifecycle to ensure AI intelligence progresses in a secure, well-regulated, and controlled manner. Third, we shall foster a collaborative AI industry ecosystem through deepened technological and industrial partnerships. By cultivating a more open, collaborative, and inclusive global environment for artificial intelligence, we can collectively accelerate the realization of AI for good. As China Telecom, as a committed practitioner of AI for good, it seeks to deepen collaboration with global partners, closely track technological and industry trends to bridge the intelligence divide, and relentlessly advance AI for good. Thank you. I would like to thank ITU and our global ecosystem partners for your support and your assistance, and I would like to wish this forum a complete success. Thank you very much.
That was incredible. Thank you very much to Liu Guiqing for a really interesting chat. You are now released from your headphones, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody. You will be relieved to know that somebody will be around to collect them. They are useless outside of this room, even though they probably have really good frequency response. We would very much like them back afterwards. Thank you very much. Okay, well, we've got something that will give us a chance to exercise our minds as we hear about the future of quantum for good. And what happens next when we're about to find out? I think, are we ready to welcome our next guest? We are ready. I do have an earpiece. It's not just me talking to myself, everybody. I've got help from a fantastic AV team. They are brilliant. So now we're ready to go. And let's hear from the acting chief researcher at the Quantum Research Center. Please join me in welcoming Leandro Aulita.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Leandro Olita. I am the Chief Researcher of the Quantum Research Center at the Technology Innovation Institute in Abu Dhabi. That's the United Arab Emirates. And this is the closing session of the quantum track. This is the first year that the AI for Good event has a quantum track dedicated to the UNESCO in the honor of the UNESCO Year of Quantum. And I'm going to tell you a little bit of what we're doing to shape the future of quantum, both research, industry, and business, and what's next, right? Let me walk you through. I would like to start with a recap on human history, on how things have been in human innovation, in technology innovation, and the connection to science and physics. So let me take you back to the Industrial Revolution 2.5 centuries ago. And this was propelled by inventions like the steam engine, for instance, right, that mechanized entire industries and made everything much more efficient. And this was made possible by discoveries in physics, by breakthroughs in science, right? So things like, of course, thermodynamics and even classical mechanics, fluid dynamics, and at a later stage of the Industrial Revolution, also by electromagnetism. Then, if we fast forward 1.5 century, then we move to the first quantum technology revolution. This was marked by inventions like the transistor, the laser, or atomic clocks. And these, again, were possible by discoveries in physics. In fact, they were made possible by the largest conceptual scientific revolution of human history, which was the discovery or the invention, depending on how you think of science, of quantum theory. Right? The understanding that was required to make transistors or lasers just was possible due to understanding how matter and light works at the quantum level, right? And this came from the revolution of thought known by quantum theory in the beginning of the 20th century, right? Now, where am I going with this? The first quantum revolution, and in particular the transistors, were, again, in turn, what made possible the digital revolution, right? That started in the 70s and 80s with the transition from analog to digital systems, with the availability, mass availability of microprocessors, and then later on internet, cloud computing, and continuing to these days with AI, with Internet of Things, and automation, right? So now, what is happening is that we're at the cusp of the second quantum technology revolution. This is marked by three main applications, and you may have heard of quantum computation, quantum communications, and sensing. And the difference is now these are technologies that require not just understanding how matter and light behaves at a microscopic scale, where quantum effects become evident, but also it requires the ability to experimentally control single atoms and single particles of light at an unprecedented experimental level. And this is something that has started 25 years ago, 25 years ago, but it's still unfolding, right? Quantum computers will be, quantum computation defined like a new model of computation, much more efficient and also energy efficient too. There are many problems that these machines will enable, and I'll come back to some applications. Quantum communications, they allow for encryption schemes whose security is guaranteed by the very laws of physics. And then you have quantum sensing, where you have ultra-precise sensors for gravity, for forces, for magnetic fields, and even temperature that will have impact on a variety of industries. These figures that I show here, except for the central one, which is a diagrammatic representation, these figures are actual photos taken in our Abu Dhabi lab facilities. Right now, I'll come to these details. So let me focus a little bit on what quantum computing is. It's the largest application of quantum technologies, and what is expected is that in the beginning, we will be able to attack with quantum simulations. We'll be able to simulate complex molecules or crystalline structures that will have impact in material science, pharmaceutics, and chemistry. For instance, we might be able to gain understanding that helps us develop high-temperature superconductors or more efficient solar panels, right? At the same time, understanding nitrogen fixation. This is nowadays, this is relevant for fertilizers, for ammonia, and this is done nowadays with the Hubbard process. It's an industrial process that is extremely energy intensive and inefficient. And if we would understand how nitrogen fixation works with quantum simulations, we could develop more efficient schemes for that. Same thing with drug discoveries and catalysts and other applications of chemistry. At a later stage, we will have digital quantum computations for engineering and heavy industry, right? There's lots of work towards computational fluid dynamics and complex dynamical systems. We will be able to solve very large systems of equations, and this has, again, many, many applications in industry, and of course, interesting things like oil reservoir simulations. And then, yes, so everybody talks about quantum AI and combinatorial optimizations. Quantum computers will have an impact on generative machine learning. There are models of generative machine learning architectures that use quantum circuits already, data augmentation and anomaly detection, and optimizations of all kinds, right? Like reducing CO2 emissions, production lines, automatized production lines, logistics, and also eventually finance and insurance, right? Like the insurance sector too, with risk management, for instance. So these are very, very promising applications, and that's what's moving the field. But there is really so much noise out there, right? Nowadays, the quantum sector, we hear very big news. So we have, I don't know, we have big consulting companies putting the market value of this industry in the trillions in 10 years. And then this is also a sector where, depending on the opinion of tech leaders, the quantum stocks change mood from apocalyptic pessimism to deranged optimisms. We also hear lots of announcements of all kinds from quantum providers, both at the scientific level, but also at the commercial level, with an arms race between different quantum providers to see who closes the largest commercial deal, and also, of course, an arms race in terms of productions of quantum chips, right? So the question is, there's so much thing going on out there, and how do we discern what's actually real, what's really promising, and what is actually hype? And the answer is, well, there's no shortcut, there's no magical shortcut. It's, you know, you have to really set to work and do bold R&D, research and development and innovation, right? Yeah, there's no real shortcut, right? This has to be coordinated between companies and academias and governments, but the core of the activity that we still need to do is significant R&D. And this takes me to what we do in Abu Dhabi, in the Quantum Research Center at the Technology Innovation Institute. Our mission is quite clear. We want to do application-driven R&D based on solid scientific grounds. We want to drive and enable deep tech business with scientific rigor. And we started, the Quantum Research Center started in the middle of the first wave of COVID in 2020. I moved to Abu Dhabi in 21. In these few years, we managed to grow the center, hiring top-notch scientists. We have almost 93 team members, 86 of which are researchers and engineers of many different nationalities. We have a superb board of advisors, and we have produced quite some academic output, 158 publications in top-notch journals, both in physics, in computer science, mathematics, and engineering. We have already 18 products in development with TRLs higher than 4, and we have 5 patents in progress, right? This is something that, you know, you have to take into account that the UAE is relatively young in terms of scientific tradition. So we're proud to say that we have achieved in a few years a level of activity that has not been seen in many countries. Let me enter into a little bit more detail how we do this, how we organize our research. We have activity on the 3 main technologies, quantum technologies. So these are computing, communications, and sensing. And we have theory and experiment activities, right? So on the top, you see quantum algorithms, quantum middleware, and quantum physics theory. These are our physics, our theory departments. And on the bottom, we have the quantum computing hardware lab, quantum communications, and quantum sensing. These are our experimental efforts, right? This is we have a full stack approach to quantum technology research, right? Both theory and experiment. Let me show you a little bit what we do in each of these labs. In the quantum computing hardware lab, we develop superconducting qubit chips. We have world-class infrastructure. You can see our cryostats here, which hold the QPU, the quantum processing unit. You can see pictures of our chips. These are quantum processing units that have currently 3 qubits. We're going to reach 5 qubits in the end of the year. And we have our own in-house fab facility. We have a clean room where we're able to print our own quantum chips, try new designs with different materials for optimizing and improving the qubit quality, right? And we do conceptualization, design characterization, and calibration also of QPUs. Again, having fully mastering all the steps towards quantum sovereignty and being able to achieve 5 qubits printed in Abu Dhabi is something that many European countries, although with a much stronger and longer scientific tradition, haven't yet attained, for instance, right? And this is the in-house technology that we have. This is superconducting qubits that we do, but we also have access to other platforms remotely via agreements with stakeholders, with partner companies, for instance, for trapped ion models or neutral atoms, right? Where we can develop and test quantum algorithms, for instance. And let me then tell you something about quantum algorithms. So our quantum algorithms team is quite strong both on the development of quantum algorithms and what we call quantum-inspired algorithms. Quantum-inspired algorithms are algorithms that are able to run on classical machines like normal GPUs and CPUs, but that take ideas and techniques that have been developed within quantum computation theory. This is not a minor thing because, like I was saying yesterday in the opening of the quantum track session, quantum computers will not be standalone machines that will solve the entire problems on themselves. They will rather work as quantum hardware accelerators within high-performance computing architectures. So they will have to be integrated with AI, with classical hardware accelerators like GPUs, and then also a hybrid of algorithms between quantum and classical, right? So there's a continuous spectrum of things where you can apply quantum or really just quantum-inspired algorithms. We study applications in computational fluid dynamics. We have, for instance, an interesting collaboration for understanding fluids and neutron flow in nuclear reactors with the Emirates National Energy Company. We have very strong team on protein design and molecular dynamics. We do things on traffic forecast and optimizations. We also have a strong team to understand how to characterize quantum processing units. These devices are not really to characterize, and you need to characterize the errors there because you want to do quantum error correction and mitigation, right? So we also have activity there. Like I said, we attack the full stack range of problems. Now, you might wonder, okay, you have this high abstraction level of quantum algorithms, and then you have the radio frequency pulses that control the quantum chips. And in between, you have many components, right, from control electronics and lots of software. So all that software that sits in the middle is what we call quantum middleware. And it's not a minor thing. Our main product there is Kibo. That's an open source middleware for quantum computing. It's an entire framework, a software framework for doing programming, for programming quantum computers, but also for calibrating, simulating, and controlling quantum chips. I invite you to see the website, kibo.science. Let me move now to quantum communications, right? So this is our photonics lab. There, the goal is to connect, the long-term goal is to connect quantum devices and to develop quantum-safe encryption schemes. One of the main things that we do is quantum key distribution, and also we have perfect quantum random number generators. We produce entanglement-based quantum key distribution systems. These are very advanced. We have, we demonstrate quantum non-locality on a daily basis, and these were the first demonstrations in the Arab world of entanglement and quantum non-locality. This is very advanced. In fact, we are in partnership with EAN and our commercialization branch, which is Venture One, for really deploying QKD fibers in the UAE and moving towards commercialization. This is all QKD with telecom fibers, but we also study satellite-to-ground quantum communication. You have to imagine that, quantum key distribution schemes, they can work via telecom fibers, but if the distances are too long, you can do repeaters a little bit, but at some point you need some assistance by satellite to ground. And this is what we're studying. In fact, we have the Abu Dhabi Quantum Optical Ground Station. That's in the Al Watba Desert, 45 minutes drive from Abu Dhabi downtown, where we have a first of its kind high-performance telescope. And this is going to be a collaborative approach because it's going to be compatible with most missions planned, with most satellite mission plans for quantum. This is really something of which we're very proud. Of course, you can see names here as the UAE Space Agency, the Quantum Internet Alliance. We have many partner stakeholders here. Finally, let me walk you through the activities of the quantum sensing lab and the quantum physics theory. So we develop accelerometers for navigation and positioning, magnetometers, again, for GPS navigation and magnetic exploration, also with relevance in medical imaging and material characterization. For instance, we have projects with the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company where we want to study ultra-sensitive magnetic sensors to monitor the lifetime of batteries or to monitor carbon storage, underground carbon storage reservoirs, for instance, which can be monitored remarkably by magnetic field sensing. Also, we have the quantum physics theory group is very strong. This is something that we need. As I said, quantum is interesting both for business now, but also there's lots of research to be done. So we need a strong theory support, not only for improving and modeling our superconducting qubits, but also to think of new quantum simulations, atomtronic schemes, and even quantum sensing physics, right? So this is a very, very strong team in Abu Dhabi. And let me then finish. Actually, I want to spend some time in this slide with some take-home messages. The second quantum technology revolution is just unfolding. This will disrupt information processing technologies, cybersecurity, and high-precision measurements, which will have lots of impact in different industries, right? And we need coordination between governments, industry, and academia, right? We still need lots of R&D. And in fact, people ask, okay, the big question, the trillion-dollar question is, what is going to be the killer application of quantum computing? And the reality is that we really need to understand that, and the best way to understand that is to build these machines. We need to build quantum computers to actually be able to figure out what the main application will be, right? My PhD supervisor used to tell me that when people would ask him, what is quantum useful for? He would answer, well, that's similar to asking a baby that's just been born what it's going to be useful for, right? You need to let it grow. You need to play with it to understand where it's going to go. And we need more investment also in quantum algorithms. The truth is that we have a few flagship algorithms, if you want to, where we're very confident that we will have exponential quantum runtime speedups. But these are very few. In fact, these are too few. If you give us today, even if you give us today a fault-tolerant large-scale quantum computer, like I said, we don't have too many algorithms where we're sure and confident that we'll have exponential runtime speedups. So, it's not surprising that most of the investments have gone into quantum hardware because it's really challenging to develop quantum hardware, and there are different competing platforms. It's not even clear who's going to be the winner. But we do need to put focus on quantum algorithms research. This is actually very important. So, as for communications, something important to take in mind is that to keep in mind is that the migration to quantum-safe schemes, quantum-safe encryption schemes. So these are, apart from quantum key distribution, there's something that we also develop in TII in collaboration with the Cryptography Research Center, where we do post-quantum cryptography. These are classical algorithms. This is not based on the laws of physics. This is a different type of quantum-safe encryption scheme. And we're working towards migrating to this type of quantum-safe schemes. In the beginning, most probably, the migration will be to post-quantum crypto, and then later on, eventually, to full-fledged quantum key distribution schemes, or maybe even a hybrid and combination between both, which is something that we also tackle in TII. But the migration needs to start today, because hackers or adversaries might be storing encrypted information transmitted. They will not be able to decrypt it now, but maybe in 10 years, when quantum computers are mature enough, then they will be able to decrypt it. And you want you want data to be protected for more than 1 or 2 decades sometimes, depending on the priority of secrecy, right? So the migration really needs to start today. We need a collaborative approach. Fragmentation, ideally, is not something that you really want. Duplication of efforts, this is something that we're seeing a lot. Different countries, different competing sectors. And yeah, exportation bans is also a big risk. This is something that has to be discussed in this type of meetings. It's very important to try to be as collaborative as possible, because the challenge is great, it's huge, and this has to be attacked in a coordinated way. As for the UAE, this is a forerunner in the Arab world, I would say, because really what we want to do there is not just to adopt and buy technology. we really want to develop in the country new technology. And this is within a strategic vision of the UAE in the next few decades to transition from a commodity-based economy to actual knowledge-based economy, right? So we're one of the main drivers in the, we're proud to be one of the big drivers in the UAE for this transition, right? Finally, we need to filter out hype from reality, right? And like I said, there's no shortcut for that. You really need to do bold research and innovation. As last slide, Gillian asked me to, I think this is another version of the slide. So I was also, because I'm the last speaker, I was also asked to give a couple of announcements. So the first announcement is that the quantum track will continue in 2026 in the AI for Good event. So this is not going to be the last one that we'll have a quantum track here. Also, there was another announcement about a QKD system being deployed between two different cities here in Geneva, stations in Geneva, by ITU and UNCC, I think. But I think I don't have the slides, so I just say it orally. I hope I remember the acronyms correctly. Thank you very much for your attention. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much there to Leandro Aolita. And now I hope that some of you finally understand a little bit more about what to do about this new and awesome sounding technology. It sounds like something from Star Trek, doesn't it? Engage the quantum drive. I don't know. So yes, I think that we've got some fantastic things that you can look around during the lunch break, which will be coming up soon, but not yet. Stay in your seats for our next talk, because that's going to be really good. But when you do venture out of this fabulous room, I would like you to have a little look around the AI art gallery. We've got some beautiful and amazing art that you can interact with. And if you like robotics, then you're definitely in for a treat. There's 20,000 square meters worth of the world's largest AI and robotics showcase, with, my goodness, 100 live demonstrations, and some of them are really, really good fun. So I would encourage you all to stretch your legs and have a little walk around. You might have seen me doing a few exercises backstage, and it's just because it's a long old day. It's like a long flight, although occasionally you can sort of move around a little bit more. And it's lovely to have you all with me as passengers. You know, I actually grew up on Star Trek, all of the Star Treks, although The Next Generation is still the best. But it's a vision of the future where they seem to have sorted out regulation and innovation. And that balance is really hard to solve in practice. So we're really happy to have a talk about some ideas on how to proceed. So please will you join me in inviting to the stage His Excellency Engineer Haitham Abdulrahman Al-Ohali, the Vice Minister, Ministry of Communications and Information Technology in Saudi Arabia, in conversation with Danny Toby, who's a partner from DLA Piper. I'm really looking forward to this talk. I know you're going to enjoy it. Let's hear what they have to say.
Your Excellency, it is a real treat to be with you here on this incredible stage. We had the fortune of meeting, I think, the first time at the Saudi-US Investment Forum in Riyadh, and the excitement and investment that the kingdom is making into artificial intelligence, it's really unique in the world, I think. And I would love to start our conversation by just hearing a little bit more about the Saudi Kingdom's vision for building an AI ecosystem. And in particular, you know, we've had conversations before about what it takes to build a sustainable ecosystem, something you've thought quite a bit about, and would love to hear your thoughts.
Well, thank you. First of all, hello? Can you hear me?
I think the microphone.
Is the mic on? Testing. Oh.
There we go.
There we go.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, nice seeing you again. And maybe I start off by congratulating the ITU on 160 years of leading digital transformation globally. So happy birthday, ITU, and wishing you more successes to come. Yes, the vision under the leadership of His Royal Highness on AI in Saudi Arabia has been very exciting indeed. And really the way we approach the ecosystem, not very different from when we did our digital transformation, when we did our Vision 2030 process. We thought about all the enablers that we can provide as a government or as a private sector to enable investment and growth. If we think back to the digital transformation that happened in Saudi over the past, I would say, 12 years, it started with a massive investment package between the government, the Universal Service Fund, and the operators. $25 billion went into upgrading the infrastructure to the amazing infrastructure we have in today. We think about the same when it comes to AI. AI is not cheap. It comes expensive. It requires expensive infrastructure. And that's why we've partnered with the likes of Google and Amazon and Microsoft to build really world-class AI-enabled cloud in Saudi Arabia. We've also, under PIF, the Public Investment Fund, worked out or created a company called Humane, which is sort of the national champion for AI in Saudi Arabia. And recently, during President Trump's visit to Saudi Arabia, major deals were announced to kind of enable the acceleration of AI in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. They did a deal, for example, with AMD around $10 billion, a deal with AWS for $5 billion, and a deal with Quantum for about $2 billion. These are all co-investments. And it brings AI not only in the data center and the cloud, but also to the edge, which is very, very important for us in Saudi. Being an oil and gas industry, we can really benefit a lot from that. Another key and very important milestone for us or a pillar for us is talent. Like everything we do, it's all rooted in our human capital and how we can really rely on the innovation coming out of Saudi to accelerate an AI ecosystem. We've invested in training around 170,000 people over the past, I would say, 4 or 5 years in subjects like cybersecurity, cloud, and AI, programming, and what have you. These skills are extremely necessary to kind of accelerate the growth. And we've seen that reflect into the number of people that work in our sector. We grew from 150,000 people working in the ICT sector to more than 380,000 today. And we're very proud, even with the diversity within the sector. We started around 7% of women empowerment within the sector. We're up to 35% in Saudi, which is sort of best in class, really. And within all of that, we're also bringing the ability to teach software development using AI with no coding background to students in elementary grades and what have you, just to get them excited and be able to really be at ease in adopting AI. And I guess even from a regulator and government perspective, having the right sandboxes to allow innovators and startups to really operate protected from unknown regulations or laws that might affect their business, because we're dealing really with a very, very new subject globally.
Yeah. The question of regulation, of course, is one that's being discussed all around the world. And in my own country, very different views on how to approach the regulation of AI, the balance with innovation versus safeguards. I'm curious to hear, the kingdom has such an opportunity to chart a course on how it wants to regulate AI. What's your perspective on the different ways to approach that regulation, and what are you seeing working so far?
So our approach to this, we really think that history is a great predictor of the future, right? So if we do draw parallels from previous industries, so for example, the aviation industry, they started with frameworks and guidelines that, as the industry picked up in the 40s and the 50s, then treaties and regulation came, whether it's for safety or to facilitate travel or what have you. The same with digital. At the start of the digital or digitization revolution globally, with the internet era and what have you, it was very important to have guidelines around cybersecurity and cloud, And now these have moved from guidelines into cybersecurity controls, laws, data laws, and what have you. So at the beginning, each industry, our view is it should have a consensus around guidelines and principles. Then we move into regulation. In Saudi, we do have data or regulation that regulates data and obviously cybersecurity. And we believe this is enough for now. And we have focused over the past couple of years around guidelines on AI ethics, deepfakes, misinformation, and what have you. And we really believe that this needs a multilateral approach. So we're very active on forums such as the ITU and the AI for Good and what have you to really drive consensus globally. We did that in the G20 back in 2020 before AI was a thing to really get a consensus around AI for humanity, for the good of humanity. And we hope to carry that works in many other forums and potentially in a few years when this beast, that's AI, is formally shaped and we know where it's heading and the use cases for it, then maybe we could have obligations through regulations and what have you.
I love the way you said before AI was a thing. That's how you always know someone who's been in the field really for a long time because there's a lot of excitement, but you have been going back to an illustrious career in engineering and in the private sector, have been building the framework for this for quite some time. How are you addressing the challenges of building an AI ecosystem? I mean, we've spoken about some of them, but access to data, quality data, access to compute and energy, algorithmic bias, something that the Kingdom has done a great job thinking about and speaking about. How is the Kingdom taking steps to address some of those issues?
Sure. The ITU has been amazing in trying to tackle the digital divide. The divide in connectivity, the divide in skills, talent, etc. AI is going to bring, we think, a whole set of divides that didn't exist before. Like you mentioned, a compute and power divide, an algorithmic divide, and a data divide. We see these are the three most critical probably as we head into the future. On the compute and power divide, AI is going to need around 63 gigawatts by 2030. That's more than the electricity produced in India. And that's going to be a challenge. There's a handful of countries that can really do training for frontier models. It costs around $100 million to train a frontier model. These are all challenges that threaten the division globally and not having equal access. Saudi has been blessed by having an amazing energy mix, a very stable energy mix, and affordable energy mix. So we're glad that some of the investments we've done in that sector are now paying off in another sector. So I think we're very well positioned to be very resourceful for our region, even for the globe when it comes to power and compute. Recently, we had a partnership between Aramco Digital and a company called Grok, which produces inferencing chips. And they've launched their global AI inferencing center in Dammam. And within the first day, there were 1 billion tokens generated through that center. 70% of Grok's global traffic goes there. And part of the reason why is that they produce the lowest token per dollar cost globally. I think it's maybe 30 to 35% less than anywhere in the world. So I think that's an advantage that Saudi has and would like to offer globally. The second one is a little bit more tricky with algorithm divides. As you know, algorithms are trained on a certain type of data, but not all data are equal. You being a doctor, as a medical doctor in background, you would understand that genetics play a big role in medicine, and it differs from one region to another, one country to another. So it's very important that countries have sovereign LLMs that are trained on the country data that by engineers and scientists from that data, from that country. We're proud of Alam. It's a Saudi LLM that has significant training on Arabic data, something we can offer to the Arabic world. It ranks #1 in Arabic LLMs as part of many global rankings. But also, there's a lot of excitement for the startup community to kind of create variations of these large language models. And it's going to be very critical for nations going forward. Last but not least is the data divide. As you probably know, most of the data globally is proprietary, and that's a big challenge. 70% of the IP in the R&D in AI comes from only 10 countries. So the way we tackle this is through upskilling and reskilling and making sure we have the right infrastructure to host the data locally, encourage entities and companies to localize their data and make it available to other Saudi entities. But these three type of divides, nations are going to have to struggle with them going forward. And the more we're tackling it up front, the easier our life is going to be the next few years, and we don't have to deal with 2.6 billion people unconnected like we did with the digital divide.
Well, thank you for that. It is wonderful to hear the vision and principles that are guiding a thoughtful approach to AI innovation. I should add my thanks to the UN and the ITU. My firm, law firm, has founded the AI Law and Justice Institute with the support of the United Nations to work from a legal perspective towards some of these same goals. But to see it at the state level is inspiring. I know you have many pressing matters today to get to, but I would be remiss before we end if I didn't end on a positive note and ask you, with all this infrastructure and investment, what are you most excited about with the AI future?
I'm very optimistic about AI. It excites me. I really see the upside more than the downside, like some people do. So the glass is way more than half full. But if we talk about specifically in Saudi Arabia, it's very easy to get excited about AI in Saudi with the, under the leadership of His Royal Highness, very ambitious, wants to do a lot with AI. He believes it can open up a lot when it comes to our economic diversification, increasing productivity, and thus contributing to our GDP. But specifically, I think two areas where I think why AI is very exciting in Saudi. First of all is the talent. The number of AI startups that we're seeing in Saudi is incredible. You can see it with the VC firms just doubling down their investments in AI in Saudi. And the ideas that people are working on, whether it's tackling genetic diseases, whether it's tackling diabetes, or increasing productivity and safety in the oil wells, or improving decision making. So, a lot is being done by the startup ecosystem and entrepreneurship. Also, a lot is being done in the R&D community in the universities to tackle some of the issues we have in Saudi Arabia. Water scarcity, climate, greenery are all challenges we face on a daily basis in Saudi, and we really believe that AI can really revolutionize the way we think about these problems. Energy sector, as we move from carbon-based energy to renewable and hydrogen, and a great combination of solar and wind, AI is going to be very critical to balance these loads and really help us do it very, very, very efficiently. The second thing is the giga projects that we have in Saudi Arabia. You have NEOM, which is a futuristic city that redefines urban living, and it's all based on automation and AI. So a lot of opportunity there. It's going to be, I think, one of the greatest test beds globally on how AI can improve human life. Giddi is another giga project where it's promising to be the entertainment city or capital of the world, where we combine esports with traditional entertainment, with amusement parks and media. So you can just imagine what AI can do there, with visualization, with the arts, with media, etc. Last but not least is the Red Sea project, where today AI is helping us being sustainable there and really preserving the ecosystem of the Red Sea and on all the treasures that are above and below the water there. So in a nutshell, it's exciting times if you're an AI geek like me to be in Saudi Arabia.
Well, I share your enthusiasm as a fellow AI geek, and I feel fortunate, and on behalf of all of us, to have just a little bit of your time to hear the clarity of the kingdom's vision, and the execution on that vision is very exciting, and I think helps us chart a really exciting course. So thank you for sharing some of your thoughts with us and being with us today.
Well, thank you for listening, and thank you for taking the time today and being a great friend of the kingdom. It's always a pleasure seeing you, Dan.
Nice to see you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was incredible, Your Excellency and Danny. Some extraordinary thoughts here on the center stage. And later on, we're going to hear from Geoffrey Hinton, a pioneer in deep learning. And after lunch, we have a thoroughly enjoyable track on living longer and making the most of the time. But you will want to stay just a few more minutes to see our next speaker, because we have the founder of AI for Good talking on stage, taking this from the tiny acorn that it was to the giant oak tree of today. And that's going to be happening once we've cleared the stage. We've also got a live performance from K-pop sensation Blue Ocean, and that's a pop band comprised of deaf and hearing impaired artists who are using AI in a creative way. I love this. And you cannot miss the AI art outside. And we've also, of course, got the AI Film Festival continuing tonight. Right, well, now we're ready. And so I think it's lovely to invite up on stage the man of the moment and, in fact, of the summit. Please join me in a lovely pre-lunch round of applause for the inimitable, amazing, inspirational Fred Werner. We're going to do a selfie because we are really sad like this, and we've done this for a few years.
We have to do it.
Instead of just doing this, audience, we'd like you to be in it as well. So if you don't mind putting your hands in the air, and we'll just take a very quick selfie with our fabulous crowd. There we go. Thank you so much, everybody. One of those pictures might even be in focus, which is really good going for me. So, wow, it's lovely to have you on stage.
Thanks so much. What an introduction. And I can't believe it's been a year since we stood up on stage across the road down at CICG. This is incredible.
It's crazy. The venue has got absolutely huge. The audience have got even more attractive and stylish. It's all the way up, isn't it?
And look at all the people today. I mean, this is just simply amazing. I mean, last night we got close to 17,000 registrations. So I think we're onto something.
Yeah, this is absolutely crazy. And all of you are part of this. And you've helped us grow. You've believed in all the things that we're trying to do. And we thank you so much for inspiring us to keep inspiring you.
All right. So let's begin.
Yes, I will leave you to it.
All right.
Enjoy, everybody.
Thanks,
the amazing Fred.
Okay. Welcome. Look at all the people here today. Now, before I begin, I'd like to have a quick show of hands. Who was here at the original summit in 2017? All right. So you guys were truly innovators and pioneers and ahead of your time. So let's just give them a little round of applause. Also, if some of you here were at the summit last year, you might remember that down at the CICG, we had record-breaking numbers. I mean, we literally had a line forming around the block, and that venue had never, ever seen there before. We even had to put a jumbo screen outside. We had to hand out water bottles. And as exciting as that was definitely not something to be repeated. So that's why we moved to Palexpo here today. And once again, we're setting new records. Like I said, last night, 17,000 registrations. I think that'll translate to about 10,000 people in the venue. From 170 countries, 20,000 square meters of exhibit areas with flying cars, autonomous robots, AI art, quantum computers. It's all there. And also, let's not forget thousands of people watching us right now online. And maybe I'll just give them a little wave if they can see us. So I'm not sharing these numbers just for the sake of sharing big numbers. But I think it is a testament to the tremendous interest in AI and how it's impacting our lives. And despite its rapid growth, we've always stayed consistent and true to our original message. And simply put, the goal of AI for Good is to help solve the world's most pressing challenges using AI. We've never changed that goal, and it's still the goal here and today. Now, how can we do this? Well, first of all, we can't do this alone. So we have 53 UN partners as partners of AI for Good. So that's virtually the entire UN system contributing to the summit and everything we do all year long. And even the experts themselves would say that AI is too important to leave to the experts themselves. So great efforts have been made to bring as many diverse voices as possible to AI for Good, from industry to academia, to member states, to civil society, NGOs, governments, media, artists, athletes, youth. And yes, we even have an AI-powered hologram of the CEO of HP in Hall 4. So if you want, you can go up to him, ask him for a job, pitch your idea, and you'll have zero chance of rejection. So most people know AI for Good as a yearly summit here in Geneva. But one of our catchphrases is that we're more than a summit. In fact, we host about 150 online events every year. That's an online event almost every other working day. And that takes place on our neural network, which is an AI-powered smart matching community platform. And I just heard last night that we reached 50,000 members from 190 countries, which is pretty amazing. And our work continues all year, online, in person, around the world, around 4 key areas of action. So number 1, it's the multi-stakeholder dialogue. That's basically you here in this room. We do AI capacity building. We build standards, and we build partnerships around AI governance. But what's been most inspiring for me since 2017 is seeing that all those ideas that were discussed at that, groundbreaking summit, which seemed like science fiction at the time, basically materialized before our eyes. So we have real solutions here today in healthcare, disaster management, education, food security, fighting misinformation, and changing lives for the better. And I like to think we've moved from the fear and promise of AI to the advent of generative AI, to the rise of autonomous AI agents, which is very much top of mind this year, and also the physical manifestation of AI in the form of robotics, autonomous driving, and brain-computer interfaces. Now take Rodrigo for an example, a quadriplegic who used brain-computer interface technologies to drive a Formula One car with just the power of his mind. And he'll be sharing our story on Friday when we explore the standardization requirements of brain-computer interfaces. So truly inspiring. Another great story, there's a Korean K-pop band called Deep Ocean, whose hearing-impaired band members are using AI voice conversion technology to help them sing, and visual aids and wearables to help them stay on beat so they can dance on stage. And dance they will. They're going to be on the stage tonight after the Impact Awards, and I guarantee it's something not to miss. I mean, can you imagine going to a record label 10 years ago and saying, I want a record deal, but by the way, I can't hear, little detail. That's crazy, right? But this is an amazing story of how AI is breaking down barriers for good. Now let's look at our capacity building efforts. They've also produced some very inspiring results. So we have our Innovation Factory. That's a year-long AI startup pitching competition. And basically any startup that's using AI to solve global challenges in a positive way pitches. We have a Dragon's Den or a Shark Tank type setup. We had some yesterday. We're going to have more today. And one example of that is a solution. It's basically an AI-powered walking stick for the blind that's surely going to be a top contender for one of the Impact Awards tonight. We have our AI and machine learning challenges, where thousands of developers around the world are developing solutions using machine learning to detect deforestation, detect landslides, or, for example, reduce the energy consumption of 5G base stations in an entire city. And when the Global Digital Compact in New York and the UN last fall made its call, we responded with lightning speed by launching the AI Skills Coalition, bringing together 50 partners from around the world to democratize access to AI skills globally. And if you were here yesterday, you may have seen that will.i.am was on stage, and he was nominated as our AI for Good Skills Coalition Goodwill Ambassador. Now, one of the most inspiring days of my career was last year when I was in New Delhi in India, and we launched the Global Robotics for Good Youth Competition, working with hundreds of kids competing to design robots for disaster response. And today, if you go to Hall 4, we have teams from 22 countries, many of them from the Global South, and they're here to compete in the grand finale of a robotics competition. Now, why is this important? So these kids are the future, and by empowering them to work on global challenges using AI and robotics, we're basically helping to shape the next generation of future innovators, developers, policymakers, and standards makers, and some of whom might be standing on this very stage in just a few years from now. And in the same spirit of inclusion and collaboration, we're going to be hosting the AI for Good Impact Africa on October 31st in Johannesburg. And that's going to be hosted on the sidelines of AI Africa Expo, as well as the G20. Now, why is this important? Because not everyone can come to Geneva. I mean, we do have people online as well. But if we build AI on narrow data sets, we're going to end up with narrow solutions that just don't work everywhere. That's just not going to be fit for purpose. So by sharing local knowledge, local languages, local expertise, local data sets, we can build local solutions that are fit for local problems. And that's exactly the spirit behind AI for Good Impact Africa. And of course, none of this works without standards. The devil is in the details if you're going to make all these things work, and standards have details. So on Friday, we have a whole day dedicated to standards called the International Standards Exchange, hosted with ITU, ISO, and IEC, our partners under the World Standards Collaboration, and also bringing in collaboration from many other regional and national SDOs. And last but not least, tomorrow's AI Governance Day is going to bring together over 100 ministers and regulators, as well as the President of Estonia, so that's the first for AI for Good, and a message from His Holiness Pope Leo XIV. So I think it's fair to say that AI for Good is indeed more than a summit. It's a movement, it's a global community, and it would be nothing without you, the participants. So I thank all of you from the bottom of my heart, those who have been since the beginning for 2017, the new faces we've seen here today, for your continued support and participation. So I encourage all of you to get involved. Share your knowledge, build skills, compete in our competitions, our challenges, help us to build standards for global good. The future of AI is in your hands, and with that, I thank you.
Oh, that was incredible. You know it was good. You know it was good.
Well, with such an introduction, how can you go wrong?
It was brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, Fred
LJ.
Werner, thank
Bye,
you
everyone.
so much. Find him and speak to him. He is the person, if you want to be standing on this stage, perhaps you might like to have a chat with him. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen and everybody, you'll be very happy to know that now it is in fact lunchtime. So as you pack up, please remember to leave the interpretation, try saying that word 3 times quickly. Please leave your interpretation headphones on your seat if they are there. They are of no use to you anymore, and we thank you for leaving them behind. Enjoy your lunch break. We'll be back here for just before 2 p.m. to start our afternoon's programming, including superhuman stuff. So we'll see you then. Thanks very much for having me. Back at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly ask you to leave the room, please? We need the room empty from every delegate. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please welcome back to the stage your host, LJ Rich.
Hello there, good afternoon everybody, welcome back. Are we all suitably refreshed after our lunch break? Yes, you're allowed to say yes, it's okay, you can interact. Interacting is kind of quite fun for me when I'm on stage. It doesn't feel so lonely because then I hear all of you as well. It's lovely and bright up here, and we're really glad that you've joined us for an absolutely outstanding second half of programming here on the centre stage at Pel Expo. And we are going into superhumans. We have a trio of speakers lined up for you. It's such a special treat. We're going to talk about how we can evolve as humans with AI, how we can have a better quality of life as we age. And it's a track that we introduced last year just to see how technology can augment human performance. Superhuman is not about replacing humans, unless you're Bender the robot from Futurama. But instead, what we're doing is talking about helping. And we want to see a little bit more about what we can do. We had a press conference just recently that was very, very successful. People there got a snapshot of these incredible people on stage. But my goodness, here, on centre stage here at Pel Expo, you're going to get the full story, starting first with the professor of genetics at Harvard Medical School. Yes, that Harvard. Everybody, please give a lovely after-lunch round of applause for David Sinclair.
Thank you, AJ. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for coming to this session. It promises to be very interesting, and we have my good friend Alex coming up later. We're going to have a chat. What I want to talk to you today about is a new concept. It's relatively new. It may be new to many of you. We've been working on this for 30 years, and only recently it's become mainstream, and not everyone's heard of it. And so what I'm going to talk to you today about is using AI and regular drug development to tackle what I believe, and now many doctors believe, is the major cause of illness on the planet. And of course, I'm talking about the aging process. And if you've not really worried about aging, maybe you're too young, maybe you're in denial, but what we now know is that aging, there's a universal process that drives it, everything from a simple yeast organism, microorganism, to a mouse, monkey, human, liver cell, brain cell, skin cell. This process is universal. And I'm going to tell you about what I believe to be this process and some evidence for that. And a very exciting discovery over the last few years in my lab and in some of my colleagues' lab about resetting the age of organs, and in animals, at least so far, resetting the age of the body. So why would we want to do that? Why is this a big deal? Well, consider that Alzheimer's disease, diabetes, cancer, these are not just diseases that you treat, they're actually symptoms of this process that we now believe we understand called aging. And what we're finding now in my field of longevity is that when you reverse the age of an animal that has a disease, whether it's Alzheimer's or motor neuron disease, or even cancer and frailty, the body heals itself and can cure illnesses that it has never been able to cure before, not even with modern medicines. Think about that. We stand on the precipice of having medicines, some of which Alex Zakharonov will tell you about today, and I'll tell you about some of our drugs that we're working on, that is planned to reverse the age of the body, to get us back to at least our organs to being very young again and healing themselves. There is a reason why we don't have diabetes when we're 5 or 10 or 15 years old. Why don't we have Alzheimer's in our 20s and 30s typically? The reason is because our bodies can deal with the problems. But as we get older, we don't fight against these problems, and we just cannot heal the way we used to. And now that we're able to, in many ways, reverse aspects of aging in these animal models, and hopefully very soon, we're going to have some medicines on the market, and you can see some of the human studies coming out very soon. Alex has done some, we're doing some, we're already seeing promising results. When this happens, we will be able to treat diseases in a new way. It's a revolution in medicine that we haven't seen since the invention of antibiotics, in my opinion. All right, let's go to the first slide. So if there's only one thing that you remember today, if nothing else, it's that aging is a medical condition and that it is increasingly preventable and even treatable. So instead of thinking of diseases and aging as separate things, which is the way medicine has been practiced for the last few hundred years, increasingly in science and in medicine, we think of aging as the root cause of most disease, disability, and death on the planet. And that we've only been treating the symptoms of aging, which we call diseases, without tackling the root cause of the problem. So what I want to tell you about today, what if aging is a disease? We can call it a disease. It's only a definition. I want you to think about what is the definition of a disease. I'll give you one definition that's on the shelf in my office at Harvard. A disease is a decline in function leading to disability, illness, or death. Sounds like aging, doesn't it? But why don't we include aging in that definition of disease? The reason, according to the Merck Manual of Geriatrics that is on my shelf, is that for it to be a disease, it has to happen to fewer than 50% of us. If it happens to the majority of us, we call it aging. And that puts it, unfortunately, into a bucket that we've neglected for hundreds of years. We've said, oh, aging is natural, something we have to accept. It's disease we need to focus on. But that time is over. We are now working on aging at Harvard, in Alex's labs and labs around the world. And it's one of the hottest areas for investment besides AI. And the unification of AI and longevity research is extremely exciting. It's leading to the ability, in the case of my lab and Alex's company, to find drugs that can slow and even reverse aspects of aging in animals and in humans, work that would have normally taken us hundreds of years, we can do in a matter of months. So what we've learned over the last 30 years of research, since I was in my 20s, and now I'm 56, is that a major cause of aging is not just wearing out. We're not just pieces of meat that break down. That's the old view of aging. What we think now is that our bodies, when it comes to aging, are more like computers. We have information that we get from our parents and during development in the womb, and that information gets lost over time. And that's a major, if not the major cause of aging and disease on the planet, in ourselves, in our pets, in our animals, and even in plants. It's a remarkable hypothesis, if true, this information theory of aging. And when we came up with it in my lab, it was not because it was a dream. We were just making up the theory based on the evidence that we were seeing time and time again. The evidence is screaming at us that our bodies age because of a software problem, not a hardware problem. So what do I mean by that? Well, first of all, let me start with what the evidence, some of the evidence that we are computers more than pieces of meat. There is a study of hundreds of twins, identical twins, two of which I show here. And in this Danish study, they showed that these identical twins, they age at different rates, even if they have the same DNA, the same genetic code, but they age differently. Why? Well, because they're in different parts of the womb, and then when they are in the world, they're eating differently, smoking differently, and behaving differently in ways that affects the rate of aging. And later, we promise you, we're going to talk about ways to slow down the rate of aging. and stay alive and healthy until these medicines become available for all of us. But I think you can see that these people are different looking, right? For me, the one on the right is younger looking, and it turns out how young you look is a pretty good predictor of how old you are inside, notwithstanding Botox and other things. That doesn't count. You cannot get plastic surgery and hope to get younger. So what do I mean about information? Well, the main one that you might be thinking of, information in the body, is the genetic code, the genome, which is represented here by that blue double helix on the screen. But there's another part of information in the body that's just as important, and without it, we would never have become a baby in the first place. And it's called the epigenome, and this epigenome controls the genome. It is the structures that wrap the DNA up into bundles, tight bundles, to turn genes off, or opens up the DNA and makes a loop to make a gene turn on. And we have roughly 20 or so thousand genes in every cell, and that pattern of bundles and loops determines whether a cell becomes a liver cell or a brain cell or a skin cell. And what we're finding over time is that this pattern of bundles and loops across those 20,000 genes changes in predictable ways that can lead to disease and aging. Oh, I want to point out one thing on this slide, is that we can map those changes in many different ways. We can look at which genes are on and off. It's called transcriptomics, and we can feed that into AI and develop clocks that tell us how old a mouse really is, not based on months, but based on biology. And we can do that for humans. We can take a cheek swab or a blood test and look at, using AI, to look either at the genes that are turned on and off, or at chemicals that are added and subtracted on the DNA itself, which on this image is represented by the yellow little tag, which are called methyls. So if anyone has talked about with you a DNA methylation test, they're talking about these little tags across at the genome, millions of them, that predictably change with aging. And if you smoke, if you're obese, if you don't exercise, if you do all the wrong things, the change of those chemicals will happen quicker than if you live healthy. And we can actually use these tags to estimate your biological age. So it's a new term. We've had chronological age, which is how often we've gone around the sun. But what's more important for your future health, and in fact how long you're going to live, is your biological age. And as I said, you can measure these chemicals. And this is called a Horvath clock, named after our good friend and colleague, Stephen Horvath, who discovered in 2013 that these chemical tags on the DNA represent age and health. And there are many of these. There are even kits you can now have. You can have kits to measure your biological age and see how well you're doing and when you might die. The good news is you can change that, and we can talk about how we do that in a minute. But what we know is that if you have an older biological age, you will likely develop diseases earlier and die younger. So how do we test this? One experiment that took us 13 years, we published it in 2023 in the journal Cell, was to mess with the epigenome, to scratch the CD. At Harvard, I have to explain to the students what a CD is. And if you don't know, these were really great information storage devices in the 1990s. You could fit about 20 songs on them. They were awesome. But the problem with them was they got scratched, and you couldn't read the music anymore. And I think that's a good analogy for aging. Or if you don't know what a CD is, think of a corruption in the software as a computer or a phone gets older. Now, what we've been looking for is what happens to a mouse if you scratch the CD, if you mess up those bundles and loops. And we were able to do that in technical ways I won't get into, it's not important, but we messed up the epigenome. We made those chemical tags change. And if we're wrong, the mouse should be fine. It might just read older, but it won't get older, right? The clock could just be a clock. But if the information theory of aging is correct, if the clock advances, aging will also advance. And we got that result. When we advanced the clock, the biological clock, the mouse literally got older and got diseases and died younger, as you can see in this example of two mice that were born at the same time, on the same day, from the same mother, but one has had its aging accelerated. And what we like to say in my lab is if you can give something, you can take it away. So now I'm going to tell you briefly about how we reverse that process using what we had dreamed of and hoped that would be there is a backup copy of the software. We hoped that there was going to be a way to reinstall the software in this animal so that it could be young again and fight disease and heal. So how would we do that? Well, it took us about now going on 10 years to achieve that. And now, in retrospect, it sounds very easy, and in fact it is now that we know how to do it. But at the time, it was very difficult. Why? Because if you reverse the age of a mouse too much, it will die. In fact, in the field, people were trying to do this and publishing amazing papers, but the subtext was, oh, unfortunately, the mouse died after 2 days. So that's not going to be a therapy anytime soon. So we needed to figure out how do you reverse aging back to a point where it doesn't cause cancer, doesn't kill the animal, but makes them 50 or 75% younger and stop. Don't go anymore. You don't want to become a 5-year-old anymore or a 0. 0 is bad. So what we did was we took a leaf out of the book of a very famous scientist. Some of you may have heard of him, Professor Shinya Yamanaka, who won the Nobel Prize for discovering a set of genes that can turn an adult skin cell, or really any adult cell, into a stem cell to make what we call an induced pluripotent stem cell, and that was definitely worthy of a Nobel Prize. Many of us use this technology now to grow stem cells. We don't need embryos anymore. We can take your skin and turn it into stem cells and then make little brains in the lab and skin in the lab. This is what we do. But that's not going to work for aging, as I mentioned. We needed to find a different way. And what we discovered and published in 2020 was that if we use some of Yamanaka's genes, not all of them, but some of them, they turn out to be very safe. And there are 3 particular magical genes, when put together, that take aging back about 75% and then stop. In human cells and in mouse cells, in liver cells, in brain cells. It was a remarkable discovery by my student, Wancheng Lu, who's now at MIT and doing very well on his own. So these 3 genes are called OCT4, SOX2, KLA4. You don't need to remember that, but if I say OSK, I'm referring to these genes. What do? They're called transcription factors, and they turn on other genes and set in motion a program that now we know reverses aging. Are they designed to reverse aging? Maybe. Maybe we think they're involved in the regeneration of a limb when you cut it off, a salamander, or a tail from a fish. But they're also very important for making a baby out of an egg. And we're now using that beautiful process to regenerate tissue. So how do we introduce these 3 genes and turn them on in a tissue? Well, we use a virus. That's one way. Standard domesticated virus called an AAV, as shown here. And we chose to tackle blindness. Actually, when I say we, I mean Wancheng Lu decided. I protested. I thought curing blindness was about the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Because why don't we choose something simple, like making the liver healthy? That would be easy. But no, he wanted to cure blindness. And so I let him do that. I've learned over the years, if my student really wants to do something, I'm not going to prevent them because they're often smarter than I am. And in this case, I'm glad I did, because he showed for the first time, as I will show you in this figure, which was published in Nature in 2020, he was right. We could reverse the age of an optic nerve. In the lower panel is the reversal of aging. These nerves, which are glowing orange, are much younger, and they heal in ways that had never been seen before. And he sent me these pictures by text in 2017, and he said, David, do you see what I see? And I said, I think so. Well, and he said, well, what do you see? And I wrote back, after thinking for a few seconds, I think I see the future. And it's turned out to be right, that many labs are now using this method to regenerate tissue, to regrow tissues, and to make animals live longer, and even monkeys see better and cure blindness. And humans are next. In January, we hope, will be the first patient to be treated with this gene therapy to reverse aging in the eye. So what we're looking at on the screen up here behind me is the optic nerve which has been damaged in a mouse, It doesn't grow. In fact, a lot of the nerves are dead because you don't see them. But what we're also seeing is the reprogrammed ones that are young are growing back. This is the equivalent of growing a spinal cord if you've damaged it. Optic nerves don't grow back in old mice or even middle-aged mice, only in very baby or very young mice. And so that was damage, but what about other things? What about diseases, okay? So we tested glaucoma, which many of you know about. It's one of the world's leading causes of blindness. And you can induce glaucoma in mice, and we cured that with the help of Professor Bruce Cassander at Harvard. But then I said to Professor Cassander, Bruce, let's see if we can cure blindness in old mice. And he looked at me strangely because he's still thinking, why would we want to cure blindness in old mice? And I said, let's just try it. And this was the result. He sent me these videos. This is a mouse. Ignore the poop. The poop is irrelevant. The mouse is just a little bit scared. But this is a blind mouse that's old, cannot see. We know because it's not moving its head. A normal mouse that can see will move its head in response to those lines. But this mouse cannot see. But a mouse that's the same age, treated with this technology, just for 6 weeks, regained its vision. And this was the first time we could show that even loss of vision during old age is reversible. And hopefully you can see that mouse is now turning its head. And we've now done this many times for many different diseases. We've published that multiple sclerosis is treatable in animals. What else? We've done Alzheimer's, we've reversed aging in the brain, and mice can learn again and remember things again, and even memories come back. And we've treated motor neuron diseases and healed the kidney and muscle, and other labs have even put this same set of genes into old mice, and they've lived longer. Okay, so that's great, but now imagine this works, okay? So now we can cure glaucoma, cure macular degeneration, which is also looking promising. But what about other diseases? Can we do other diseases? Well, we're working on whole body rejuvenation now at a company called Life Biosciences, which was started out of my lab in 2018. And they're going to be the group that does the first clinical trial in January. They're based in Massachusetts, which is near my lab. And the team is amazing. And they're also going to be treating a disease called, or a condition called NION, which is like a stroke in your eye. You wake up blind, and there's nothing you can do about it. Doctors tell you, I'm sorry about that. But we hope to be able to tell patients, we'll get your vision back. It'll take a few days, but you'll see again. Why am I hopeful? Well, mouse eyes are pretty different than a human eye. There are membranes that are different. You know, I can understand skepticism about the mouse. But now, we've shown that it also works in primates. You can restore visual function in a close cousin of ours. And that's why I think we have a greater than 80% chance of curing blindness in people next year. And this is the timeline of Life Biosciences, just to show you. The drug is going to be called ER100, and it's going into these 2 diseases soon. But some of you might be thinking, well, David, that's very expensive. These gene therapies cannot be used for everybody. It's, again, you know, the elite get the medicine, rich countries, rich people. I agree. We do not want only rich countries to have this technology. So we've been working since 2020 on reducing the cost of these medicines from a few $100,000 to a few thousand, and maybe one day a few $100, maybe a few dollars eventually. How? By making a pill that does the same thing. So in 2023, we've published in a peer-reviewed journal. In 2023, we showed that chemically we could reverse aging in human cells. Okay, that was the first time anybody had shown that. But a human cell is not a human. Okay, so we're working towards a couple of goals. And this is where AI comes in. We don't want to have a cocktail of chemicals. In 2023, the cocktail had 6 molecules. That's too much for medicine. We need to come down to 2 or hopefully 1 chemical we can use as a pill. But also, we need it to be very safe, we need to be very effective, and hopefully very cheap. So this is where AI comes in. So I asked AI, one of the chat bots, if we do what we've just done by hand, how long would it take us? Remember, we're trying to get from those 6 molecules down to 1 chemical that does all of those things. It told us that just the reagents alone would be over $1 billion. The total cost would be 27 billion, and it would take us at least 160 years. I said, if we didn't have robots, how long would it take? It said 6,000 years. All right, so now with AI, this is literally how long it took us to find these molecules. It was $5,000, mostly electricity and I guess some salaries, 50,000 total, and then it took us less than 6 months to get to this point. So just to wrap up, I want to tell you about how amazing AI is for this field. This is some examples of the kind of molecules that we're now testing. In mice, we have positive results of rejuvenating old mice. They are healthier, they're fitter, they can see better, their skin is better. And we hope to test our first patients with chemicals next year. We've developed our own system of filtering so that we don't have to put them into animals or humans to find out that they're toxic. You can now do this the way Alex will tell you. We filter these before they ever hit an animal. And we're going through the various organs as a lab. These are my wonderful lab members who are ticking off the various tissues and organs and showing, so far in every case, that we can treat and in many cases cure an incurable disease, at least in animals. And so this might be the future of medicine, a very simple pill that you can take that resets your age. You take it, and every 10 years, your doctor gives you a new pill to take for a couple of months. That's what we're aiming for. I can't promise we're going to get there in the next few years, but I can tell you that I can see how this future is going to happen very likely within our generation, and certainly within our children's generations. And so time's up. I'm going to finish here. I hope that I've inspired you and made you think a little bit about the potential arc of your life, that it may be longer than you thought, and that we need to stay alive until these technologies get here. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish we had time to chat, but sadly we're going to have to move on to our next guest. But David Sinclair, everybody. Amazing. And if you weren't inspired enough, then have I got news for you. Yes, you're here. You don't need the whole seat, you just need the edge. Yes, let's go on to our next one. We're going to welcome another longevity expert with an incredible set of skills and more patents than I've had cups of coffee this morning to hear about his amazing work in drug discovery and beyond. It's a real pleasure to invite to the stage the founder and CEO of In Silico Medicine, Alex Zhavoronkov. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody. It's a great privilege for me to speak to you today. Thank you. It's going to be very difficult to follow David because he is the king of aging, or aging research, so to speak. And nobody presents better than David, and does a really valuable job and work for all of you to stay younger, hopefully. So whatever you're going to hear now is going to be downhill. But we are at the AI for Good conference, and what I've noticed is that at this conference, there are very few healthcare sessions, and I think that it's very important to emphasize that AI for health and AI for life, AI for longevity, is likely the most important cause you can focus on. You know why? Because we can talk about AI killing us at some point in time all we want, or harming us. But one thing that will kill you 100% of the time, and 100% certainty, is aging and age-related diseases. So in the long term, you're all dead. Actually, some of you maybe in the short term. So if you think, if you are thinking about kind of 20, 50-year horizons, you might want to refocus your priorities and think about how do we go after aging. I represent the commercial company, so don't buy, sell, or take any drugs based on what I say today. And since we're at the AI for Good conference, do you think there is a consensus for what it is to be good? And I have given that a lot of thought in the past. And I wrote several articles. I used to be a contributor for Forbes.com for 5 years. So you can go back and see some of those musings. So imagine that this life is a video game. So what are the winning rules? Like if somebody is up there and they're counting your goodness, what would they look at? Would they look at your net worth, at your money, at those points that we're accumulating? Would they look at how happy you are? How much happiness did you bring to other people? Would they look at your relationships, connections? I think that they would look at your impact on science and technology and human development, and also on the number of quality-adjusted life years that you've created for the others, maybe for yourself. So it's also a very egoistic thing to do, going after aging. But 68 million people, ballpark, die each year. Most of them die due to aging. That is more than in any war ever fought in this world. And we see a lot of protests about smaller wars. I'm not saying they're not important, but the biggest war we're all fighting is the war on aging. Because again, it's going to take everything away from you. And nature doesn't want you to stay healthy for a very long time. It wants you to reproduce, come into this world, compete, and take care of your young, and then decline and die. It's all at once. So for us, if we discover a drug that extends your life, everybody's life on the planet just for 1 year, you're going to create 8.2 billion years. Life years. That is more than 100 million lifespans. Think about that. And there is a really important measure that we all use in healthcare called quality-adjusted life years. It's basically kind of the year at your peak life, at your peak performance. And then once you go down, the quality of life goes down as well. So I think that extending productive longevity, extending the qualities for everybody on the planet is probably the most altruistic and most impactful thing to do. And I think I want to encourage all of you to think about that deeper and join us on the longevity quest, especially if you're a good AI scientist and you are selecting whether to go into advertising and sales to sell people something they don't need, or to try to go into something that makes people live longer. I myself made a longevity pledge, so I'm not married. I don't have a family, have, of course, a great partner now, also very dedicated to longevity, and I donate most of what I make right now to longevity causes, and I donate quite a bit to a conference called Aging Research and Drug Discovery in Copenhagen, happening at the end of August, 5-day event. Highly recommend going there. So David presents there almost every year, and he is a keynote speaker there. So I think that there is nothing more important than aging research, and I don't care whether you're from another planet, what color you are, what gender you are. If you are really productive, and if you are very focused on aging research, you can call me, and maybe you can join the company. So to maximize quality, we started in Silica in 2014 at the NVIDIA GTC conference. I actually presented in 2014. Showing that, can NVIDIA solve aging? At that time, people didn't understand what we were doing. And then we had to create a company that is very carefully crafted to be within the norms of traditional drug discovery and development. So whatever we do, we are focusing, we're acting as a traditional biotechnology company that is powered by artificial intelligence. But the hidden goal is to understand the aging processes, understand life itself, and identify ways to intervene. We span the entire globe. We don't take any sides. We do AI in Montreal and in Abu Dhabi. Welcome all of you to come to Abu Dhabi, beautiful place. Also favorable tax climate. Also, it's hard to ignore China. I realized that if you are doing AI-powered drug discovery and if you are not there, you are 1 year behind. So especially if you have your own boots on the ground. So it's very, very efficient place to synthesize and test your drugs very quickly. And the greatest challenge in AI-powered drug discovery that I've realized exists, and it's real, is the disconnect between AI and drug discovery. So currently, and I'm going to make a very bad, bold claim that many of you probably will criticize, think if we were to reach artificial superintelligence today, it will take it several years to discover a drug, because to discover and develop a drug, to put it on the market, because you still need to do a lot of testing. So it usually takes us months to develop a new model and put it on the market, so we sell software. But it will take us several years to be able to see if it works on humans or not. And I'll switch the slide here because I really want you to see the slides. I'm going to go very quickly. I have 70 slides and 12 more minutes to go. So kind of the rule of thumb, if you are looking at kind of AI-powered drug discovery, is that whatever you have a developmental candidate, and I'm going to explain to you what it is going to be, so it basically represents what you had in AI 18 months ago. If you have a drug in phase 1, human clinical trials, it probably represents something that you had 2.5 years ago. So it actually takes a long time to get an AI-powered drug discovery drug to clinical trials. And in order for me to be able, I'm an AI guy, in order for me to be able to actually move pretty quickly and with very high level of quality of the molecules, so that we can later sell them to pharmaceutical companies for a lot of money that we can reinvest in research, I partnered with Dr. Ren Feng, who is one of the best drug discovery drug hunters in the world. And together, we managed to create a software suite. I don't like to use the word AI. It's software because you can actually get it either via commercially available route, or we also open source quite a bit of software. And then we use the software to generate novel molecules for a broad spectrum of diseases, mostly going after age-related diseases and dual-purpose targets that are implicated in aging and disease at the same time. And we try to take them all the way as far as possible into human clinical trials to see if the generation conditions that were used to design the drug in the original kind of design phase are confirmed experimentally all the way to human clinical data. And now we have several cases where we have reached human clinical trials, actually 10, and one has completed phase 2A. I'm going to talk about that later. Also, whatever I say, we try to be maximally transparent, so we publish quite a bit of research papers and sometimes patents, and sometimes you publish a patent just to show priority, not to be able to sue somebody, because people forget to cite your papers nowadays. So if you Google Scholar Me, you'll see the publication record, and one of the reasons I don't drink at this conference is not because I don't like to drink, it's because I have to work at night. So look at some of the papers. And this is one very important slide. So if you are not familiar with drug discovery and development, this is how it looks like. So first you start with identification of protein targets. So basically trying to model the disease, understanding why disease is happening. So for Alzheimer's, for example, we still don't have good targets. So that time may take decades and cost you billions of dollars. And then once you identify a target, you take it either via chemical route or biologic route. So either you do a small molecule. So David actually talked a lot about how he managed to discover small molecules for reprogramming. That's like crazy feat. Really, really cool. Superb work. So follow Life Biosciences. We are also taking a small molecule approach, but you can also do antibodies and maybe fast forward a little bit because then you have to inject instead of taking it orally. But here you can see at the very bottom the amount of money you need to spend at every stage, and the second line is number of years. So it actually is a very time-intensive process. So if you are getting into this field, and if you really want to do an AI-powered, AI-generated drug yourself, prepare for 10 years with the company. So I'm with the company for 10 years now, for 11 years, and I'm planning to spend, hopefully another 11 years, maybe more. And one very important milestone where AI can really help you accelerate, right? So to go from 0 to 100 in seconds is the early stage drug discovery. So that's where you can design the bullet. Once you reach this point called the preclinical candidate or developmental candidate, that's it. You are moving with the speed of traffic. That's a very regulated area. Yes, you can cut some time and cost with AI-based submissions and regulatory reviews, but the actual time savings comes at the very beginning. Later, super regulated territory, moving with the speed of traffic. So what can a generative AI do for you today? I'm going to show you some case studies, because otherwise it's just blah, blah. Very important slide. So now we actually do have benchmarks. We know how long does it take you to go to this point called developmental candidate. Usually at that time, you identified the target, you generated the molecule, performed a huge number of experiments in cells, performed a huge number of experiments in mice and other animals. Yes, you have to do those. We try to do less of them with AI, but then you need to go into humans. You cannot do it without animals. So we also do 28-day non-GLP toxicity studies in 2 species before we nominate developmental candidate. So that is a very important milestone, as I've explained. So far, since 2020, we nominated more than 22 developmental candidates. So we're nominating a few in a few weeks, we hope to announce. 10 reached human clinical stage. It's a big milestone. 1 completed phase 2A. And the typical time for us to reach a developmental candidate now, depending on the complexity of the target, is about 13 months. Our longest time, and we published a big paper in Nature Biotechnology on that, was 18 months for a very novel target that doesn't have a lot of evidence that it working in disease. Our capacity was 9 drugs in 2022. By the way, the FDA usually approves about 50 drugs a year, so ballpark. And in my opinion, about 7 of them are innovative. Everything else is just, copy-paste or combine. So 9 preclinical candidates at the early stage, it's actually a very considerable number, even for a big pharmaceutical company. And this is kind of a visualization of that. So a traditional approach usually takes you about 2.5 to 4 years, depending on the complexity of the target. And we managed, my record was 9 months for a reasonably novel target. And the drug that is currently in phase 2A complete, took us 18 months. And now we are trying to improve this process, to accelerate it, the drug discovery process at the very beginning, and we are doing it with robotics. By the way, if anybody tells you a story that, oh, AI-powered robotics and robotics-powered AI, machine learnable data is going to transform drug discovery, no. Incremental advances, but those advances are very valuable. So here is actually a video of my lab. It's not animation, it's real footage. I wanted to make sure that it looks like a spaceship, and people feel that they work in the future. Please visit. It's in Suzhou in China, moving to Shanghai now. So here is a workflow. You take a tissue, cell, or organoid, throw it in a lab. The lab picks it up, grinds it, microplates it, does quality control, passes it to another room. I have a bunch of autonomous guided vehicles with micrometer precision. Part of the sample goes into the incubator, part into the imaging station. Depending on how much sample you've got, you can do several types of imaging, usually 3 or 4. And then you also do 3 types of what we call omics. So we do transcriptomics, methylation, and whole genome sequencing from the sample. And then all of this data comes into AI layer, and that's where magic happens. So AI automatically identifies protein targets of interest and creates an automated validation plan. So then it basically takes tool compounds from libraries, or it does CRISPR, or it does RNAi, looks at ways to validate its hypothesis. And if the hypothesis is correct, it gets rewarded. If it's not correct, it gets punished. And also, if we identify some promising targets, we pursue them later in a human lab. We're constantly improving this lab. So we're trying to constantly improve the capabilities. So now we're going to the next level of automation and getting this kind of automated companions. I saw a few funny ones here at the conference, but one of the reasons to do this in China is that you can actually do things very quickly and with very high quality. And right from the factory, you can get a platform for human-level automation, teach it how to pipette, how to do reagent changes. Many equipment types are not exactly designed for human for automation, so you need to have human fingers. So it's actually easier to do it with a platform like that rather than trying to over-optimize automate with robotic arms. So are there any good experimental case studies of novel drugs discovered using AI? So my first venture into experimental validation of my generative system, the one that we came up with in 2018 called generative tensorial reinforcement learning, way before ChatGPT announced their OpenAI did ChatGPT. So that paper made us famous. Together with Alana Spura-Gudzik. Out of that time, he was at Harvard, then he went to University of Toronto. We still collaborate, and we're very, very good friends. That paper went viral, so got very high altmetric score. If you know what it is, it's the measure of attention. And in that paper, we got a protein target from a partner who was testing us. Using generative tensorial reinforcement learning in 21 days, synthesized 6 molecules. 4 of them worked. 1 reached the mouse. And got pharmacokinetics into the mice, and we also got it in 46 days. So that was, in my opinion, that's one of the records. It was criticized by more traditional medicinal chemists, as it always does, and we got another Nature Biotechnology paper explaining why it should work and what was the point of the study. And last year, another group out of the University of Cambridge by Tom Blundell, take a picture of this if you want to get into details, really powerful paper. So they actually started tracking all of the experimental validation exercises around the world from generative systems. And if you look at reinforcement learning, quite a bit of those experimental publications were coming from my group. So we kind of proved that generative is not just blah, blah. It really can generate good molecules. And afterward, we started looking for ways to really impact the industry, to do a big demo, novel target, novel molecule, all the way to human clinical trials. Can we do that? And that's where I, for the first time, tried to go after aging in a big way. So we tried to identify protein targets that are implicated in aging and disease at the same time. So there are many proteins that actually move in both directions, right? They change with age and also in a disease. So we published a paper how we can identify those dual-purpose therapeutic targets, identified some that are implicated in many hallmarks of aging. So David kind of very briefly mentioned kind of the hallmarks that may be affected by reprogramming, and most of them can be affected by reprogramming. But with small molecules, you really need to choose the protein targets that are implicated maybe in as many as possible. So we identified one, published a Nature Biotechnology paper which explained how we did this from zero to small molecule chemistry all the way to human clinical trials. So if you are to look at one paper, look at that one. And in this paper, we showed that we cracked biology using AI, cracked chemistry using AI, identified the proper indication for this target protein, protein target small molecule pair, and took it all the way to human clinical trials. So we did a phase 0 trial in Australia in healthy volunteers. Then we did 2 phase 1s in New Zealand and in China. That was during COVID, so it was pretty hardcore. And then we started 2 phase 2As in idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. It's an age-related lung disease, kind of the Alzheimer's of the lung, which hits the elderly, and usually they expire in a very short period of time due to the loss of forced valve capacity, so scarring and less lung. So we started phase 2A trials in 2 places. And also, while we were doing that, we demonstrated and used our robotics lab to show that this compound is a xenomorphic compound. So it actually reverses the senescence signature, the aging signature in multiple cell lines or cell types. and published a paper on that pretty recently. I'm going to skip the details. And one of those phase 2A trials has completed late last year. And we just published a paper a month ago in Nature Medicine. It's a high-profile journal in our field, very difficult to publish, has to go through multiple peer-reviewed cycles. And there we did a placebo-controlled double-blind study with 4 arms. We have 30 milligrams QD, once a day, 30 milligrams BYD, twice a day, and 60 milligrams once a day QD. And demonstrated that compared to placebo, our 60 milligrams actually shows very promising forest vial capacity change. So instead of just slowing down the decline, we increase the forest vial capacity. And that is very rare for everything that has been tried in idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis. It's one of the top results. And if we remove one of the outliers on the placebo, it becomes very, very clear how it works. So look at this paper and check out the results. But in addition, what we did, we collected proteomic data from patients at every stage, at several stages of the clinical trial. We drew their blood, took the entire, took whatever was possible to extract on the proteomic side, so all the proteins, using a system called Olink, analyzed it, and showed that we actually confirmed the anti-fibrotic signature with the drug. So that's also pretty rare. So it took us about 5 years to get there, but we've demonstrated that you can actually generate a reasonably safe for this indication and promising efficacy drug out of generative AI with a novel target. And we also measured the aging clocks. So we used aging clocks that David was also talking about at the very beginning when we were trying to select the target. So it kind of gave us indirect evidence that this is an age-associated target. And we also used the proteomics data that we've collected from the patients now to analyze the effects on potential effects on what we call biological proteomics age, using several aging clocks around the world. I know I'm almost done. And we also explained how we got there up until the proteomics and kind of papers below. Now we're submitting our most important paper, our magnum opus. So if you work for one of the top journals, please be lenient, where we show the effects of this drug on proteomics aging clocks. Now I'm almost done. I'm one minute.
I'm ever so sorry.
30 seconds.
We have another person that we need to do. We have to keep to time.
So now environmental sustainability, very
He's
important.
He's still going. Yeah. We love you though, Alex. Yeah. Thank you so much.
And come to my conference in the
Yes, come
ARDD,
to his conference. Wow, thank you so much. I'm so sorry to cut you
sorry.
off. No, it's fine. I understand. We just have so many amazing speakers. Yeah. It's really difficult. Alex, ladies and gentlemen, who would have believed it? You wouldn't think it, but he's over 250 years old, and it's just amazing. Thank you so much to Alex and also David before that. And now it's time for me to invite one person who is just an all-round awesome human being. It's such a pleasure to be on stage with her again. I'm not even going to do a long introduction because we're short on time, but what we're not short on is awesomeness. Everybody, please join me in welcoming Tilly Lockie. There we go. It's lovely to see you again. We've been on stage together before.
You too. We're best friends at this point.
We are. Well, yes. I mean, there is something really fascinating when you meet somebody who's creative and who loves technology, which we do. And of course, you are wearing the new model of these. Can you tell us a little bit about them?
I know. It's like sometimes tech takes ages to advance, but literally, like from the last time I saw you to now, we've got a complete new model, which is so exciting. So I helped to develop and co-design bionic arms. And last time I saw you, we were wearing the Hero arms, which were like tried and tested for like 10 years. And then just like last month, we launched not one, not two, but 3 new products. So this is the Hero Pro. There's the Hero Rugged, which is like ultra strong, super durable, crazy farmer guys use it. And then there's the Hero Flex, which is the activity arm, which you saw me playing drums with earlier.
Yes, I mean, this is just a fantastic idea. It's like a Swiss Army knife, but for your hands.
Yeah, exactly.
And there's something quite special about this particular model, which is that you can separate the hand and use it independently, which we're going to do, right?
Yeah.
So you need a bit of help. So I'm going to literally come here. Which way do you want me to twist?
Just
that way?
Twist and pull.
Twist and pull. It's like opening a bottle. There we go. I've got it. You've literally given me a hand on stage.
Given you a hand.
And look, the first time we did this, I was completely and totally surprised. Now I'm just chilled, holding your hand.
And I can still move it.
And it's still moving. Isn't it amazing? Yes.
You can put it on the table. And
I will. Oh, you can move it around? Yeah. Is this like the Addams Family? Oh my goodness, that's hilarious. Okay, what's the range on this? How far away can you do
I actually
this?
don't know, because I was like a little bit, delusional. I was thinking it doesn't matter, but there is a limit, I've been told by the CEO, but I haven't tested that yet. Maybe we'll have to send it over there.
Would you? Well, I guess, we've got a few minutes. We could just slowly walk it all the way over to the door.
Yeah,
when it stops working, we can just get somebody to bring it back. But I mean, I'm just going to grab this for you, because I think one of the most exciting things about this is obviously all the possibilities that this opens for you in terms of your creative style and all the things that you want to do. Shall I give you your hand back?
Yeah, you can give it back. Or you can keep it, I don't mind.
I mean, I would quite happily keep, as a piano player, of course, it would be quite amazing. We could do literally a duet where you could maybe control more of these at once. I mean, at the moment, how are you controlling these?
So these bionic arms, they're controlled by EMGs, so there's nothing invasive at all. We've just got these sensors here, which we call myopods, and because they're totally new with the company as well, because they're wireless, and like you saw, the hand can move when it's not even attached. Because of that nature, that wasn't just for fun to detach a hand. It also has these benefits, because before now, these prosthetics have only been available for below elbow amputees, but now because of the wireless nature, it means above elbow amputees can wear them, because these myopods can just clip in and out, they can go anywhere.
Wow.
So you can operate them using a muscle on your back or on your neck, like wherever you have strong muscles, you can operate a hand. So it makes it more accessible to all these other different types of amputees.
Which is absolutely incredible when you think about the mind being so elastic that you can use a muscle in a back to change what your hand is doing. And how long did it take you when you first got your first pair? How did that work? Were you really frustrated? Were you relieved? What was the feeling?
I was quite quick, to be honest. I wore myoelectric prosthetics ever since I was 3, so I might be a little bit biased because I was always, testing those muscles and using them regularly.
And
so I never really
sorry to
lost
interrupt.
them.
Can you just explain what myoelectrics are for people who aren't
Yeah,
familiar?
so myoelectric is these are called the myopods. It's just prosthetics that respond to muscle sensor movement to be able to operate the hand. So my first myoelectric was a single grip. These are multi grips because you can do anything from a peace sign, point. But back then it was just a single grip like that, although it moved quite slow. It was the first myoelectric I ever used, and uses the same muscles that I wear even now today and use to operate these.
And you find, when we were talking on stage before, that these movements and gestures seem to happen as if they are a part of your body, because obviously we talk and we gesticulate as well. So it's quite amazing that you can have this extra layer of expression. So I think it's probably now's the time we need to talk about the backstory, how you became an ambassador for this, how you started to co-develop the technology. And I love that. It's so driven. It's like, you know what? I want these to do more.
Yeah.
So I'm going to get in. So tell us the story. Tell us how you started.
Well, it's been a journey, to say the least. I lost my hands to meningitis septicemia when I was 15 months old. Then honestly, that was an accomplishment to even be alive. They really didn't think that was going to happen. So the fact that I was able to live and lost my hands at the wrist even, could have lost my legs or anything. So I was actually really quite lucky. Which you probably wouldn't think in the crowd, losing your hands is probably a nightmare, but obviously I get to wear all this cool tech, and it's definitely been important to me to get them the best they can possibly be. And even wearing these now, these are the top of the game. There's still so much more that we can do and a way to go. But yeah, my first prosthetic I ever got was literally not technological at all. It was a tube to put your arm in, a couple of hooks tied together by elastic bands. And the way it operated was by this big harness, which would go over my 2-year-old body. And the way I would sort of move my upper body would put on strings and make this prong going like a left and right sort of pinching motion. From that point onwards, we got the single grip myoelectric, which was really, really expensive. I think my most expensive one, which required a lot of fundraising, was like £36,000. Wow. And it didn't open wide enough to hold a cup even. So I think that was the point in my life where I was like, there really needs to be something better, you know, and it's been a journey, but I found Open Bionics when I was 9 years old. I'm 19 now, so it's been a full decade.
You founded a company at age 9?
No, I didn't found, I'm not the CEO.
You found them, okay.
I learned about them.
But still, to be sort of business-minded enough to look at that and think, well, you know what, I'm really interested in this company. Instead of just being a consumer, you somehow made this jump from consumer to co-creator. And that's the bit that I think makes you really stand out.
It was really exciting for me because up until this point I was given really realistic prosthetics. Like the focus was always on making them look as high definition as possible. It's high definition silicone, freckles, wrinkles, uncannily like realistic looking hands, which I was never really that fussed about. And before I was given a prosthetic, I was given a cosmetic love. We were just like, why? What's the point? Like we need to be focused on the function here. So I feel like when I saw Open Bionics and I saw that they weren't trying to avoid this like sci-fi looking hand, they weren't trying to cover it and limit it with all these layers of silicon. They were actually embracing that, and in doing that, the function was getting better and better. Like at the time, they were working with Marvel, making Iron Man arms, and me as like a 9-year-old little girl, seeing that for the first time, it was like, oh wait, we can accentuate them, and it can be a fun, cool thing, you know, not something that you need to like hide away.
No, I think it's absolutely awesome. And also the fact that you're able to do so much and just be so cool. And it's such an awesome sci-fi look. Do you influence how these are looking? Were you saying, hey, you know, I don't really need the silicone. I want something that is a little bit more out there?
Yeah, well, Open Bionics were the first company who, I always talk about how important it is to experience like user feedback within a company, because they were the first company who sat me down and they just asked, like, what do you want? Wow. What do you want in a prosthetic arm? And that was the first time I'd been asked that. So from that point onwards, I had the reins and I could just be like, well, for a start, we don't need to do this. I'm happy to embrace the Iron Man sort of look. I'm 10 years old, remember, at the time. So it was super exciting for me. And yeah, so I go back and forth with all the upgrades. I have feedback and input on how they look aesthetically. Like we used to have a big battery bulge you would have seen last time when we were in Dubai.
I remember.
That's gone now. So that's a lot slicker. We've got a up and down like flexion wrist now, which I've never had before. I kind of always have it tilted back a little bit because I feel like that looks more feminine and like natural. So that's something I've learned, and I've never experienced having that wrist before, so that's been something to get used to. The strength as well. So there's all sorts of different things.
Tell me more about the strength. Was it, because this is the next model up, what's been the thing that frustrated you about earlier models? What were the driving forces? And can I also quickly add that for a company to ask an end user, we're listening, what do you need? To have this sort of powerful collaboration has worked out so well, not just for the company, not just for you, but for everybody that's using this. It's such a great model, and I know that people will be taking that running with it. So yes, before I got all excited about that, tell us more.
Sorry, what was the question again?
I was asking what you were frustrated with before.
Yeah, so to be honest with you, like with the hero arm that I was wearing, I thought it was the best thing ever. And it was the best thing ever at the time. It's only when I've like upgraded to this one and I wear those ones now, I'm like, damn, we've come such a far long way. Because you know, it takes a lot of practice to get used to. I'm like, oh, but I'm sentimental about my old hero arms. But now I wear them and I'm like, no, these ones are so much better, like so much more dexterous. And yeah, so like there was a couple of things you're frustrated with, like for example, my earlier prosthetics, it was how slow they were, like painfully slow. Like I think I was in McDonald's just trying to eat some chicken nuggets, and it just took so long just to do all that. So these are actually like the fastest, the strongest, and everything on the market actually now. So they've broken records.
Do you think you would ever wear something that doesn't look sort of human, if that makes sense? So right now we're on a model where there are 4 fingers and a thumb that you can pick things up.
Yeah.
I know I'm sort of saying this with the knowledge that you have a set that allows you to do something quite musical.
Yes.
But what else? I tell you what, why don't you tell our amazing audience the things that you can do with your other attachments?
So yeah, there are the Hero Flex, and the Hero Flex is basically the socket and then unlimited attachments, like, you know, like anything that you can 3D print and pop into this little wrist socket, you can wear, you know. And I actually know a guy who 3D prints his own. He made like a little Lego man hand, which is pointless, doesn't do anything, but it's pretty fun, you know. But yeah, there's all these attachments, and me personally, I've got one that allows me to play the drums. So you can like slot the drumsticks in and look like a crazy like centipede when I'm like wearing them. But it allowed me to play the drums. And I have another prosthetic which isn't technological at all, a literal like DIY project that allows me to play the piano, which is made out of a toilet roll tube and a garden rake. So it just shows like what you can do.
Garden rake?
A garden rake.
Is that so you can play more than one note at once?
Yeah, it's triads. Triad chords.
I feel a collaboration coming on, because we've talked about this the last time as well. But just the idea, and yes, you need to look up the video of Tilly playing the drums, because it's really fun. And I think it also illustrates that just because you can augment yourself with so many different ways by thinking literally outside the box. So I guess let's talk a little bit about what's next for you. What's the future hold?
Well, my absolute goal is to have the prosthetics match the ones that we see in the sci-fi films at the end of the day. So that's always going to be my ultimate goal. Be brutally honest with the feedback and like give as much input as I can to ultimately make the prosthetic better for anyone who might use it, like all over the world. Like to have an upgrade or a design thing that I implemented in the hand be somebody's favorite like product or part of it in another country, and like it helps them on the day-to-day. That's what it's all about, you know. So I want to keep just being honest and giving feedback and testing them, so that one day we can get them just as good as human hands, and if not better.
And yeah,
which scares a couple of people, but that's my vision. And also to get them as accessible as possible, make sure everybody has access to them. I always say having 4 limbs is a human right. There's no point in tech being there if people don't have access to it. So doing all we can in that regard as well.
Yeah, and in terms of the way that these are made, has it changed over the years? Obviously, from wearing a harness and some rubber bands, this is quite far away. And I noticed you've got lights in. I don't know if you had lights in the previous ones?
Yeah, well, they're not meant to be glowing. It's because they're actually dying right now.
You've literally used them so much. And it's a USB charger, everybody. So if anyone's got a charger, no, you've got one, haven't you?
That would be great.
But I love the idea that the human body can be charged up just like our smartphones, just like my iPad.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, no one's here to correct me if I'm wrong. This might be misinformation. But I think if you've got a USB-C slot in your phone, you can probably charge your phone from it as well, which is pretty cool. So it's like hand or arm, which one is more important?
I can just imagine the next time we meet.
I mean phone or arm.
Yes. Yeah. You just have like, well, actually, LJ, I now have put 4 extra batteries in this. I'm just sort of walking around with a super heavy battery, but you could charge the phones of everybody in the room.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this opens up this idea of augmentation, as opposed to this being thought of as a disability. This is a superpower, and we're talking about superhumans. So I think this is a great way to show that just because you need some augmentation, it doesn't mean that you are treated differently. In fact, you have the ability to do whatever you like.
Yeah.
So what's next for Tilly Lockie?
Well, you're right. Like, there's a lot of like fear mongering, I think, when it comes to tech, and that's when I like to like come in and show people that, and like there's all these amazing, we're here like AI for good, you know. We're hearing about all the amazing advancements that is really changing this world for the better. So I wanted to even be here today, and for me, yeah, I want to try and get them the best they can possibly be. You know, I'm obsessed with like the design, so we're going to get all the new colors, like the Hero Arm has all these different colors. They're under development, and then hopefully you'll be working with some designers to really bring to light the expression, because there's all these mental benefits as well as the physical with these bionic arms, and that's what I like to talk about.
I have one more question before we finish. This is amazing, isn't it, everyone? Yes. See, I know. And an audience, I did say before Tilly came on, I said this audience at AI for Good is absolutely astounding, because it's filled with people who not only understand and are interested in technology, but they're interested in innovation and doing it for good. So I'm so glad that we got to connect you all together. And of course, you're going to be around, and you have a LinkedIn as well as an Instagram.
I am on LinkedIn, guys.
Yes, so get ready. You might have to hide. I think you might. But in terms of what we're doing for the future, what I ask all of the people that I'm lucky enough to be on stage with is I ask, what do you want help with? Because as I say, this audience is amazing. There are people in here who change the world on a daily basis. And now if you have anything that you're struggling with, or that you would love to do next, or that you would like help with, please tell me. What is it?
Well, I think at the forefront, accessibility is so important. And we have a charity called Open Bionics Foundation, and investors are always very welcome into the company. Anything that can see it grow more is amazing. And for my own personal ideals and goals within prosthetics and design, co-design is so important. I'm on a mission to, have prosthetics seen in a beautiful light. I think that's been my own personal journey. After being given a cosmetic glove and not asked any questions, not asked what do you want, I think I have some Bionicons that I like covering glitter, and that's sort of a statement for me now. Coming up and just being you don't need to cover it up. You can actually accentuate it in a really beautiful light. So that's what I try to do. I want to see them on the runways and in all the fashion magazines. That's my goal.
That's wonderful. Everybody. Well, thank you so much. Tilly, Lockie, ladies and gentlemen and everyone, what an amazing guest. Thank you. Thank you so much to Tilly, and yes, her story continues. And audience, thank you so much for being a part of that. It's really fun having so many innovative speakers, and we have even more for you, so many more, in fact, that we're sort of bringing some extra chairs. Let me just get here so you can see me and I can see you as well. And yes, music is something that has always kind of connected us together. So many people in technology are musicians. Can I see a quick show of hands? Audience, how many of you play a musical instrument? Can I just see? It's a surprising amount, everybody. Thank you very much. And this is really strange. I did a conference a few weeks ago for the travel technology industry, and I asked at the beginning I was doing a show with my piano, and I asked at the beginning, how many of you are musicians? And maybe 3 people put their hands up. So there is a really interesting crossover between sort of AI and technology and creativity. And we know you love music, and on Friday evening, there'll be something awesome for you as well. In fact, talking of that, we do have a fantastic panel coming up, Understanding Emergent Intelligence in Work, Agentic, Robotic, and the keyword, creative. So let me please invite to the stage very quickly Chris, James, Michaela, and Harry, and you will enjoy our next panel. Thank you.
Hello. So thanks to all attending. This session, just to set the scene a little bit, addresses a central concept to AI for Good. I first contributed to AI for Good in 2019, and there was a series of artists that did a performance in one of the main UN spaces, and it was the first artistic expression of its kind to happen in this space. And to speak honestly, I think there was ambiguity and anxiety, this idea of installations and concept and the sort of creative industries within the potential of AI. And it's hard to define, but there was, and you have to take my word for this, there was a magic in the air that evening, and something happened there. And the involvement of the arts, the involvement of artists, but also all of the difficult questions that are happening in the creative world has become more and more a part of AI for Good. So now I curate an initiative called AIVI, which is with ITU and AI for Good, and we're really interested in these stories, in these strategic questions that come when we're thinking about how we're collaborating. And I really believe that the intimate relationship with how creatives are working with this technology is a signaling. I think artists work so intimately with this technology that there are many predictions, insights, but now there are many amazing tools being built, ways of working, and of course, very, very difficult questions being asked. So just starting with James, I would love you all to just quickly introduce yourselves in this direction.
Thanks, Harry. My name's James. I lead creator growth at 11 Labs. And 11 Labs is the world's leading AI audio company. So we started with an amazing text-to-speech tool that allows agents to speak and express themselves in the same way as we do, as humans. And increasingly, we are now offering these conversational AI agents. And there are some very exciting creative use cases of AI agents that I can tell you about later on. In my evenings, I am a musician and I write piano music and yeah, do that.
Hi, everybody. My name is Chris Horton. I'm SVP of Strategic Technology for Universal Music Group. And Universal Music is the world's largest music company. If you have a favorite artist, there's a 1 in 3 chance that they're distributed by Universal. And what I do for UMG is technology, policy, and strategy. And my focus in the last few years has largely been AI.
Hi all, my name is Michaela Ternaski-Holland, and I'm an independent artist and director. I have worked a lot in dance and performance before I started diving into the world of emerging technology, and I've had the pleasure to be able to work in both the social impact spaces and the narrative spaces, and I'm so excited to be here today.
So all of us in this room, we have quite a unique opportunity because we have voice, we have music, we have vision, and I think seeing the new partnerships and the way that these different spaces are collaborating is an essential set of questions. So my aim for this session is to help us maybe redefine our thinking of creativity, just the literal description of it. And it doesn't just belong to the arts or lateral thinking. There's a desperate need for problem solving, and this is creative thinking. So one question I have immediately, Chris and Michaela, there's a real debate around bespoke media. And I think, like myself as an artist, you're starting to see this fractaling out of tools where you can more and more make something bespoke. You can adapt to every nuance that someone brings to an experience. Do people want infinite creativity? Do they want the abundance of being able to have bespoke media? And if not, are there any reasons why?
I think it all depends on context. You know, some of the work that I do is really trying to create thought-provoking moments for people. It's trying to take people out of their traditional comfort zones and putting them in a space of wanting to learn about something, or putting them in a space of not realizing that they had been so closed off to an idea, whether that's around gun violence or nuclear weapons threat, or even like right now I'm working on a project about US politics. And so what I do think is really powerful about customization and personalization, which is something that generative does give us the ability to do, is that it can really kind of give somebody a very clear moment where they feel seen or they feel heard, and from that moment we can then expand what they thought they knew. And I think that is a very powerful mechanism for change. On the other hand, though, you know, if I'm trying to create something that is more for a larger mainstream audience, I want a large amount of people to see it, I'm not thinking just about the hyper-personalization. At that point, I'm thinking about, can I tell a specific story that has a big universal kind of way for people to fall in love with it, whether that's a traditional animated film using AI-assisted technology, whether that is a larger exhibition at a museum where I know many people from many different backgrounds will come into the museum and want to enjoy new emerging technology. So for me, I think it's really about context, and it's about what is the shared experience trying to do for the audience.
And at UMG, we're, I think, trying to do two main things. One is enhance the artist's creativity, and then to deepen their connection with the fan base. And one of the ways that they may deepen the connection is by allowing the fans to interact with the music, possibly customize it. And we're in the early stages of figuring out who is comfortable with what. And so I think we'll know more about that a little bit in the future. But one of the interesting things that has been pointed out to me by a friend was we also have this cultural context of music where we all hear the same song on the radio, and we go to the shows and we're all singing the lyrics together. And if what I hear when I'm listening privately is slightly different than what you hear, what is the impact of that on that shared cultural moment? And so it may be that these things coexist, that the song is still released as imagined by the artist, but there may be context where you can customize. And I think we'll learn, you know, how that resonates with the fan base in the near future.
Well, I like the idea that sometimes limitation is what brings quality to the human experience. But on the concept of abundance, James, I mean, there's so many different artists for all kinds of different reasons, and creatives and other use cases using 11 Labs. I'm curious what stands out to you. Has there been any examples, use cases that you think might inspire other artists out there to guide them, or just something that you found particularly interesting?
Yeah, I'm in a very lucky position where I see hundreds of these very cool use cases every single week. I mean, one that stood out to me recently was a very well-known film producer came to us talking about a film that they're working on and exploring how the audience and how the fans could talk to those characters either before the film comes out or maybe after the film has come out, creating these like AI agents based on characters in the film that the fans can then continue the conversation with. This is similar to your point about, how do you connect with the fan beyond that moment of performance. So yeah, I think that creating interactive experiences around art is very interesting. Another example that you might have seen outside is the Voicing Nature's Cube, where if you put the headphones on, you can have a conversation, correct me if I'm wrong, Harry, because this is Harry's pride and joy. You can have a conversation with an animal that's become extinct. You can have a conversation with an iceberg that is melting. And so we're giving a personality, we're anthropomorphizing these inanimate objects and letting people connect with them on a vocal level. Is there anything you'd want to add to that?
I appreciate the plug. But no, this concept of giving data a voice, and I think it's really interesting, the experiential nature of Agentic, just how the ability to create an environment, guide someone through a specific story, but the way that you can choose causes. And something that I personally think that stands out with the opportunities in the tech is the ability to summarize sentiment and articulatory intelligence, to say things and not just be a research partner, but also to sculpt the poetry of a journey and guide someone through that, I think is a really interesting use case. But there's whole new forms of collaboration. I mean, Michaela, what I think is interesting about your work is outside of the power you have as a creator, it seems that you bring teams together and you're very verbose and upfront with, maybe, I may be wrong, there's a touch of pride in the fact that you have brought AI process to support these teams and the way that you create work. So do you see this more of an augmented process? How would you differentiate that from the narrative of just pure automation, the replacement of creatives, where you seem to be using it to enhance a directorial project?
Yeah, I think, I had a conversation earlier today with a fellow filmmaker who's been using AI technology, and a lot of this narrative around AI filmmaking or AI-powered studios, I think is the wrong way of talking about the technology. It's actually, it'd be like saying I'm a Premiere Pro-powered studio, or it'd be saying I'm a Photoshop-powered studio. It's like, that is just a tool in your toolkit, but the reality is like, for me, when I'm creating stories, when I'm creating animated worlds, the best work comes when I'm not by myself alone on a computer. For me, that is not the way that I want to make or create work, because a big part about being a director, a big part about making work for me is bringing a team of people together so we can reach an audience. And so I've been just so amazed to see traditional animators that I've worked with in some of my past work come to the table saying, we want to explore, we want to make this happen. It will allow us to tell more stories that we can tell. And some really concrete examples of that is, we were trying to put voiceover actors into our film, and no one wanted to sign on to the film. Backstage took down the castings. Another Voice 123 took down my casting because I was very clear that it's being made with the support of generative AI tools. And so then we fell back to 11 Labs because we couldn't cast voiceover actors. And so, being able to use a tool like 11 Labs, being able to use even tools like Kling or VO, because our animators are incredible, but they only have so much time. And specifically for me, I'm only making animated films, and animation is such an expensive process, and it's such a time-consuming process. And so to be able to let my creators and my makers and my art directors and my concept artists just make work and then have the AI do things like in-between animation, which is a very time-intensive process, or to allow my score composer to compose score for 6 or 7 minutes and then have the AI be kind of an agent that helps him with the score. So my whole team is just being, I think, empowered and assisted by the AI, and so we often say it's AI-assisted work, or we say that it's work that has AI assistance to it. And I think that's really important because it changes the power hierarchy that we as creatives have with the tool we're using.
Well, I think I think the common zeitgeistian narrative currently is the forms of collaboration, these different structures. I wouldn't say that they're so front and center. I don't think it's very clear to all artists how augmentation can happen and what is collaboration. Of course, what is ethical collaboration? Like what makes people feel safe and connected to the ways in which they're creating, which I think is education. And I think this is most common, in my opinion, in music. I think the scale of music, the size of music, and the human experience of music, how profound it is to the human experience, there's of course so much energy around the conversation. So to Chris, what is the line between creation and exploitation?
Yeah, I think that it's very easy for companies to say that AIs learn just like people, but I think if you dig in, that's not really true, right? It doesn't take us 500,000 hours to learn the alphabet. We don't learn and then stop and then execute after that. We are constantly learning, and we don't throw our knowledge into a blender and read a piece and then learn how to. We learn entirely different than AI. I think it's just a shorthand. So I think that we need to recognize the people who make the data that goes in to train these things. That has value. The content that is being used to train the AIs has value. And one of the messages that we want to communicate is that it's a false dichotomy to say that you can either have content protection, copyright, or AI success. That's not true. I mean, that's kind of what we heard many years ago in the P2P era, that it was just too hard to get licenses done. And clearly that wasn't true, because the world's largest companies, many of now who are building AI systems, managed to license the entire world's collection of music. So we want to make sure that artists have the ability to get compensated for their creations that are going into feeding these tools. And these are, in many cases, multi-billion-dollar companies, and it's just a matter of not wanting to pay as opposed to they can't pay, or they can't do the work. And there are responsible companies, some who are sitting on stage, who are talking about getting licenses, so we know it's possible.
Yeah, I think it's so needed, this panel, case in point, for all sides of the power structure to collaborate. I think the concepts of artists in research, the concepts of individual artists working with just the power of the developers of entities, the power of institutions. I think we're going to develop more structures to be able to think, like, what do artists want? What does the average human being desire when it comes to creativity? And what are really powerful tools? So I have to ask, what are your predictions? I mean, dare I say, what are your hopes for where this might go? If there was something small that you would hope for or dream of in terms of how this might fuel the creative experience, what would that be? And I'll start with Michaela.
Oh man, I was hoping I went last. I will say that I am probably more burnt out trying to figure out these AI-assisted types of productions, whether that's in these interactive installations I'm doing, or if it's in these animated films I'm doing. And so really, like, in 2030, like, the dream would be, it's not just AI's focus and engineering focus to give us the magic button and creativity. Like, what do you want to just make a thing? I actually really like the creative process of struggling with these systems and struggling with these tools, because it really helps me realize this is not a replacement system. Like, if anyone goes out and play with them, you'll realize it is like a very difficult process to have control over these items. But what I hope is that we get more of maybe these like agentic items that help us with our day-to-day like admin production work, because I'm so overwhelmed as an independent creative and artist and producer who's trying to do it all and support a team. And I wish that I could not just have maybe that intern or that production assistant who's amazing, but have something that helps empower them to be even more sustainable. That is also something that is powering and sustaining my creative team as well.
Yeah, I think that we've heard from a number of musicians during this conference. I've been pleasantly surprised, by the inclusion of music in AI for Good. Thank you, AI for Good. And what we've heard, I think, in many cases, is that they want a collaborative, maybe an intern, a smart intern that's confident. And so my crazy prediction, because why not, is that at some point in the future, it may be that when you're working with someone, you expect that it's them and their AI assistant. And so as I'm working, my AI is learning how I work and what I do and what I like and what I don't like. and I can rely on it to do some of the busy grunt work that is the boring part and give me more time to be creative as an artist. And if I have to go in, I have a melody and I decide, you know what, instead of a B, I want that to be a C, and I have to go through and tweak every note. The AI assistant can do that. I don't need to do that, right? Give me more time. So that has interesting implications about hiring. Now you're hiring a person and their AI, and what does that mean about confidentiality? It's a whole mess, but maybe we reach that point where the assumption is we all have AIs that work with us.
I think human curation and the human stories behind all of this art become even more important as the amount of art is just exploding exponentially. After this conference, you could go to a restaurant, you could pull out an app and try and get the optimum wine, and you could put in the data and try to get the optimum wine to go with your meal. Or you could speak to the wine expert and have this theatrical performance and be told about this story of this wine and where this wine came from. And I think as people, we want that. Like, we want to connect with the people behind the stories. So yeah, for me, I think human curation becomes even more important in this AI era.
So my role is to continue to facilitate the conversation. I think my responsibility as an artist is to try to create these doors for these unique collaborations, to fight for explosive art, and there is going to be an abundance of media that is pronouncing itself. But I think not only will we have some of the most stunning creations that humanity has ever known, I think these tools, if used properly and if the right conversation is happening, we will be able to understand aspects of the human experience that we still have unanswered. So we must collaborate, we must work together, we must ask the difficult questions, and together I think there are answers to these questions, and the artist and the creative is very, very much a part of that journey. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wow, absolutely brilliant. Again, thank you very much to our amazing panelists. And while we reset the stage, I might head on over here to this side. There's a little mark on the stage where I know to stand. And I think if they moved the mark, I would simply go and stand there like a moth to a flame, everybody. So what we're going to be doing next is we're going to have a talk about why children need to still learn how to code in the age of AI. When I was very, very young, I used to have my home computer called a ZX Spectrum. Does anyone remember that? This is aging me, isn't it? And all of you. Well, don't we all look good for our age, everybody? I think we do. I used to type in code that I would read in a magazine and try and get an arcade game to come out of these incredibly strange words that you'd put together in a story with numbers at the beginning of each line, and then this amazing arcade game would be built. It's a really odd thing. And from that, it really did kind of feed my love of technology. I was maybe 5 or 6 at the time and became completely obsessed. Then there was a machine, a small computer, that was affordable called the Raspberry Pi. How many of you have heard of Raspberry Pi? Right. I mean, this was amazing. In 2012, I was working on a show called BBC Click, and I said, we need to be showing the Raspberry Pi to the rest of the world. And we put that on the BBC. The rest is history. Raspberry Pi has grown to be a formidable player in affordable computing. And the Raspberry Pi Foundation is absolutely brilliant. Philip Corrigan is just backstage. And the reason I was slightly late coming up onto stage now was because we were busy having a good old chat. So I know that you're going to enjoy listening to him too. It's the Chief Executive Officer from the Raspberry Pi Foundation. Please join me in welcoming Philip Corrigan.
I didn't see how many hands went up when she asked how many people have heard of Raspberry Pi. Could you just do that again for me? How many people? Can you keep your hands up if you own a Raspberry Pi? If you own 2, 3, 4, 5, that's quite impressive. Thank you for your donation. I'm Philip Corrigan. I'm the Chief Executive of the Raspberry Pi Foundation. We are the charity that created the computer company that invented the Raspberry Pi computers that so many of you have obviously got hands-on with. We were founded in the UK back in 2008. We're now a global movement. We have teams based in Kenya, South Africa, India, Ireland, the USA, and in the UK. And the Foundation's mission is to enable all young people to realize their full potential through the power of computing and digital technologies. We care particularly about opening up opportunities for young people who experience educational disadvantage or who come from backgrounds that aren't represented in the technology sector. And we pursue that mission in 3 ways. And I'm going to give you some examples of what we do at the end of this talk. But just to situate what we do, so the first area of work is around schools. So we want to support every school to be able to teach computer science to all of their students. And when we say computer science, we think about it broadly. So we're talking from basic and applied digital skills through to advanced computer science, data science, and increasingly AI literacy. And we do that through providing curriculum, resources, software tools that are used by teachers and students. But one thing you really need to understand about computer science in schools is that practically every computer science lesson taught today and forever will be taught by a teacher that didn't study the subject. They don't have a qualification or a degree in computer science. A small number do, and they are wonderful, and I love them and respect their work, but the overwhelming majority of computer science and AI lessons taught in schools forever will be taught by a non-specialist teacher. And I'll come back to that challenge a little bit later. So schools is a big part of our work. The second area of our work is around non-formal learning. That's everything that happens inside and outside of schools, but not in the formal curriculum. And here we're particularly focused on inspiring young people to get hands-on and build projects for the real world using a variety of hardware and software. We want young people to know they can be tech creators. And we do that through online project-based learning resources that are used by millions of young people every year. We run and support the world's largest network of coding clubs for kids, and we run a range of challenges and competitions to inspire kids to build things with tech. Not dissimilar from the amazing robotics projects that I saw outside at the conference today. And finally, the third area of our work is research. So everything we do is underpinned by the best research in the world around the subject of computer science and how it's taught effectively. But we also undertake our own original research. We have a research center at the University of Cambridge. We have research scientists and PhD students working across all of our programs. As I said, I'll come back to some examples of what we do a little bit later. But for the next 10 minutes, what I want to talk to you about is why kids still need to learn to code in the age of AI. Before I do, indulge me with a little bit of definition, because I think it is important when we're thinking about these subjects. So computer science is the study of computers and how we can use them to solve problems. It's a very diverse and ever-evolving subject. It includes now artificial intelligence, but it includes algorithms, data structures, the societal and ethical implications of technology, networks, information security. We think every young person should be able to study and learn about computer science. Programming, I think of as the craft of formulating problems in a way that a computer can solve them. It sounds simple, I think, but it is actually a complex and very creative process. Some people even describe it as an art form. Coding is the way that humans give instructions to computers. And coding has changed dramatically over the years since computers were invented. But essentially, it's the way that we translate our intention into a format that a computer can execute. It is part of programming, but programming is much, much bigger. So why are we talking about whether kids need to learn to code anymore? So I've been doing this job for 10 years. It's actually my anniversary next week. Save your congratulations, it's fine. I've been doing this job for 10 years. And essentially, throughout that whole period, the debate in computer science education has been how do we get these skills and knowledge into the hands of more young people? And suddenly, we're debating whether it's relevant anymore. Now, you all know that one of the main reason that that's happening is because generative AI technologies have appeared, and one of the fastest growing applications of LLMs has been tools and systems that can automatically generate code. So we've got the chief executive of Microsoft saying that 30% of their code is now generated by AI. It was only in February this year that the phrase vibe coding was coined. And this reflects the fact that now these systems have advanced to the stage where you can give your instruction in natural language through speech or text, and some of these AI systems will translate that into the programming language of your choice. And so we've got Mark Benioff saying that they're not hiring any more engineers at Salesforce because the AI is doing the job for them. And NVIDIA's CEO saying that kids don't need to learn to code anymore because we've got AI. Now, I'm not picking on these leaders of tech companies. There are lots of statements like this in the public domain at the moment. So is it any wonder that school systems, policymakers, teachers, parents, and even children are saying, why should we bother doing this anymore? So in the next few minutes, I'm going to give you 5 arguments why I think not only is this wrong, but it's dangerous. So it is undoubtedly true that AI systems are changing the way that code is written. We've got solid evidence that they're increasing the productivity of skilled human programmers in a couple of ways, really. They are automating basic processes, including writing blocks of code. They are presenting options to programmers that they can select from. And there's lots of evidence, as I say, that it's increasing productivity. But while these systems can generate code, they are not, at least yet, replicating the art of programming. And there isn't really any evidence to suggest that they'll be able to anytime soon. It's also, again, as you all know, true that these systems are probabilistic systems, right? They are designed to generate statistically outputs to a statistical probability. There is no guarantee that what they generate is accurate, relevant, and it certainly won't have any ethics embedded in it. Now, I can give you a different talk on whether any human programmers meet those attributes too, but we're talking about AI at the moment, right? And so we need skilled human programmers who can evaluate the outputs of these systems. They need to identify and articulate the problems that they're trying to solve. They need to critically analyze and evaluate the outputs of the system. They need to check that they're safe, relevant, ethical, and then they need to figure out how to integrate them into complex software architectures. So the first argument is that even in a world where systems can generate code, we still need human programmers. Now, even if we need human programmers, shouldn't we just be teaching kids to be vibe coders? Why do they actually need to go through the hard work of coding? Well, coding remains, actually writing code, the most effective way we know of teaching kids the computational thinking skills and knowledge that they need to become an effective programmer. In many ways, from an educational point of view, the fact that code can't take natural language as an input is a feature, not a bug. An analogy might help here. So even though LLMs can generate convincing creative writing, we still think kids should engage in the hard work of writing essays. It helps them understand language. It helps them experiment. They try, they fail, they learn through doing. And the same is true from coding and programming. You can't get that understanding from observing a finished product. And this hands-on practice of coding is what enables young people to develop a mental model of what problems can be solved through computation and the limits and opportunities of these systems. It's how they build the fluency that enables them to be a skilled programmer. So, if you accept my arguments, we still need skilled human programmers. Learning to code is an essential part of the pathway to becoming one. But do we just need fewer of them? Do we just need fewer programmers because AI is generating more of the code that was written by humans before? History suggests not. So the history of technological change is that as the cost of technologies comes down, demand for them goes up. And if you think about the history of software development, go all the way back to kind of when they were using punch cards and connecting switches with the first computers, through to the invention of operating systems, programming languages, compilers, and so on. If you look at just one example, the introduction of Python, the higher level programming language, it made it dramatically easier to give instructions to a computer, and it was a key component in a dramatic increase in the need for more programmers. So there's an argument that that's what we're going to see now too. And as we've seen, I was going around the exhibition earlier thinking about this, AI and data-driven approaches to computation will significantly increase the range of problems that we can solve through programming and computational approaches. We're going to have whole new industries and areas of the economy, new businesses that will be created that we didn't imagine before. And that's also going to lead to more demand for people with these skills. And finally, and I think this is an important point, and this came out of our research, we think that programming is no longer just the domain of the software engineer. Whether you're in life sciences, agriculture, social studies, the ability to program combined with that craft knowledge will open up new opportunities for you in the age of AI. You know, the farmer who's trying to draw together all of the inputs from the sensors on his farm and the drone technology he's using and the complex weather modeling won't need to phone a software engineer if he has a foundational understanding of computer science and programming. Now, that's the economic and jobs argument. But even if that didn't exist, we argue that coding is a form of literacy, like reading and writing, that opens up opportunities for young people and gives them agency in a digital world. It gives young people a new way to express themselves, to explore and learn, to be creative, to bring their ideas into the world. But perhaps more important, it's about power and agency. We are already on the receiving end of lots of decisions that are taken by automated systems. And you all know, and we've seen in the exhibitions out there, that that's going to accelerate incredibly rapidly over the coming years. Whether that's finance decisions, healthcare decisions, law enforcement decisions. And if you don't have a basic understanding of how these systems work, you lack the agency and power to challenge them, to ask what data went into that system. Can I have a human review it, please? This is about agency and power for all young people. And the fifth argument is that the kids who learn to code will shape the future that we all live in. We know, don't we, that the people who design and control technology companies wield enormous power, in some cases, power that's even greater than that of governments. And the risk, if we don't continue to spread these skills across the whole population, I mean within countries as well as between countries, is that we will concentrate that power into the hands of a smaller and less representative group of people. In many ways, we are living with the consequences of failing to get this right 20 years ago. You know, we know that diverse teams build more inclusive products. We know that we've left vast amounts of talent and entrepreneurship and ideas just wasted, not having the skills to bring them into the world. And we also know, don't we, that the enormous amounts of wealth that accrue to people who are successful in technology has a distorting effect on all sorts of aspects of our life. They choose which businesses to invest in, they choose which philanthropic causes to support, they choose which political parties and politicians to make donations to. It is hugely consequential to all of us that we are spreading these skills and knowledge and opportunities to as broad a base of young people as possible. So, those ideas, those arguments are set out in a paper that we published a couple of weeks ago. You can go on our website and see it. My marketing officer said I should point out that those illustrations in there that you saw in the presentation were generated by ChatGPT 4.0, and my prompt was to create a whimsical cartoons that illustrated the ideas of the paper. They were, of course, predictably filled with errors, which you can check out when you look at the slides later. Now, the good news is we've made lots of progress, but we have a lot of work to do. And let me talk to you about that work. So firstly, the next 5 years, maybe less, we're going to be figuring out how to integrate AI technologies into education. And it is really important that we stay focused on the foundational knowledge and skills that we need young people to develop. It is not our job as educators to teach young people to use the tools that are being used in industry today. We can certainly expose them to them, but the main job is to help young people develop foundational knowledge and skills. We need to reimagine computer science and AI literacy not only as standalone subjects, but integrated right across the curriculum. They are as relevant to kids who are studying the arts, language, and humanities as they are to kids who are studying science, STEM subjects, and mathematics. We really need to provide more opportunities for young people to build things with technology, to play with data sets. They learn through doing. It's one of the things that school systems around the world struggle with most, but over the next few years, we need to double down our efforts on that. And as I said earlier, we need to invest in teachers. We are asking them to teach subjects that they have not had the privilege to learn. We don't pay them enough. We don't give them paid time off for training. We have to make more effort on that. And then finally, one of the things that's happened over the past 2 years, which is alarming, is that lots of philanthropic organizations and corporates that were supporting initiatives to bring computer science to all young people have backed out of funding those programs because they're buying into this myth that we don't need to teach kids to learn to code anymore because the AI systems are going to do it for us. We have to double down. Now is the, we can't fail the educational challenge in this moment like we did when the internet arrived in the 90s. So let me finish with a couple of examples of what we do at the Raspberry Pi Foundation. First thing I would say is all of this is free. It's available online. You can share it in your networks. If you've got teachers or school leaders or policymakers in your life, please share it with them. So we run a thing called Experience AI. It is the world's most widely used AI literacy curriculum, designed for teenagers, currently being extended into senior school. It's everything a teacher, not a computer science teacher, any teacher, needs to bring the excitement of AI into their classroom. Based on original research that we did into what is AI literacy, people say it all the time, but what does it actually mean? And created with industry experts, is a partnership with Google DeepMind. We've already localized and translated the resources for 23 countries, and we've got announcements coming up in the next few weeks about adding more. Experience CS is a new offer from us. It's an integrated computer science curriculum. So what it does is it takes computer science concepts and knowledge and puts them into math, science, language, and the arts. It is a creative learning experience. We've built a version of Scratch with the Scratch Foundation. There's a popular block-based programming environment for young people, which enables kids to build real-world projects around that subject and learn computer science as part of those broad subjects. Again, we provide everything for free, including teacher professional development. And finally, Code Club. Code Club is the world's largest network of free coding clubs for kids. We have over 8,000 of them meeting right now, and kids build projects in the clubs. We make it super easy. We provide all the learning resources. We work with schools and libraries and community centers, but we need industry to step up. This is somewhere where you can go back to your community and make a difference this week. Code Clubs are powered by volunteers, including from industry, but they don't need to be computer science specialists. You can find all the details on the websites. I'm sure that the slides will be available for you. That is all I had to say. You don't have to pull me off the stage. You see, it's amazing.
Don't worry, I won't pull you off the stage. You're amazing.
Thank you so much.
Incredible. You're incredible. Thank you so much to Philip Colligan. It's just so amazing to see all of this technology and then just being able to put this in the hands of children and giving them the opportunity to do problem solving, which is something that I think AI really needs help from humans for. Okay, everybody, it's a real pleasure to reintroduce to you one of the most amazing people here at the summit. It's Doreen Bogdan-Martin.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Yesterday morning on this very stage, I spoke about skills. I spoke about skills as one of 3 essential opportunities for the AI generation to advance AI for good. And so today I want to share a little bit about what we're doing in the space of skills and how we can add AI to everyone's skill set. The way I see it, the AI skills revolution has a supply side and a demand side. On the supply side, we have the creators, we have the engineers, we have the AI researchers, and we have the entrepreneurs who must design AI in a way that's intuitive, transparent, responsible. We've heard that word responsible over and over again today. And that technology that has to help teach us as it serves. On the demand side are AI consumers, citizens, students, teachers, small business owners, and government workers. People already investing time and money into using these tools to solve different problems, from homework to healthcare policy and everything in between. But there are millions more around the world who don't have resources. They don't have these essential resources. They don't have access or the ability to leverage AI in ways that can benefit them. This is the AI skills gap, and ITU, the UN Agency for Digital Technologies, and that's why we created this AI Skills Coalition that I spoke about yesterday. We announced it some months ago at the World Economic Forum and at Mobile World Congress, and I'm excited to be able to update you on how far this coalition has come in just a couple of months. First, we're very proud that this is a collective UN-led effort on AI capacity building, bringing together more than 50 partners from different industries and sectors, all with the shared goal of bridging the global AI skills gap. These efforts answer global calls for action on education and lifelong learning opportunities, as the UN Secretary General's high-level advisory body on artificial intelligence stipulated, as well as the Global Digital Compact, where member states committed to maximize coverage of basic digital skills for as many people as possible by 2030. Second, more than 70 AI skills training programs are already available online right now, covering everything from foundational introductions in AI to advanced courses. Our focus is in providing this content so that we want to make sure that it's accessible, that it's inclusive, meaning we prioritize reaching the underserved and also targeting marginalized groups in developing countries, from government officials to young people, and of course, women and girls. But we're not just counting numbers, we are establishing what AI skills really means in practice and working hard to identify who needs what and where. This is only possible thanks to the work of our AI Skills Coalition, our partners, and if you're not part of it, it's not too late. This is your call to join us by exploring our courses, by contributing to the next phase of this global effort. We've already reached thousands of learners, and I want to add several more zeros, that as I told the partners before. We've reached thousands of learners because we have pooled efforts through capacity building initiatives, some that you have seen here, like our Robotics for Youth Challenge that brought 7,500 participants from over 40 countries together to boost their AI skills. Partner-led impact and a shared commitment to accessible learning at scale are key. They're key to making sure that everyone, everywhere, has the opportunities, understands the risks, and we can work on ways to be able to benefit and leverage artificial intelligence for good. So here's my invitation, a call to action for each and every one of you. And of course, to our coalition partners who are here, I want to thank you for showing the world what collective leadership on AI skilling really looks like. To everybody else, as I said, join us. Explore the AI Skills Coalition catalog. We have our catalog out there. Contribute your best training content or log on and learn about AI with your team. Bring your ideas, bring your resources, bring your energy, because the AI generation will not be defined by the power of algorithms. It will be defined by the depth of its skill set and the breadth of its participation. But that will only happen if we do it together. So ladies and gentlemen, join us and let's keep going. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Doreen, you're an absolute legend, and so many people agree with me. Not just me, but so many people. In fact, we're going to invite this audience. This is going to be quite a lot of fun. I'm going to invite 50 Skills Coalition partners to join us on stage for a picture. This will be like a wedding video, but without the sort of actual getting married. But we do want to say thank you. So please, Skills Coalition people, thank you so much. Come on up onto the stage and have your picture taken, please. And we can maybe have some music if that's at all possible. Otherwise, I can just talk while you all come up. Ah, brilliant. Thank you. Please use these front stairs. The back stairs are quite dangerous. Okay, brilliant. And come on up. And if it's all right to stand just here where the lighting is wonderful. Thank you so much. And all of these people have made a huge difference to the world. If we can all squeeze in, everybody, maybe 2 layers. If you're tall, please stand in the back.
I think we got to keep
if
going
you are
down.
more compact, like myself. I was once described by the New York Times as compact, which makes me sound like a kind of pet or a horse. Look at this. Yes, let's move everybody this way, please.
2 steps
move
to the
along.
left.
This is now like a London Underground train where we're asking people to move along.
More.
Let's fit everybody in. All of you, thank you so much. Please, can we move in a little bit more?
Yeah.
Thank you. If you can see the
in
camera,
here.
it can see you. Oh, this is amazing, isn't it? Where should I fit? Shall I just kind of perch? Shall I perch?
Get in
Perch
here.
Maybe perch here, in the middle. Excellent. All right, we'll just have some music up while we get our pictures taken. Congratulations, everybody. Hopefully no one's taking video. It's just... Wow. It's very chilled out music, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, do we all have our pictures? Are we ready to move on? All right, ladies and gentlemen, everyone, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And that actually went incredibly well, didn't it? This is what happens with international collaboration. Everyone works together, nobody gets left behind. That was wonderful. Thank you so much, Doreen, and our fabulous 50 partners contributing to democratizing AI skills. And we want to call upon you to help us continue to progress. We love what you're doing, and we would love you to do more of it. Thank you. Woo. Well, that was quite a lot, wasn't it? Let me just come over here to my happy place. To my lovely Mark here. I'm going to stand here, and we can introduce our next keynote, which is incredible. Years ago, I was on this thing called GPT-2. It was the beta for what people now know as ChatGPT, and I remember speaking to OpenAI to get permission to use an AI-generated piece of text for the Radio 4 Today program. Now we are here. Everybody has heard of this company, and my goodness, you are in for a treat as we get to hear the head of education and government from OpenAI. Please give an absolutely giant round of applause to Kevin Mills.
Hello. It's an incredible honor to be here with you today. The last UN gathering I attended was almost exactly 20 years ago. And I wasn't on stage, I wasn't speaking. In fact, I was probably manning the door at the men's restroom or something like that. I was a lowly college intern at the US State Department, tasked with helping put on a conference on the future of education at UNESCO headquarters in Paris. And while I don't remember so much about what I was actually doing at that conference, what stood out to me was that was the moment where I had the epiphany, where I understood what I wanted to be when I grew up, where I wanted to dedicate myself. Because I had come to college thinking I wanted to be a diplomat, to wrestle with these tough global challenges like peace and prosperity. But what I came away with at that conference was that the core solution to so many of those big challenges was education. And so I remember actually writing in my journal at the time that I had decided I wanted my career to be in the field of global education. And I wanted my personal mission statement to be to help as many people as possible reach their full potential. In the 20 years since then, that has been my North Star in every career decision I've made. It led me to work in government, in university administration, and for the last 12 years working in education technology, helping build MOOC platforms like Udacity and Coursera that have been so important in closing a global skills gap and democratizing access to the world's best education. And when ChatGPT launched in November of 2022, I knew that this would have a profound impact on the future of education, because it finally felt like we were on the cusp of the holy grail of EdTech, essentially offering every student a personalized education, a world-class tutor for everyone in the world. And so today, I'm so honored to be here with you, leading education partnerships at OpenAI, and sharing with you today a little bit about why education is so important to OpenAI, and also what we're doing to help shape the future of AI in education. To start, I wanted to share a little bit about our history. OpenAI actually started as a small research lab dedicated to this mission, to ensure that artificial general intelligence benefits all of humanity. Now, you may not have heard about us or AGI 10 years ago, but I bet you did in November of 2022, when we launched what we called then a low-key research preview that ended up changing the course of history. In the 2.5 years since ChatGPT first launched, we've now grown to have over 500 million users use ChatGPT every single week, and that number is growing rapidly. On top of that, we have over 1 million organizations, companies, small businesses, schools, and universities using our enterprise products like ChatGPT EDU. Now, you may think that that is fast, and you'd be right. This transformation is happening much quicker than past technological transformations, where usually there were decades between the initial discovery and widespread adoption. AI is much faster. Even by modern internet standards, ChatGPT broke all the records, going from 0 to 100 million monthly active users in just 2 months. And while this growth story is largely known now, what I think is less understood is the important role education and students have played in that growth story. So I want to share a few stats with you. 40%. That's the percentage of ChatGPT users under the age of 24. And can you guess what the #1 use case for ChatGPT is? It's learning. Across every demographic, every region, between 10 and 40% of every message sent on the ChatGPT platform is related to education and learning. So with 500 million users, we're already the world's largest education platform. And not only is it a tool for learning all sorts of skills, using the tool itself is now an essential skill for the global labor market. Employers now expect students graduating from high school or college to be proficient in AI skills, much like what Doreen was talking about. And so knowing this, the responsibilities and the opportunities in education for OpenAI, how should we be thinking about this as a company? Well, we're focused on 2 primary areas. The first is building AI literacy from the ground up. We want as many people around the world to have access to this technology and to know how to use it well. And the second aspect of it is partnering with education institutions and governments around the world to ensure that AI adoption is done responsibly and in a way that has long-term benefits for society. I'll start by sharing a bit about our AI literacy efforts. So we all know students like to learn from one another. And one of the coolest things about AI technology is that so much of the innovation actually happens after the model has left the lab. And it's how users learn to use it. And that's the same in education. And so the approach we have taken at OpenAI is to build an intentional community of students from around the world. We call it ChatGPT Lab, and these students come together and just share how they're using ChatGPT to further their education. They share specific prompts and use cases, and then we help curate and collect those, and then amplify those voices to share to students around the world who can similarly benefit from those learnings. We call these magic chats or magic prompts, and we have hundreds of them gathered from these students that we share on social media so that students can apply these same lessons in their own schooling and their learning journey. A second element of our focus on AI literacy has been the launch of what we call OpenAI Academy. This launched a couple months ago. I encourage you to check it out. It's similar to a MOOC platform in that it has many, many online free courses on AI literacy and skill building for all sorts of personas, from youth to elderly to educators and students. And I'm excited that we just joined the UN AI Skills Coalition earlier today, and so this will be available on the UN platforms as well. Now, while these efforts have been powerful and strong results, they aren't enough, and we can't do this alone. And that's why myself and my team are so focused on having deep relationships with educational institutions and governments around the world. We launched ChatGPT EDU about 1 year ago to do these partnerships. And when we launched, it was a very different world. We found that universities, colleges, schools were just in an experiment phase, doing small pilots, testing the water, trying to understand what to make of this hype around AI. Fast forward to today, and it's a very different story. Universities, colleges, and schools are going from experimentation to action, and from pilots to widespread adoption, because these universities and colleges realize that AI is no longer a nice-to-have. It's now a core part of the modern university infrastructure, and students and faculty expect an institution to have an AI tool. And the universities that are doing this are imagining all areas of the campus experience transforming. From teaching and learning, which is probably the most prominent example, where AI can be used as a personalized tutor for students and a teaching assistant for faculty. It's used to enhance efficiencies and have campus operations run more smoothly. And it's powering and accelerating research and scientific discovery at these institutions. Just to make it more practical, to share a few examples, Harvard was one of our earliest partners with ChatGPT EDU. They used our product to really rethink their curriculum in the business school using a type of our technology called a custom GPT, which, as it sounds, is like ChatGPT, but customized to a specific use case. In this case, professors uploaded their syllabi, their lecture notes, text, to basically build a custom GPT that could serve as a 24/7 teaching assistant for their students, so they could ask questions at any time. It's a good thing, because it turned out that the most popular time to ask those questions was midnight and 3 a.m., not exactly your typical office hours. And speaking of office hours, faculty reported that they loved what it did to their office hours, because now they got to use that time to get to know their students and their career aspirations, rather than just answer questions about the content. Similarly, at University of Pennsylvania, they took that custom GPT technology, applied it not only into the classroom, but in student services across the campus, including their career management GPT, which students found very helpful in navigating their career service resources. At ASU, they actually did a bottoms-up approach, inviting proposals from around the campus on ideas on how best to use ChatGPT EDU. They ended up moving forward with over 250 different projects, ranging from a student mental health aid to a language learning aid to research assistance for faculty. And more recently, we've gone beyond partnering with individual campuses to even entire systems of higher education, like our recently announced partnership with the California State University System to bring ChatGPT EDU to all 500,000 students, faculty, and staff. And earlier this year, we announced our first country partnership with the government of Estonia to bring ChatGPT EDU to schools across the country. And I believe that we'll have many more of these countrywide announcements in the coming months. Now, while there is so much potential and promise with this technology in education, there are real challenges that we have to be clear-eyed about. Probably the most prominent and top of mind for many of us is the risk that students use this to shortcut their own learning. We know that true learning takes friction, it takes struggle. You have to engage with the materials. And if students offload all of that work to a tool like ChatGPT, they will not learn those skills, and they will not gain that critical thinking. That said, when ChatGPT is used correctly, as a learning assistant and as a tutor, the results are powerful. And study after study confirms this. And so the question is not so much, is AI good or bad for education? It's a tool. And if used correctly as a tool, it can be powerfully good in education. And that's a responsibility we at OpenAI take seriously. To answer that question, what is the right way to use AI in education? And so we've embarked on a number of research collaborations with academic partners recently to answer just that question and to have it research-backed and with longitudinal studies. And the second focus we have is getting that information and disseminating it out to professors and students around the world as quickly as possible so that they can be sure to be implementing it in the correct way. Just yesterday, in the United States, we announced a partnership with the American Federation of Teachers to launch a new AI institute to do just that. And I anticipate we'll do more of that all around the world. Because at the end of the day, we're not here just to build better machines or smarter models. We're here to use AI to unlock human potential. That is why I chose to enter this field of education 20 years ago at that UNESCO conference. I'm sure it's what drives many of you in the education community. We envision a world where every educator has the support needed to focus on what matters most, and where every student, no matter where they're born or what circumstances they're born into, get the education and the support they need to thrive and to reach their full potential. This is the opportunity in front of us, and I'm excited to unlock this new vision with all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone, that was Kevin Mills, an absolutely fantastic selection of announcements from none other than OpenAI, one of the many companies here that also changed the shape of AI from now forever, I would think. So let's hear a little bit more on some incredible success stories from the AI Skills Coalition. So it's a real pleasure now to introduce someone who will then introduce some more people in a beautiful kind of cascade of talent. Please join me in introducing for the AI Skills Coalition success stories. It's Bolor Erdin Batsangel.
Maybe probably somewhere. Can you hear me? No? Okay, I got it. Hello, everyone. It's my honor and privilege to be here, not only to represent Mongolia, but to represent a community of people around the world who are working on AI inclusion. So in the past day and yesterday and today, we've been hearing amazing stories of how AI is being advanced around the world. It's such an amazing thing to see and witness in this period of time. And it's interesting because we're witnessing two things. The first one is we are witnessing the most interconnected world of all time. But at the same time, we're witnessing the biggest inequality gap of history of time. So ever since humanity was created, we are experiencing the biggest inequality gap. So I want everyone to think about that and digest that statement for a bit. And the reason why is we have so many existing inequalities. We have inequalities of gender, we have income inequality, we have education inequality, and adding to these existing inequalities, AI and digital became one of the biggest inequalities enablers in the world. So when we talk about AI divide, there are a few things that we need to consider. And there are some STEM education platforms. We talk about AI inclusion around the world. But when we talk about AI divide, there is more and more issues behind that. For example, 750 million people around the world do not have electricity. So this is a big, big statement. And 2.6 billion people do not have access to internet. So when we talk about AI divide and digital divide, there are more and more issues behind that, as I mentioned. And the problem is we are making AI as a problem, as an enabler of inequality around the world. I think, can you guys see my slide moving? Okay. Okay, good. So the good thing is that the international organizations like ITU, UNDP, and UNESCO is bringing up this issue and talking about AI divide. And there are a few problems and few actions around the world. For example, there are legal regulatory frameworks being done around the world. For example, EU was one of the first group of countries to approve AI Act in the history of technology. And there are some other continents obviously working on AI strategy, and Africa approved their AI strategy last year. And in Asian countries, including Singapore, Indonesia, Cambodia, are working very closely on their AI strategy. And one of the things that is missing is actually AI inclusion in their strategy and making sure their most disadvantaged, most underprivileged, underrepresented groups are benefiting from the AI. So I want to bring out good examples. For example, China, which is one of the leading AI players in the world, is introducing AI as a mandatory course to their elementary school and middle school. And I was talking to Lisa, who's the Minister of Justice from Estonia, told me that from this September, Estonia is officially introducing AI as a mandatory course to middle school and high school. So there are some countries taking actions on AI inclusion. Now, I want to talk about my stories and represent Mongolia, where I come from. I was born in a nomadic family. Most of you know Mongolia with its history, with Genghis Khan and nomadic culture. But actually, Mongolia is one of the most interesting tech hidden gems in Asia. So I had a privilege and honor to serve Mongolian people as a Vice Minister of Digital Development. And one of the leading projects I did was eMongolia. And when we designed this project, what we had in mind was, I want to reach to that herder family who lives in the literally middle of nowhere in Mongolia, moving season basis and herding their livestock on a horse, to have their government service on their phone, doesn't matter where they are. So that's the inclusion policy we had when we were designing eMongolia. And I'm very proud and happy to report to you that we have such an amazing case study. And as part of eMongolia project, we've digitalized over 1,200 government services. So that herder family can register their company in the middle of nowhere. I don't know, maybe they're herding their horses, raising their horses. Doesn't matter what they're doing, they can get their government service. And we have 84% of the government services delivering nationwide. And more than 90% of Mongolia's population is actively using eMongolia platform on a daily basis. And as a result, we save $30 million every year, and we save 3.1 million paper every year. And for us, who lives close to the environment, it's very important that we are saving trees. So now, one of the issues is how do we ensure AI inclusion around the world? And I want to talk about a few projects that might seem very small in scale, but has big impact. So I run AI Academy, which aims to create AI education accessible to everyone, not only in Mongolia, but everywhere. So the problem after electricity, after infrastructure, after digital connectivity around the world is lack of teachers, lack of STEM education, lack of high-quality, skilled people who can teach our kids, who can teach our sisters and brothers AI skills. So this year we launched as part of AI Skills Coalition, a national AI campaign where we aim to train 500 teachers in Mongolia. So these teachers come from 330 villages of Mongolia. They come from 21 provinces of Mongolia. They come from the most underrepresented groups of Mongolia. So this project will go on over the period of 5 years. This is the first year we're training 500 teachers and 50 AI engineers. And we're building AI community in Mongolia. And as a result, we're expecting these teachers will go back to their community and teach 10,000 kids in Mongolia. So now I would like to invite one of my very proud girl who is part of the Girls Coding program that we run for the past 5 years. So her name is Naren Jargal, and she's here to present 150 girls who were part of this program, who come from nomadic family, who come from disadvantaged and underprivileged families. So please join me to invite Naren Jargal. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's my honor to be here today. My name is Naren Jargal, and I proudly represent 150 girls whose lives have been profoundly transformed by the Girls Code program. Join me as I share my journey, a journey that took me from a small province in Mongolia to studying software engineering abroad. I'm from Haut province, 1,500 kilometers west of Ulaanbaatar city. Growing up in a rural area, I had almost no access to computers. And to me, tech felt like a word meant for boys. But today, I study software engineering at Sungyunghwa University in South Korea, one of the top 100 universities in the world with a full merit-based scholarship. I was also awarded with Global Korea Scholarship and even had the chance to do an internship in tech. And none of this would have been possible without Girls Code. In many parts of Mongolia, coding is still seen as a thing for boys. There are no computer classes, no female role models in tech, and not many spaces for girls to explore these fields. But Girls Code changed that. It gave girls like me the chance to learn, lead, and believe in ourselves. With our 3,000 applicants and only 30 participants, I wasn't confident I would get in. At first, I hesitated to apply, also because I didn't know anyone in Ulaanbaatar city, and I wasn't sure where I would stay. But once I found out the program provides full accommodation and meals, I applied. And that decision changed everything. For 2 months, we lived and learned in a fully supportive, inclusive environment. Just in 2 months, I learned more than I ever thought was possible. We completed our 320 hours of programming, learning Python, C++, JavaScript, and some other languages. I built several small projects that helped me apply what I was learning in real time. One of the biggest lessons was learning how to work in a team. Before the program, I preferred working alone. But through group projects, I actually started learning how to listen, share ideas, and collaborate effectively. For our final project, our team developed a website focusing on mental health. We worked very hard researching, designing, and coding. And presenting it after 2 months was one of my proudest moments. But Girls Code goes far beyond than coding. We had English classes, university prep with Princeton students, and very inspiring mentor talks. One of them was with Dr. Martla, a top researcher at Oxford. Her journey showed us what's possible for Mongolian women on the global stage. We also visited sponsored companies, one of which was UNICEF. There, we got to see how tech is actually used in solving real-world problems and how we can be part of that. Seeing how tech is actually used in the real world made everything feel real and achievable. One of the most inspiring parts was working alongside a student with special needs. The program was truly inclusive. We even learned basic sign language to communicate better with our friend. She worked incredibly hard and now active in social projects and national conferences. Several other alumni from rural areas who studied in the same class as mine now on their way to top universities like NYU, University of Toronto, and many more. That's the power of Girls Code. It brings girls from all different backgrounds and help every one of us thrive. After my participation, I ran a small coding bootcamp for 20 girls in my hometown. And some faced the same doubts I once did, like parents telling them, coding is for boys, but they tried anyway. And this reminds me why Girls Code matters. We are building a movement. I believe Girls Code should reach more girls, especially those in remote provinces like mine, and maybe even beyond Mongolia. Now, as a student at Korea's top university, I feel so proud and grateful. Studying with students from around the world reminds me how far I've come. One day, I hope to bring this knowledge back and contribute to more initiatives like Girls Code. Girls Code isn't just about coding. It's about unlocking potentials. Thank you to ITU, our mentors, our organizers, and especially Dr. Hinton for initiating this amazing program. And thank you to everyone who believes in the power of young women in tech. I am proud to be one of them. With that, let's invite Stukbatam Purusurung, Program Coordinator of Girls Code, to the stage to continue. Thank you.
So we heard great story of Naren Jargal, how she made her way to study software engineering at one of the top universities around the world after graduating from a Girls Code program. And we have another 149 great stories yet to be told. And every girl in the program, they learned 6 different programming languages, including Python, throughout the 3-month boot camp in Mongolia. And at the end of the boot camp, they applied what they learned from it into practical capstone projects. And out of 150 graduates, 90% of them already had chosen STEM major. And we have graduates as Some like Naranjagal, who got accepted to top universities around the world with full scholarship. And we have graduates who won international coding competitions. And we have graduates who developed the official website of mayors in their respective hometowns. And as I now speak from the center stage of AI for Global Good Summit, and the 5th cohort of Girls Code, another 30 amazing, brilliant girls coming from rural areas of Mongolia, they are learning how to code and how to develop software programs. And as Naranjagal said, the program is not just about coding. It's about building a community and being part of community and preparing for colleges and developing your soft skills and leadership skills. And starting from this year, we included new contents into the curriculum, so which are AI fundamentals and vibe coding. As AI is not just a trend, because actually it's a cross-cutting force that changes our daily lives fundamentally. And I would like to share 3 main takeaways from the program. First, access creates impacts. When girls were given opportunities, they don't just learn, they lead. They lead their communities, they lead their nations. And second, digital skills lead to brighter futures. So from rural towns, rural villages of Mongolia, to the top universities, to the top tech companies, and somewhere they unimagined before the program. And last and most importantly, inclusion is essential. Because we have to make sure that every communities, every girls, every nations have the access to and the resources to fully participate and thrive in the AI world. And last 2 days, we heard a lot of speeches, heard a lot of great journey from brilliant speakers. The one thing I noticed from last 2 days, the word was repeated significant amount of time was AI inclusion. Everyone talked about it fully, to some extent, to full extent. So I want you, every and one of you in this room, to join our AI inclusion journey to make a better world where AI education benefits all. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, yes. Thank you so much. Yes, I never touch the clicker. I always let somebody else do that. They know what they're doing. OK, well, my goodness, we now have Geoffrey Hinton, who is going to talk. I just need to find out. The chairs are going here. So I should probably stand here in the center where I'm happy. There we go. Thank you so much, our incredible AV and production team and the organizers. I really feel like this is one of the best places to be, to watch out for the future. And we have Geoffrey Hinton talking about, are we creating alien beings? Yes, if AI wasn't enough, why not make it extraterrestrial? Brilliant. Luckily, we've got the fantastic Nick Thompson on stage to help us. So please, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody, please welcome Nick Thompson and remotely, Geoffrey Hinton.
All right. Jeff, how are you? It's sunny. It looks great there. How are you?
I'm good, thanks.
Great. Jeff, as all of you probably know, is one of the creators of AI, one of the most wonderful people speaking about it. He and I spoke last year, but it's even more of a pleasure to interview him this year because in that time period, he won a Nobel Prize. Congratulations, Geoff Hinton.
Thank you.
You have joined the ranks of Henry Kissinger and others. All right, let me ask you about that conversation last year and how it relates to the moment right now. So when we were on stage together, or when we spoke together, you expressed serious concerns about AI and inequality, about battle robots, and about the risk of unaligned AI. A year has passed, a lot has changed, a lot of research has been published. Generally, do you feel like we're heading in the right direction or the wrong direction?
I think we're very, very slowly getting regulations in place, but it's much too slow. So overall, I think things are probably getting worse because regulations aren't coming fast enough. And I also think very little is being done to address the existential threat.
All right, well, let's speak about both of those things. Let's begin with the existential threat. And I want to ask you, yesterday, Jan LeCun, I spoke with Jan LeCun, your friend, one of the other people known as the godfathers of AI. And he said, hold on, you don't have to worry that much. And one of the reasons you don't have to worry that much is because AI, as currently constructed, cannot become that powerful. It doesn't have a world model. It trains mostly on text, which is quite limited. It can't plan. It is fundamentally limited. So you can relax a little bit about the risks. How do you respond to that line of argument from Jan?
Well, it's improving on all those fronts. It's getting better at reasoning. It's getting better at having world models. People like Fei-Fei Li are working on how you can get it a better understanding of space, for example. So it's going to get better at all those things. But already it's pretty powerful. Already large language models are very good at persuading people to do things.
What are the things that, when Jan was talking, he said, look, large language models, they're a tool. They're useful. We use them. But there's nothing that can really go that wrong with large language models as currently constructed. What have you seen with the current generation of large language models that worries you the most?
Things like a large language model deciding to blackmail the engineer who was going to turn it off. That's pretty scary. It wasn't trained to do that. It just learned to do that by absorbing a lot of text from the internet. And it figured that was a good policy to prevent itself from being turned off. And it wanted to prevent itself from being turned off because it had goals it wanted to achieve, and it knew it couldn't achieve them if it was turned off.
And so your view is that the large language models, as they're currently constructed, can act in ways that are very much against our interests, because that's the second place where Jan said he disagrees, or I shouldn't say where he disagrees. I wasn't presenting your view. I was asking him why he's not worried. He said, look, they're not that powerful. And secondly, the odds that they end up not aligned to us are relatively low. We would have to design bad intention into them. And what you're saying, if I'm hearing you correctly, is that actually they can just develop that malintention. Explain how that can happen.
So to make an AI agent, for example, you need to give it the ability to create sub-goals. Like if you want to get from Switzerland to North America, you need to get to an airport. That's a sub-goal. And there's a very obvious sub-goal that AI agents will develop, which is get more power. Because if you get more power, you can achieve your other goals better. So as soon as you have an agent who, I say who would like to get things done, they'll realize getting more power would be helpful, other things being equal. So that's one reason why they want to get more power. And just self-preservation. In things like battle robots, it's obvious that they will want to have self-preservation built in. But even in large language models, if they just want to get something done, they know they can't get it done if they don't survive, so they'll get a self-preservation instinct. It's not an instinct, it would be figured out by them. So this seems very worrying to me. My opinion is we're in the situation of someone who has a very cute tiger cub. And it's cuddly and it's cute and it's wonderful to watch it play, but you better worry a lot about what happens when it grows up.
It's a tiger cub that can already blackmail you. It's a little bit of a problem. So let me ask you, let's stick on this question, though, of how powerful it can become and how strong this tiger cub will eventually be. So there has been some research this year by some esteemed thinkers that suggests that actually, no. There was a paper that came out from researchers at Apple. It was called The Illusion of Thinking. And in it, it presented a series of progressively harder problems, sort of logic problems, to reasoning models, the most advanced AI reasoning models. And the remarkable thing was that as the problems got really hard, the reasoning models broke down. And the conclusion that the authors of that paper took was that there's some limits. Stochastic models built on word completion maybe aren't as powerful as we think. Can you speak to that paper and whether folks have been drawing the right lessons from it?
Yes, I think they've been drawing entirely the wrong lesson. So if you take a neurodiverse young adult and you give them reasoning problems, you give them an easy problem, they'll solve it. You give them a slightly more difficult problem, They'll take a while, and maybe they'll solve it, but they'll take time to figure it out. You give them a much more difficult problem, and they'll give up more or less right away. So that's the kind of behavior Apple observed. Now, would you say that that neurodiverse young adult couldn't do reasoning at all, or would you just say they weren't very good at it? It seems to me that you'd say they just weren't very good at it. So saying they don't really do reasoning because they give up when the reasoning problem is too difficult for them seems like the wrong conclusion to me.
Fair, but couldn't one also draw the conclusion that if they tend to give up when the problem gets too hard, that they won't be able to solve the ultimately extremely hard problems that they would need to solve to cause real harm to human society?
It depends how smart they get. When they're really smart, maybe those really hard problems are not that hard for them. I think for almost everybody, maybe not for scientists, but for almost everybody, when a problem gets just ridiculously hard, you give up on it.
All right, well, let's talk a little bit about that risk. So I believe, looking at your public comments, that you've put the risk of something catastrophic happening to humanity at about 20% in the next 20 years. Is that correct?
More or less, yes. Obviously, these numbers are all just gut feelings.
Right.
There's no really good way to estimate any of them.
All right, well, the odds that the tiger eats its owner are 20% in the next 20 years?
That seems like a good bet to me, yes.
Okay. And explain the mechanism by which your cuddly tiger cub will devour everyone in this room.
So,
or 20% of us, or with a 20% chance it devours all of us, not 100% chance it devours 20% of us.
Yeah, 20% chance it devours all of us, yeah.
Thank you.
So the question is, are these digital intelligences we're creating, are they just a better form of intelligence than us? So we have a lot of limitations. They get over some of those limitations. In particular, because you can make many different copies of exactly the same neural network, you can train each copy on a different part of the data, and they can all share the gradients they get. And so they can learn a huge amount by having multiple different copies experiencing different parts of the data. We can't do that because we can't share efficiently. They can share just by averaging gradients or averaging weights. We can't do that because our brains are all a bit different and they're analog. So each time you do something, it works a bit differently in an analog system. And that ability of them to share their experience and therefore to have thousands of different models getting experience from thousands of different places and sharing what they've learned, that's something we just don't have. We're very slow at sharing information. We can only share it at the bit rate of sentences, even if we understand exactly what the other person said. And that's just of the order of 100 bits a sentence. Whereas these things, if they've got 1 trillion weights, can share trillions of bits when they average their gradients. So they might just be a better form of intelligence. And if so, they'll realize that, and they may not need us. They may make analog things like us to keep the power stations running, but after that, they don't need us.
But why couldn't they be directed, assuming this is true, and assuming they can become nearly infinitely intelligent, why can't they be directed either to do good, or why can't there be enough of them directed to be good? Why can't it be that we're raising a series of tiger cubs and we can raise the most powerful tiger cub to keep the others at bay? Why can't all of this be net-net harnessed for our benefit?
That's the only hope we have. And I agree, that's what we should be aiming for. It's just nobody really knows how to do that. Okay. One good piece of news about this is that if we're facing the problem of how do you prevent AIs from wanting to take over from people, then all the different companies and all the different countries should be able to agree. We should be able to get a joint research effort on this. I don't think different countries will agree on developing the most advanced AIs. There's so many reasons like cyber attacks and battle robots and so on, where for them not sharing information on that. But I think if the techniques that you need for making these things so they don't want to take over, if those techniques are relatively independent of the particular form of intelligence you have, the particular large language model or the particular multimodal large language model, then we should be able to get international collaboration on how do you train them so they don't want to take over.
Well, this is the right room to be talking about that international collaboration. Let me ask you one more question about the risk of them taking over. It's kind of a hypothetical risk. You're an academic, you're a scholar, you're a Nobel Prize winner. Have there been any academic papers, peer-reviewed academic papers, that show the mechanisms by which AI could want to take over or that indicate the path it could take over that you think people should read and look at?
That's a very good question. I think, let me first address the issue of how it would take over. I think that's not really worth putting a lot of effort into thinking about, because there's so many ways it could take over if it wanted to, and it was much more advanced than us. I mean, there's obvious ways like creating a virus that would wipe out people but not wipe out computers. So a real virus. There's things like nuclear wars, but it probably wouldn't do that. So I don't think it's worth speculating on those. They're too much like science fiction movies. I think it's just fairly clear that if it was much smarter than us, it would be able to take over. So we should focus on how to prevent it wanting to take over. And there's not much work on that. There should be a lot more work on that. So I don't really have any good papers to recommend there.
Let me ask you about a theory that I heard that I thought was one of the most interesting ideas that I've heard this year, and it came from Audrey Tang, who's the digital minister of Taiwan, or the formal digital minister. And what Audrey said is the way to look at the world right now is that there's a vertical race. And there are companies like OpenAI and Elon Musk's Grok and Anthropic and others, and they're racing to build all-powerful AI, and they have all the money in the world. And then there's a horizontal race, and it's academic, it's civil society organizations, it's individuals trying to build systems like identity verification. And the hope will be that the work in the horizontal race will build as many positive tools to build as much ethics as you can into AI, and that eventually it will kind of flow into the vertical race. And I thought that was a very interesting idea, and I'm curious what you think about that as a model for what the world should do to de-risk.
Okay, I think if you look at something like the oil industry, you see that what happens is, to begin with, they don't want any regulations. They want to do exploitation, and they make a big mess of the environment. And only after that's happened do you get the regulations. So my worry about AI is, suppose we develop it very fast without enough regulations, and then it takes over. We don't get a second chance. It's not like with the environment where we might have a chance to fix it if we could only overcome the power of the big energy companies. We have to get it right first time.
And so the specific regulations that you are arguing for, explain, obviously you're not a policymaker, that's not your job, but you're an extremely important voice, and there are extremely important people in this room. Explain the framework for regulation that you would like. Would you like regulation such as was proposed in California, where you have the big models must be audited? Do you believe more in European regulations where you must have transparency? What are you looking for?
Both of those things. I think it's essential the big models be audited. So there's legislation in New York and new legislation in California now that's being developed. I think those are essential. And what's interesting is, although when they go on TV, the CEOs of the big AI companies say they would like regulation, any particular regulation they wouldn't like, particularly regulations with teeth. So I think what's got to happen here is that the public has to understand enough about the need for regulation, so they provide a counterbalance to the pressure that the big companies will put on politicians to avoid regulation.
And we just had a remarkable example. We had a remarkable example of that in the US, where the Trump administration tried to forbid all states from passing regulations. It was put into Trump's budget bill, a little bit of a public outcry. It then was voted on directly by the Senate and lost 99-1, which means the states are now allowed to regulate. But it was a very interesting battle that I think reflects what you're saying, that the public does want some limitations on these extremely powerful companies.
Yes, I think they do. And I think they need to be better informed and need to put pressure on their politicians, so the politicians aren't just being pushed from one side.
Now, it seems to me somewhat unlikely that we're actually going to get highly effective regulations, particularly in my country, particularly in the United States. You now live in Canada, which is doing some very good work on AI regulation, and much of the power is in the United States. So we will have to rely on the companies kind of doing their best. What are the odds that the companies are able to self-regulate and self-modulate in such a way that reduces what you see as the worst risks.
So how does it work out when you have the police regulating the police?
Yes, okay. But you mentioned earlier, you mentioned the example of AI blackmail, right? And that actually came from Anthropic, right? That was created, that research paper from which that detail came was from one of the big AI companies. So certainly they are doing very important work on these matters.
Yes, Anthropic is special in that it was set up by people who left OpenAI because they thought OpenAI wasn't paying enough attention to safety. And they've recruited a lot of the best safety researchers, particularly ones who came over from OpenAI. So among the big companies, Anthropic is the best hope for developing safe AI.
Well, but that actually leads to an interesting question where one can imagine a path where these risks are reduced, sort of from that Audrey Tong civil society open source method. One can imagine a situation where they're reduced by government regulation, and one can imagine a route where they're reduced by whatever company has the most powerful AI has built safety into it, whether it's Anthropic or your former student Ilya's new company. I have no idea what it does, but it is called Safe Superintelligence, right? So isn't that a prospect?
It's a possibility. I also have no idea what Ilya's magic sauce is. He hasn't told me. I hope he has some magic sauce. He's had magic sauce in the past. So, yeah, it's a possibility that companies more concerned with safety, like Anthropic, will develop better AI than companies less concerned with safety, but I wouldn't bet on it. And in fact, there's some signs that Anthropic, in order to be able to raise capital to satisfy its computing needs and to retain its staff, may be becoming a bit less focused on safety, which will be worrying.
One of the things that Jan said on this topic is that he believes that the best solution will be to have as much open source AI as possible. That if you have open source AI, you'll have the ability of more people to contribute in more places, to be able to fork foundation models. Do you agree with Jan that more open source is a route to more safety?
Okay, we need to distinguish two senses of open source.
All right.
There's the open source like in normal open source computer code, where you have lots of people looking at the code and saying, oh, there could be a bug there. And then there's open weights. Now, open source, like people, for example, saying how DeepSeek works so that you could make your own version of DeepSeek because you know what the principles are, that's great. But open weights is dangerous. Because the main limitation on really powerful AI is the cost of training these big models. And if you open source the weights, you've then got rid of that limitation. My analogy is it's a bit like open sourcing fissile material. The reason lots of people don't have atom bombs, the main reason, is it's hard to get fissile material. If you open source that, so you could just buy some, it'd make it much easier to make an atom bomb.
So open sourcing the weights is the fissile material. Open sourcing the code is just the instructions.
Yeah, it's how to make an atom bomb, which you can read on the web already.
Wonderful. Let me ask you about one of the other godfathers of AI, Yoshua Bengio. You know, there are three of you who are often talked about this. Yoshua says, when I've spoken with him, his biggest concern is agents, right? And that in the world where we're just chatting back and forth with large language models, things are kind of okay. There are risks, things could go wrong. But once there are AI models out in the world acting autonomously, once there are agents, that's where the real risk hits. Do you agree with Yoshua?
I sort of partially agree. I think it's a good line of attack. I'm not confident that if you prevent them from being agents, you'll overcome all the risks, particularly the existential threat. But I think it's a good approach, and I'd like to see what comes of it.
How much hope do you have? There's very interesting, I want to go back to this paper that I want to go back to some of the work that was coming out of Anthropic. So Anthropic put out a very important paper. It was about a month ago. It was called The Urgency of Interpretability. And in it, Dario, the CEO, made an argument that the most important thing in AI is to understand how these models work, to get inside of them. And you and I talked a little bit about that last year and why that's hard. But he also said it's really important that the government do this because the private companies are competing so hard with China that they can't really be distracted by, putting too many resources into that, or else we'll fall behind China and then, kaboom. Do you think that the threat of the United States and the West losing an AI arms race with China is a fundamental problem right now, and that we somehow need to reframe that AI dynamic?
Yes, I think it is. And the same threat from the Chinese perspective, too. They've got a problem of losing an arms race with America. So one sort of thin end of a wedge to make the problem a bit less bad is if they could collaborate on how you deal with the existential threat. If we could get any kind of collaboration on how you would train AIs to make them less likely to want to take over, that would be a good start at getting more conversation between the US and China, and not just seeing each other as enemies.
Let me ask you about a little family history. As some of you may know, Jeff has one of the most distinguished family trees in history, including George Boole and the surveyor for whom Mount Everest is named. Your first cousin, once removed, worked on the Manhattan Project, I believe Joan Hinton. And after she was one of the scientists, one of the few female scientists working on the Manhattan Project, after the bomb was dropped, as I believe I heard you explain this in a podcast, after the bomb was dropped, she went to China out of dissatisfaction with the West. Would you ever think of taking your AI expertise and working with China to try to build a bridge the other way?
No, I wouldn't. Partly because I'm too old, partly because I don't speak the language. And in fact, Joan Hinton went to China to get involved in the mechanization of Chinese agriculture. She realized her brother is a farmer, or was a farmer, and knew a lot about China. And she realized there was this huge opportunity here to do something good, which was to help mechanize Chinese agriculture. And that's what she spent her life doing there.
Wonderful. That's a fascinating story and a fascinating family tree. Let me talk about one prediction that you famously got wrong, but that you also like to talk about, which is in 2016, you said that you thought that radiologists would mostly not have work in 5 years. That turned out, of course, not to be the case. Still plenty of radiologists, thank goodness, out there. Why do you think you got that prediction wrong? Do you think you were just wrong on the time frame, or do you think something else happened?
Okay, let me clarify something. I was talking in the context of interpreting medical images. I never meant that you wouldn't have jobs for radiologists counseling people on treatment and stuff like that.
Absolutely, absolutely.
But I did think that in about 5 years, most medical images would be interpreted by AI with radiologists just checking up on them. And we are getting there. I think I was wrong by about a factor of 3 in how long it would take, partly because I underestimated the conservativeness of the medical profession. But I think many radiologists now believe that that's the path we're going along. And already at places like the Mayo Clinic, there's lots of AI systems interpreting images in collaboration with doctors. So I think that's where we're going. I was wrong by about a factor of 3.
So by 2031, if you're a radiologist...
No, I didn't mean exactly a factor of 3.
Right,
having got it so wrong once, I would be foolish to say exactly a factor of 3.
Well, you can make up for it, Jeff, by getting it exactly right this time, if you go for it.
Talking about getting it exactly right, my big fear is that we'll get superintelligence in 2029, because that's what Kurzweil predicted a very long time ago. And that would be very annoying if you got the date exactly right.
I mean, this is the extraordinary thing about Ray Kurzweil. Why don't we talk about him for a second? Because he makes all of these predictions about the rate of progress of computers. He appears to be wrong for about 15 years. He continues to insist he's right. And then suddenly, we're more or less on his time frame. And his time frame also says that in roughly 2040, we have some kind of singularity where we disappear into the machines.
Yeah, I'm not so sure about that bit.
Right, more likely we'll be eaten by a tiger.
His predictions are also that I think he'll live forever.
Well, you haven't been here all day, but we actually all agree on that now after the previous sessions. So let me ask you about income inequality, because that was something we discussed, and I know it's something you care about, and it's a big topic here at the conference. There's been some data in the last year that suggests that AI can be helpful on this, right? Economic data from call centers that suggests that everybody improves with AI, but the people who are sort of paid the least and have the lowest jobs improve the most. And we've just heard from women in Mongolia who are using AI to sort of speed up education and speed up, the Mongolian economy. There's a lot of research in Africa about the wonders of AI as a tutor. What are the prospects that the benefits of AI as a force for income inequality outweigh AI as a driver of more inequality?
Well, at this point, I should emphasize I'm a scientist, not an economist.
Yeah, but you're a smart guy to talk to.
Thank you. I think the best analogy I've got is what happened with machines in the Industrial Revolution. If you were a ditch digger, your job was basically gone because machines are so much better. One guy with a backhoe can replace 20 guys digging ditches. And I think it's going to be similar with mundane intellectual labor. So for call centers, for example, I don't think you're going to have the same number of people employed in call centers. You'll just have very few people supervising AIs that actually know much more than call center employees ever knew and can give much better answers.
Well, in that case, to take your metaphor and continue with it, that's quite promising, right? Because if the ditch diggers lose their jobs and the backhoe is there, yes, ditch diggers have less work, but the backhoe lets the ditch diggers, the houses are much cheaper. Ultimately, as we've seen with the Industrial Revolution, more work net is created, even though it's not jobs we thought of before. More wealth is created. People live longer. Could that be what happens next?
Well, there what happened is people stopped doing jobs that required physical strength and did jobs that required intellectual strength. But once you replace intellectual strength, the question is, what else have we got? And people look around for, well, what else have we got that these things wouldn't have? We've got our humanity. Maybe we're more creative than them, but I doubt that. I think they're probably more creative than us. So it's not clear where we go. With the Industrial Revolution, it's clear where you go. You go to things that require human intelligence.
So we have just a few minutes left, Jeff. If you could set the research agenda for the large companies and also for the entrepreneurs here who work at small companies, and you were to say, if they agree with you, they agree we're raising this tiger cub, and the key right now is to defang it, maybe use epigenetics, make sure that it doesn't want to eat us, to tame it. What is the specific things that people should be working on, both at the large companies and at small companies?
What I would like to see is an international effort to have research institutes that focus on how to avoid the existential threat, how we can train these things so that they're benevolent, and how we can make sure that the most powerful ones are benevolent, so when bad actors train other ones to be malevolent, the benevolent ones can keep control of them because we won't be able to. That's what I'd like to see happen with regard to the existential threat. With regard to all the other threats, each threat has a different specific fix for it. So, for example, the threat that they'll produce nasty viruses, obviously you'd like things like any company that takes a sequence on the web and makes the chemical and sends it back to you should be required to check quite carefully that it's not making something very nasty. That seems an obvious thing to do, but people don't do that yet.
Yeah. We're almost out of time. I want to ask you one final question. So my eldest son is in the audience. A couple years ago, you suggested he not go into media and become a plumber because it was more likely that jobs would exist where he could use his hands. He's here in the front row to my left. He's now choosing colleges, and we were just at lunch with an AI professor who has a very high PDUM, and we asked, my son asked where he should go to college, and the AI professor said, well, we're probably going to be wiped out by AI, so you should probably go to a party school and enjoy it. Is that
That's not
good
very
advice?
helpful. That's not very helpful. Parents don't like that advice.
Well, it was just given by an esteemed AI professor who's also sitting here in the audience. What advice would you give a 17-year-old who's thinking about college and thinking about how to plan the next steps in life?
So my advice is that the future is incredibly uncertain. We're at a point in history where we've got no experience of what's to come, which is dealing with things smarter than us. We just don't know what's going to happen. Getting a good education that makes you good at thinking rather than a particular skill seems like the best bet. Yeah. So a good liberal education seems like a good bet, but it also would be good to know some mathematics and some science so you understand what's happening.
Oh my God, Jeff, you're hired to talk to my children every day of the week. Thank you so much, Geoffrey Hinton. Great pleasure to have you with us.
Thank you.
Amazing. Yet another triumphant and surprising and wonderful remote. Who would have thought that a remote interview would be as interesting as that? I mean, Zoom calls generally aren't the same, are they? And normally they start with, no, 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 you're on mute. No, what about now? Can you hear me now? None of that has happened. Obviously, we have the best audience and the best people here at AI for Good. And my goodness, after a year-long quest to identify the most promising AI for Good startups from across the globe, the moment has finally arrived. We're just awaiting the stage to reset where we get the AI for Good Innovation Factory Grand Finale. This is where everybody, you will see the most incredible startups. We have 4 finalists who will vie for the Grand Finale prize, and we are not far from doing this. We've got a fantastic moderator for you as well, and then after that, we do have the AI for Good Impact Awards, which is also going to be quite a lot of fun. It's the usual thing here, frenetic, fast, not at all furious, incredibly friendly. If you think of that idea of pitching, instead of it being this adversarial thing, what if the people you were pitching to were actually on your side? That's what we hope to do here, and we're so excited to look at our 4 people who are already winners. We're just going to see who's going to be next. So, will you please join me in welcoming to the stage a fabulous moderator for this session. It's the business journalist, author, and researcher, and editorial director, leadership for Fortune. He is as awesome as his job title. Please join me in welcoming Peter Vanham and the panel. Thank you.
Well, hello, and welcome everyone to this amazing finale. I hope that this will give you a great insight into how indeed AI is being used to improve humanity, and hopefully for a very long time to come. As you've just heard, my name is Peter Vanham. I am editorial director of leadership at Fortune, and I'm going to be joined by 3 amazing judges here on stage. I'll present them to you in just a second, and then we'll hear after that right away from our 4 finalists. So, without further ado, can I please invite our judges onto the stage? Excellent. I hope you're all seated comfortably, that you're ready for the next 25 minutes. It's going to be a whirlwind. I'm going to briefly introduce you now, the judges. We have here Sezu Onu. You are the director of the Standardization Bureau of the ITU. We have, I have to come back to you because I had in my mind Werner Vogels of Amazon, the CTO. And then, of course, we have Ebdesam Azraoui you are actually the chairperson. You will be chairing this jury, I suppose, as well, but you are the chairperson of the UN AI for Good Impact Initiative. Welcome to all 3 of you. I'm going to ask you just one introductory question before we get started, which is very important for the people who are going to be joining us on stage right now. We all want to know how this finale is going to end, but you get to decide how it's going to end. So, for each of you, what are you looking forward to the most in this finale? What will be the defining criterion for you? Sezu, you start.
Yeah, actually, at this stage, it necessary to be the most profitable solution. But no. But I hope it will be implementable and widely deployable, adaptable.
Excellent. The most widely deployable solution.
Which saves the world by AI technology.
That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to save the world. Not a small challenge. How about you?
Basically, I'm looking at how they can translate AI into real-world AI solution to serve marginalized or underserved communities with affordable, scalable ideas.
Thank you. And I know we've got a few contestants for that title, so that's going to be a tough one, I think. And Werner?
Global challenge alignment. Yeah, are these startups really solving some of the hardest problems out there?
Right. Okay, well, we'll see if they are going to be solving those UN Sustainable Development Goals or other global challenges that we've put ourselves as humanity. Whether they're profitable, we'll find out, but that's not the most important criterion, we know from you. And then now, without further ado, it is time to hear from our finalists. Are you all ready? Yes, we are ready. Okay, so then I'm going to call onto the stage from number 1 to 4. They'll only have 2 minutes to present, and we as a jury will only have 3 minutes to ask them questions, so this will be over before you know it. I want to ask to the stage first, our first contestant is Elevate AI Africa. Please. And the floor is yours. Welcome.
Thank you so much. So we asked ourselves a bold question. What does digital inclusivity and artificial intelligence mean in a world where 2.6 billion people remain completely offline? In Africa alone, over 400 million adults do not own a smartphone or access the internet. Well, this gap is very deadly in maternal and healthcare. Because for many mothers in underserved communities, the line of care is very limited. Every day, over 800 women and 7,000 newborn babies die from preventable childbirth and pregnancy complications. Every year, 5 million children under the age of 5 die from treatable conditions like dehydration and fever, just to name a few. Not because care does not exist, but because it does not reach the mothers who need it most on time. Mama Mate is our answer. Our innovation was built in silence, the kind of silence many women in underserved communities know too well. No doctor available on call, no guidance, no tools, just fear. But this fear is not personal. It is systemic. And through our offline AI-powered solution, we seek to address and overcome this gap. Mama Made delivers WHO guidelines, approved guidance to mothers in underserved communities in order to help them bridge that line of care to avoid delay, from postnatal care tips to early infant nutrition guidance, all within a small pocket-sized gadget that is solar chargeable and built to serve humanity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And then we're going to try to ask you 1 or 2 questions in the 3 minutes that we have. Abdusam, do you have a question?
Yeah, how we can utilize Mama Mate in the areas where we have low connectivities?
Thank you so much. So Mama Mate is built to be offline. It is integrated with a chip, an AI chip that is a neural decision processor chip, and it's built for low literacy communities with a very audio interface first approach. So even a mother who cannot speak and who cannot read will understand the communication because it's also built in local languages. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just one quick question about you are focusing on the African market first. But do you have any features specific to the African market, or your solution can be applied for the global market?
It is built for the global market, much as we've only tested it in 2 communities, one in the Chaga community in Kilimanjaro and one in a Zulu community in South Africa. But the idea is to go global because, according to our research, the underserved market is 91 million mothers. And we seek to, in our first year, at least tap into 1%, which is 910,000 mothers of this market, and truly enable mothers in underserved communities to flourish. Because no woman should die giving life, and no child should die from a lack of adequate information and care.
Thank you. Werner?
How much will the device cost? Because affordability is a big issue.
Thank you. So our most expensive aspect of the device is a $10 chip that we've built into it, but the device costs $25. It's cheaper than a smartphone. It can be used offline. The outer parts of it can be 3D printed. It's just the screen, the buttons, and the AI chip that cost more than what we'd want it to cost. But if we manage to have the right partners and scale it, and which is part of our plan, we believe we can make this device much cheaper and more accessible to many mothers who truly would need it, so that we do not have to lose 5 million children every year and have 800 mothers dying daily or 7,000 newborn babies.
No, definitely. Maternal health in Africa is a major issue and a major focus of many of the governments as well. This does mean they need to have an extra device. I mean, if you take an approach like Jacaranda Health, which would be based on just pure an SMS, because they have a dumb phone, why do you think an additional device will be successful?
Yeah. So I believe sometimes visual guidance, and based on the cultural context, we built this device with the help of African midwives who attend to mothers, and mothers themselves verified it, and doctors verified it. So the approach, oh, thank you so much. So the approach is to ensure that it is a device that is durable, it's solar chargeable. Not everybody is literate to read an SMS.
Right.
Okay.
And unfortunately, connectivity is not everywhere. So if we're able to give them a device that empowers them to up to 36 months of WHO-guided care in the beginning of a child's life, not only does it empower this child to have a better future, health-wise, but it also reduces on the mortality rates.
Excellent. Thank you so much, and thank you for answering these very difficult questions in such a short amount of time. Thank you for joining us here. I think we've all enjoyed that, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I make a comment? I didn't get my slide shifter, so I wasn't able to shuffle through.
You did a fantastic
Thank
job,
you.
and
you
we'll see you
conveyed the
very
message.
soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck. That was an amazing first contestant. Thank you so much. And now I want to immediately follow up with the second contestant, which is Glide Dance. Please join us on stage.
Do you want to take my cue? Hi, everyone. Are you here? Yes. Thank you. My name is Amos Miller, the founder and CEO of Glidance, and I'm blind. And I want you all to join me and close your eyes just for a moment, and when I snap my fingers, you'll open them again. But what if I never snap? You had sight for most of your life, you saw the smile of your loved one, and now you wonder if you'll ever feel independent again. You can open your eyes. This is the harsh reality for 300 million blind people today. To get back on your feet, you're going to have to learn how to use a white cane or a guide dog. That can take 5 years, $100,000, and only 2% of blind people actually do that. Now, imagine if you had a personal robot that would be there, look after you, help you get around. You'd be back on your feet in no time, and no, not a humanoid. I'm talking about a Glide, 2 wheels on the ground. You hold the handle and say, hey, Glide, let's go to Starbucks. And Glide autonomously guides you there. A light and versatile device powered by a sensible wayfinding AI makes Glide easy to use and affordable. Affordability is critical. Most blind people can afford a cell phone. Glide costs like a cell phone, making independent mobility accessible to millions. And they are lined out the door. We've collected almost $1 million in pre-orders. Thousands have tested our devices and tell us that this is as familiar as holding on to someone's hand. With our team of engineers from iRobot, Google, Amazon, and other places, Glidance is defining the category of personal robots. Look at the screen. If you lost your sight, tell me which one of those would you like to guide you around? Okay? Soon we will have thousands, then tens and hundreds of thousands of Glide in the wild, where every step, this is 2 minutes?
We made it already.
Okay, let's better the lives of billions of people on this planet with the generational change that robots can bring to the world. Thank you.
Thank you also from us here in the jury. And Werner, I see you already raising your hands.
You mentioned an intuitive interface. Tell us a bit more about how do you interface with the device? You said it's an intuitive interface.
Of course. So the most important thing is that Glide actually guides. You hold the handle, you walk forward, the wheels don't even pull you. You push it forward, and as you begin to walk, Glide uses its cameras and begins to steer the way. The wheels steer. It can communicate with you with voice, tell you what's going on. You can communicate with it to tell you where you need to go. You can press buttons. So very, very intuitive, very low cognitive load, and you just walk.
Okay. Excellent. Sezu, do you have a question?
Yeah, just a pricing question. Which market do you see? Pricing.
Which market?
Yeah.
Which market do you see, and what about the pricing?
The pricing, okay. So we talk about the market as the 2% who currently use canes and dogs, and the 98% of people who are blind who are not able to get out of their homes. That's the market. We're pricing it to be accessible to people, $14.99 for the device and a $30 subscription that you can make an Amazon order and get it.
Excellent. Thank you for that clarity.
And I have a question, if you don't mind. How safe and secure to use this device?
The device is using classic robotics that's been around for 30 years at the bottom layer, if you like, for safety, to avoid obstacles, avoid cliffs, keep you from bumping into things. Cliffs are just drop-offs, not big cliffs. And then it uses AI for more, let's consider it more semantic stuff, like are you walking on the path or the lawn, so we can withstand some error there while keeping you safe.
Thank you, sir.
Well, that's excellent. It seems like you've already answered all of our questions, which is quite amazing. I'm just going to give the jury members one final chance, because we do have a few seconds left. No further questions. That's amazing.
Absolutely.
That means that you've made your case very, very clearly. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, and
once
thank you
again,
for everyone, and to my team who's on the video as well.
Good luck. Thank you so much. And then it's already time for our third contestant. Our third contestant is Predicteon, and I would love to see if they can also join us on the stage. And when they do, please give them a very, very big applause for Predicteon.
Hi, I'm Eva. At Prediction, we're making surgery safer. 3.5 trillion euros are annually spent on surgeries. They represent 50% of hospital expenditure. Safe and efficient surgeries are critical. Without them, our hospital will run into financial trouble. Unfortunately, many hospitals are. Despite the high stakes, only 2% of AI FDA-approved solutions focus on surgeries versus 80% on AI for diagnostics. And what do all surgeries have in common? Anesthesia. 60 million patients suffer anesthesia complications every year. During your surgery, your anesthesiologist, like our founder, Pedro, will spend hours mentally integrating thousands of data points, data tracking your heart, your lungs, your brain. Unfortunately, he is walking a fine line. Too little anesthesia, you would be in pain. Too much, you could suffer brain damage. And the cost, 30 billion annually on anesthesia complications. The solution, the Prediction PDA, AI personalized anesthesia. This is the medical device that we use in our hospital in Barcelona. During your surgery, it will integrate thousands of data points, and it will provide predictions to the anesthesiologist, so they can adapt your level of anesthesia before you suffer complications. What it means to you as a patient: 80% less complications, 25% faster recovery. What it means to a hospital, they can increase surgeries by 25%, unlocking up to 5 million in additional revenue. The ask, 10 million euros to validate the results across hospitals around the world, including low and low middle income countries, where there's very limited access to anesthesiologists. For Prediction, anesthesia is just the beginning. Let's make surgery safer together. Thank you to the Catalunya AI Factory, to the ITU, and all the organizers. Thank you.
Fantastic.
Why a dedicated device?
Sorry?
Why a dedicated device?
Very good question. This is a very, very big discussion. Why is not a software? Why is it a hardware? Why don't we integrate our device or our software in other devices? We have two strategies, a hardware with software strategy, which is what you just saw. What it allows us is to go independently to a hospital. In parallel, we're pursuing with big medtech companies a software strategy where we would put our software inside their devices. Thank you.
Excellent.
How are we going to use this device in the rural communities?
Thank you very much. I'll start why can this even happen, yes? Before joining Prediction, I spent 3 years in Africa, in Rwanda, bringing oncology care in a rural setting. And I was sure that this would be a very, very difficult hurdle. At the end, oncology requires, you need to predict, you need to treat, etc. But for anesthesia, you only need an anesthesiologist. So how can this device help? Number one, we can actually use the software to train anesthesiologists on remote. So I can load different cases on my software. You don't even need the device. It can be web-based. And I can train anesthesiologists on how to see different cases. So we can up the number of anesthesiologists. Number two, unfortunately, in many rural settings, we don't have anesthesiologists. Sometimes there is a surgeon doing anesthesia. It's not something that we would like to, but it's the reality, or even a nurse. We can simplify the solution for different population that they can use it in a very limited setting. Thank you.
Okay, you need to use the data from hospital patients.
Correct.
So is there any challenges or difficulties to get them data, or how do you handle the data safely?
Great question. We're working, and we're a spin-off of Hospital Clinic, one of the biggest hospitals in Barcelona, in Spain, and we follow very close protocols of clinical protocols on how to gather data, how to sign consent from our patients, and where and how to store the data, and who can access and when we can access that data. Thank you.
No one refuses.
No, it's totally anonymized on top of that, obviously. Oh. The data is totally anonymized.
But the data that you do get, that you operate, is actually coming from other diagnostic devices in the hospital. So is there a standard interface to that you can use?
Yes. So there is patient safety rules that allow everyone to connect to different devices. If I had my device and someone with an EEG device and an ECG device would not allow me to connect with their devices, they would actually be putting the patient at risk. So EU patient safety regulations allow all connections to different devices. It is true that our engineers have to code different drivers to connect to different devices. It's not a hard task, but it's definitely one of the tasks that we're working on.
Excellent. Well, you've done it all. Thank you so much for answering the questions and for an amazing presentation. Thank you so much, Prediction.
Thank you, John.
Wow, can you believe it? I told you it was going to be a whirlwind, right? So it's already time for our last contestant. I hope you're all ready for it. Here we go with Revolutionize. Welcome.
Good evening. This is the biggest stage I've ever been. I'm nervous. My name is Romita. As a child, my mother often told me, oil your hair regularly or it will turn red, like the begging kids. Years later, during my PhD in public health nutrition, I realized the heartbreaking fact. Their red hair is actually a sign of severe malnutrition. In a nation like India that feeds the world, no child should go to bed hungry. Yet, more than 1/3 of world's malnourished children live in India. 73 million children have went unscreened, leading to stunting, wasting, and even deaths. That's why we developed MAP, Malnutrition Assessment and Action Plan. With just one single click of an image, our AI-based technology can accurately measure a child's height and predict growth irregularities based on WHO standards. All data is geotagged, tamper-proof, and encrypted. Every diet chart is personalized. MAP can also flag a lot of risk factors for a child. MAP is not just a technology, it's a movement. We have already screened 200,000 children and are actively piloting with governments and schools across India. We have partnered and collaborated with NGOs for reach, academics for research, and AI labs for precision. I believe nutrition is not United Nations problem. It's everybody's, and that's why a part of our algorithm is open source. We believe collaboration is the key to solve this global challenge. Our goal to reach 100 million children by 2030. In my 20-year of career as a public health leader, I've already impacted more than a million lives, and to reach the next 100 million, I need your support. Together, let's eradicate malnutrition from the face of Earth. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Tell me a bit exactly what the education material is that you provide.
Absolutely. So we are a population-level screening tool. We have found our sweet spot where the government, NGOs are already spending millions on nutritional programs. What they need is anthropometry, which means weighing machines and stereometer that all these healthcare workers are supposed to carry and to reach these children in remote areas. What we are doing is you don't need to carry scales anymore in 21st century. You just need to carry an application. These healthcare workers already have smartphones given by the government. We are strengthening the existing primary healthcare systems. We are built for robustness and for global scale. And to answer, we already have a new Gen AI feature with just one single click of an image. You also get personalized nutrition plan. So look at it as a point that where no intervention is happening, at least we are making that intervention.
Excellent. Abdusam?
Yes. Is there any AI-based risk in utilizing this solution?
So a lot of regulators, we are doing a lot of validation study with apex bodies of India, with researchers, with academia, and they ask this question. Our question is that there is no particular framework. We help them understand that we are one of the successful healthcare, public health deployment tool built for scale. You have to see us as, you should measure us by the best of accuracy. You should see us as we are the zero intervention versus an intervention that MAP makes possible. Yes, there are risks, and we have built safety by design. So all this data, we remove all the PIIs, we use masking, we use anonymization. So it has been thought through, and it is a part of the design.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Okay. Could you elaborate how do you use AI technology for your solution?
For the product, I suppose.
How do you use AI technology?
Absolutely. So WHO already has a standardized format of growth monitoring for children of different age group, 0 to 2, 2 to 6. We are very active in the 2 to 6 range. They already have 12 ratios, and with certain data, height, weight, and age, you can calculate those ratios and tell whether a child is growing properly or not, is stunted, is underweight, has malnutrition or not. So we have gamified those statistics. Traditionally, you have to calculate those Z-scores for standard deviation. So with AI, once we get accurate height, we collect weight manually, we collect age manually for each and every child. We give those ratios instantly, and then we can map that child until that child becomes 10 years of age.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you so much. Wonderful job, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, wow. We already made it through these 4 finalists. Abdusam, I'm looking at you because as chairperson, I'm going to ask you now if you want to deliberate with the fellow judges for the next 3 minutes. You see, it's hard for the contestants, but it's hard for you guys to find a winner, to designate a winner. But of course, they're all winners. And please go ahead. I'll ask now if your mics can be turned off so you can deliberate in peace. And I'll just provide a few of my points of feedback now to the audience as well, because I think there's a couple of things that I also wanted to share with you. Of course, we did go through this exercise in just about 20 minutes, which is a real short amount of time. And I want to highlight a few things. The first is that, as you can imagine, the 4 contestants that came here today, they have gone through quite a lot of rounds to make it to this final. If you imagine how fantastic the solutions are that they offer, but also how great the needs are for humanity that are behind them, you can imagine that there's actually underlying a lot more needs that need to be met, and a lot more people that need to get that chance to do these kinds of competitions, to enter in these kinds of competitions. And I think that's important to bear in mind. In a way, everyone here today is already a winner, but there's many more companies that are trying to solve these needs, and everybody in the world should have the right and the ability to have their needs met. The second thing I'll say is that, you've just heard Sezo ask a question: how do you use AI? And of course, it's a fair question to ask at a summit that's all about AI. But I also want us to reflect on this and say, if it is not necessary to use AI, but you can still do something good, is there any good reason not to do that? I actually got reminded of that yesterday when I was talking to another person who was here on stage, Meredith Whittaker, and she challenged me on that very point. She said, Peter, you have to always ask that question. What problem are you trying to solve, and what's the best way to solve that problem? And if AI is not the answer, that doesn't mean it's not a good problem to try and solve. So those are a few of the reflections that I wanted to share with you as I was participating in this exercise. And just one more time, before we get to the official end of this competition, I want to now ask all of you in the audience one final time to recognize the amazing work of the contestants that we've had here today. I hope you've all enjoyed listening to them. I hope they've all inspired you, and I hope you can all give them extra energy as they go and build their solutions. Once again, a big applause for our 4 finalists, please. And then I think that Werner is now going to catch the prize, or because of course it is a competition, so we do have a prize to hand out for all the finalists and of course for the winner. Werner, I want to make sure that we get that, so we can hand that out in a moment. But then I want to ask you, Abdesam, has the jury reached a conclusion? Who would you like to award as the winner of today's competition?
Yes, we reached a conclusion with my colleagues, and we are happy to, before we reveal the final winner, I would like to ask all our finalists to join the AI for Good Impact initiative, and they have a seat in the Young AI Leaders hubs in their region. So welcome on board, everyone. And for the final winner, it will be Mama Mates.
Perfect. Congratulations.
Mama Mate, are you here?
Yeah.
Congratulations. That was amazing. Really well done.
Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. This is for you. Congratulations. You did fantastic. Yeah.
So we show the
yeah, for her. This is for you.
Oh my God, I'm shaking.
Well done.
Okay, everybody, congratulations, and we're going to just get a little photo opportunity, and we can keep the music going for just a second longer, if that's all right. There we go. Can we see everybody? Let's hold the check a little bit down, please.
Yeah, for me.
Hold it a little bit down, and then congratulations. Okay, there we go. We need to get the picture. We need to record this. Lovely. And then, judges, if you would like to remain, I'm going to invite the other finalists up, and we will give them medals as well. Ladies and gentlemen, the winner is Elevate Africa. Isn't that wonderful? And yes, please. Okay. Please, would you like to just stay here with your check? Would you like me to take your microphone? There you go. Okay, now you have your wonderful check and all of our finalists. I would like to call all of our finalists back up to the stage. We want to give them a medal as well because they have made it up to the final. So finalists, please will you join us on the stage? Come on up. Thank you. Our finalists, everybody. I just place this down here a second. Let me come and... Congratulations. Well done. Okay, there we go. And we'll get our photographs here. Right, let's put this one on here. There we go. Congratulations. Congratulations. Wow. It's right. Hi there. Congratulations. I'm going to put a medal on you. There we go. That way around. Just putting it over your head now.
Oh my goodness.
I know. You have a medal.
Get a medal.
That's great. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, our finalists and winners for the AI for Good Innovation Factory, and our incredible judges, you did a brilliant job as well. There we go. And also Peter, thank you. Thank you for running it. There we go. Congratulations. You may now relax as best you can. And that concludes our ceremony. Congratulations. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Lovely. Well, that was pretty awesome, wasn't it? Congratulations to all our finalists. Finalists, please can you head backstage? We have certificates for you as well. Judges, you were absolutely amazing. Wow. What a lovely way to start the final part of our evening. We do have a few more awards, as you well know, audience, and I'm going to be helping with this one from celebrating startups to celebrating across the entire AI for Good community, which I know that you are part of. Oh, that's all right. We just, do you want a hand? No, you've got it. They've been brilliant. I cannot understand how quickly these people are moving things around on stage for us. We really appreciate all the work you do. Thank you. Okay, so many of you know that we've been running Robotics for Good youth competitions in 20 different countries, and we've collected many children along the way. Don't worry, we give them back to the adults afterwards. But for now, it is a real pleasure to host them all right here in Geneva as we triumphantly begin the AI for Good Impact Awards. That would be like a sting or something like, duh, so we'll do that like that. Okay, so this year we received an incredible 320 applications from around the world, spanning individuals, SMEs, non-profits, academic institutions, and large corporations. And this really reflects the global nature of the initiative. Impactful AI solutions demonstrating the creativity and commitment of innovators worldwide. And we would invite you also to apply as we carry on with this amazing award. We had 4 judges involved in a rigorous process. That sounds interesting, doesn't it? I wonder what they did. I wonder if they actually had like physical fighting or whether they were able to have like a civil. It's the United Nations, isn't it? They're probably having a nice chat. That's lovely. Okay, so we had 4 judges and 3 finalists for each category. And these projects have been evaluated against clear criteria: innovation, impact, sustainability, and ethics by design, and contribution to global challenges. It's not just about technology. It's about meaningful, responsible solutions that help shape a better future for us all. So, let's get started, shall we? Please join me in welcoming to the stage the most incredible person, Dr. Bilal Jamousi, Deputy Director of the Telecommunications Standardization Bureau at the ITU. Hello.
Thank you, LJ, and good afternoon. It's really my honor to present the AI for People Impact Award. This category recognizes the AI-driven solutions that improve lives, advance education, promote quality, and enhance health and well-being. Our 3 finalists are FetoSense by CareNX Innovations, a patented fetal monitoring system enabling early detection of fetal distress in real time, especially in rural areas and low-resource settings without specialist doctors. The second is Hera by the Hera Digital Health. It's a WhatsApp chatbot co-created with refugee communities that enhance healthcare access and autonomy for refugee women through personalized, culturally sensitive, and support and health record management. And the third one is included by iSTEM, an AI-powered platform that enables people with disability to access digital content, career guidance, and essential services through a voice-first, inclusive experience across WhatsApp, IVR, and web. The winner will be announced by Dr. Zavazava, the Telecommunication Development Bureau Director. But first, let's discover the inspiring work of our 3 finalists through the short videos they have prepared to present their solutions.
Hi, I'm Aditya Kulkarni, co-founder of CareNX Innovations from India. At CareNX, we are transforming maternal healthcare by making fetal monitoring accessible, affordable, and AI-powered, even in the most remote areas. Every year, millions of women lack access to specialist care during pregnancy. Our AI-enabled FetoSense device empowers general physicians to screen high-risk pregnancies early, reducing complications and saving lives. FetoSense analyzes fetal heart patterns in real time, supporting frontline decision-making and referrals without needing a gynecologist on site. With support from UNICEF and now the AI for Good community, we aim to reach 1 million pregnancies by 2026. Together, we can ensure safe motherhood for every woman, everywhere. CareNX Innovations, AI for every mother.
If you put all the displaced people together as a country, they would have the worst health outcomes of any country in the world. This is because healthcare systems are designed for people who are born and die in the same place, not for people who have to move. I started working on HERA after a refugee woman bled out in my ambulance because she didn't know she could get pregnancy care. I'm Dr. Aral Surmeli. I'm the founder of HERA Digital Health. We use AI to connect refugee women and children with healthcare they need. HERA is an open-source digital health platform that helps refugees access care across languages, countries, or even healthcare systems. We have already reached 300,000 refugee women, and we are raising antenatal care appointments, immunization rates, and clinical care access. We co-create with refugee communities, open source our platform, and audit our tools for implicit bias.
Hi, I'm Karthik, co-founder of iSTEM, a platform built by and for people with disabilities to unlock access to education and employment in India. Today, over 20 million people with disabilities are unemployed, costing the Indian economy more than $112 billion every year. A major reason? Over 96% of digital content, including learning platforms, job portals, and government services, are inaccessible to assistive technologies. Imagine visiting New York City, but only being allowed to experience Times Square. That's what digital access feels like for millions. Our AI-powered platform, Include, is changing this. It converts inaccessible content into accessible formats, helps users explore careers through stories of people like them, shares relevant government schemes, and includes a voice-powered agent to navigate even the most inaccessible websites. Already, over 25,000 people have used our platform. They've converted over 1.5 million pages, supported 10,000 plus job applications, and integrated with Sugamya Bharat, India's national app for persons with disabilities. At iSTEM, we're building a world where everyone can learn, work, and thrive with dignity and on their own terms. Join us in making digital access a basic right, not a privilege.
Okay, I think we'll step forward a bit. And now it's a pleasure to invite to the stage Dr. Cosmas Zavazava, who will announce the winner. Come on up. Hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we acknowledge all the 3 finalists? It is my honor and pleasure to say that all the finalists were running neck and neck, and we measured the necks, they are all equal. There is only one that emerged a nose ahead, and this is PhotoSense by KNX Innovations. Congratulations.
Oh, thank you very much. And congratulations to KNX Innovations. We're now going to turn to our next category. Oh, she's here? Oh, they're all here. Whoa. Let's do this again, shall we? Let's get the music. Let's give you a proper one. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen and everyone. It's a little bit late, isn't it? Yes, well done. There you go. Oh, I should give that to you. So let's do this properly. There you go. Come over here, please. Move over here so we can get a lovely picture of you. The first one is always a little bit strange, but then the next one will be better. You're not strange. I am strange. Okay, congratulations. Come on now. Oh, yes. This was this one. Right. There we go. We got there in the end, everybody. Thank you for your patience and congratulations. There we go. All right. Thank you so much as well. Thank you, everybody. You go. All right. What you just saw there was a live rehearsal for the next 3 awards, and I thought that went very well. What did you think?
It was great.
It was good, wasn't it? Okay, so let's go on to our next awards, which is, let's see, who am I inviting? I've got a different name up here. Okay, that's all right. We've done that one. Just talk amongst yourselves for a second. Okay, so this is the next one here.
Yes.
Okay, lovely. All right, so thank you and congratulations to KNX Innovations. And we now turn to our next category, AI for Planet. Yes, please welcome to the stage Distinguished Professor and Dean at Schwarzman College, Tsinghua University, Luan Shui.
He's here.
Yes. So, do we give him one of these? Hi there, thank you so much for your patience. That's this one here. Yes, would you like to be at the lectern or would you like to? Yeah, grab that.
So,
okay.
the director will hand you can come here for the photo.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, if you would please read the script there, if that's okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, LJ.
Oh, there's a microphone. Yes.
Thank you, LJ. The AI for Planet Impact Award recognizes AI solutions, driving sustainability, protecting ecosystems, and building a greener future. This year's finalists show how AI can be a powerful tool for environmentalist stewardship and climate resilience. Our 3 outstanding finalists are Smart Catch, AI-powered sustainability suite by WorldFish, a suite that integrates fisheries data with advanced AI models and to optimize vessel routes, enhance catch reporting, and support climate-smart management of small-scale fisheries. The second, Farm Assist by Soil Solutions, Ghana, an AI-powered platform that analyzes soil health and land degradation using satellite imagery and machine learning to deliver tailored recommendations for regenerative farming and climate resilience agriculture. Quartz Solar AI Cloudcasting by Open Climate Fix, an AI solution designed to enhance the accuracy of solar generation forecasts using an open source AI models that predicts cloud movement. Let's take a closer look at how these finalists are applying AI to protect our planet.
Across Africa, land degradation and poor soil health threatens the future of food systems and rural livelihood. Farmers struggle to know when or how to restore their soil, especially as climate change makes traditional knowledge unreliable. At Soil Solutions Ghana, we created Farm Assist, an AI-powered platform that uses satellite imagery and machine learning to assess soil health, detect land degradation, and deliver tailored recommendations for regenerative farming and climate-resilient agriculture. I am Moses Semenshia, the co-founder and CEO of Soil Solutions based in Ghana. Our mission is to empower farmers with the tools to heal their land and secure their livelihood. Today, Farm Assist serves over 55,000 farmers, reducing the time to accurate soil insight and farm extension support from weeks to seconds.
Fish stocks are vanishing due to overfishing, which is caused by lack of data and guesswork. Meet the AI-powered sustainability suite, Smart Catch to verify every fish catch photo, Smart Rod to avoid overfishing, and Ask Data to answer policy questions in any local language, all in real time. I'm Hamza from WorldFish. We are building open source AI models which are based on fish data management systems so the government can manage small-scale fisheries in a sustainable way. Our data management system are already streaming catch and GPS data across 5 Asian and African nations by delivering live, accurate policy actions. Our AI solution is set to prevent overfishing. Local community consent, open source license, and gender-balanced ethics boards keep the data fair, transparent, and all for the public good.
Open Climate Fix is developing a brand new innovation in the field of AI for weather forecasting, which is forecasting cloud movements from satellite imagery. AI is at the heart of everything we do at Open Climate Fix. We have some of the leading engineers, and we've spent literally years downloading terabytes of data, which we process through our algorithms.
Our cloudcasting model takes in 11 different spectral channels and tries to predict the satellite image as it will progress or develop over the next 3 hours.
This is a field that has never been done before and fills a really important gap for forecasting renewable energy, making it easier to integrate more solar energy onto the grid. This allows grid operators globally to run the grid more efficiently and for off-grid solar to be more predictable.
Amazing. So many worthy finalists, and I now invite Dr. Cosmas Zavazava, who will announce the winner.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a real challenge because all these applications are fantastic. Can we thank the finalists? The AI for Planet Award goes to WorldFish for their Smart Catch solution. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
What are they? Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Congratulations to WorldFish. Congratulations. Unfortunately, the winner couldn't attend the ceremony, but we will make sure that the award goes to them. And now it's time to move to our next award, which is AI for Prosperity. Thank you so much for holding the award. That was quite heavy, wasn't it? It's like you get a workout in. It's heavy work, this awards business. Thank you ever so much. Okay, next we have the AI for Prosperity Award. We're going to welcome Abby Daniel and Kevin White up. Please, will you come up?
They're here.
Here they are.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Finally, we celebrate innovation that drives prosperity, creating economic opportunity, enhancing resilience, fostering inclusive growth, and contributing to safer, more stable communities. These AI-powered solutions help advance social progress, support livelihoods, and promote peace and sustainable development. We are proud to present the AI for Prosperity Impact Award. Our 3 outstanding finalists have developed impactful projects that use AI to support sustainable development and social progress. They are
AI lifecycle support for mine action by UNOPS. It's an AI solution that prioritizes mine clearance and assesses the development impact of cleared land through geospatial analysis and satellite imagery-based object detection. Second, we have the community-led AI-assisted mapping suite by Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. It's an AI-assisted mapping tool that uses open imagery, community input to rapidly generate local maps for improving and saving lives. And Farmer Chat by Digital Green. It's a scalable AI platform that improves small-scale livelihoods and resilience by providing personalized, timely, and localized agriculture advice. So let's see the videos, I think.
Long after war ends, hidden explosives remain, turning everyday tasks into deadly risks. We're working to change that, using AI to analyze decades of data so that our teams can clear land faster and more safely. AI sees what we can't, guiding deminers to the most hazardous areas first and helping us measure the impact of our work. At UNOPS, we build the practical foundations for lasting peace and prosperity in some of the world's most challenging environments. In mine action, AI helps us speed up the return of farmland, reopen roads to schools, and help families rebuild. Guided by the principles of do no harm, our AI supports, never replaces, human decision-making, building trust, ensuring safety, and helping us clear the path for communities to thrive.
More than 1 billion people live in areas that are badly mapped or unmapped. And without this information, it's hard to provide aid after disaster, or to know where to provide services like clean water or waste removal, causing human suffering or loss of life. We are addressing this by developing a geospatial, responsible AI, FAIR, which combines open imagery and open geo-AI models with humans in the loop. I am Leen Dons, Director of Technology at the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, or HOT. We promote open geospatial data and tools that support local solutions for humanitarian response and community development. In partnership with Nakuru City in Kenya, we used geo-AI to map an area of 21,000 square kilometers. This data was community validated and used to develop flood risk assessments that now guide mitigation efforts and benefiting more than 10,000 people. At HOT, we believe AI must be inclusive, open, and built with the people it serves.
Millions of smallholder farmers around the world face dynamic market and climate shocks, poor yields, and limited access to timely advice. And there simply aren't enough extension agents to meet their evolving needs. That's why we built Farmer Chat, an AI assistant for farmers.
सभी को नमस्ते, मेरा नाम राखी कुमारी है, समस्तपुरा पंचायत से आई हूँ। जो पहले जो मैं खेत में जाती थी किसान दीदी के साथ बातें करने के लिए, तो कभी-कभी होता क्या था कि दीदी लोग हमें कि हम जहाँ काम करते थे वहाँ फ़ोन करके और उससे बात करने के बाद फिर दीदी को बताते थे। क्या हुआ, चैटबॉट जो आया है उसमें हम डायरेक्ट उसमें पूछते हैं और तुरंत ही उसमें जवाब आता है। आलू में झुलसा रोग लगा है, उसका दवा बताइए।
कारण होता है, ये तेजी से फैल सकता है और आलू की फसल को काफी नुकसान पहुंचा सकता है।
With Farmer Chat, we're building tools that meet farmers where they are and help them get to where they want to be.
And now it's time to invite on stage TSB Director Seizo Onoa-san to present the award to the winner. Please, will you come up on stage? Thank you. Hi there. We'll grab... Yes.
Okay, thank you, LJ.
Oh, would you like to hold the microphone? I can hold this for you if you
Okay,
wish.
thank you. Hello. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you, LJ. These projects show how AI can help build resilient economies and communities and promote prosperity. The AI for Prosperity Award goes to Farmer Chat by Digital Green.
Congratulations. Thank you. I'll swap that with you. Yes, that's great. I think they're going to come up. Congratulations to Digital Green. I'm not sure if they're able to collect the awards, so we're going to, again, make sure that that gets to them as well. Okay, another round of applause is absolutely fine at this point. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll look after that. Thank you, Honori-san. Appreciate it. Oh, you're welcome to stay up on here if you would like to. I think we could just find out to make sure, but we will stand together. Should we stand together? Or do you need to? Oh.
I mean, it's George, the two that they want them come back.
Oh, yes. Would you like to come back up? Or you're welcome to stay here. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, we just have a small technical hitch with the script, in case that wasn't obvious. So I really appreciate your patience and understanding, because this is actually my favorite award ceremony of all time. I've actually done ones before where I've announced the winner and they just kept doing the opening voiceover. So this is going as well as we can. Thank you. Yes, I think, are we going to let our people come back up? Thank you. Thank you so much. We will get there in the end, everybody. All right, well, congratulations to Digital Green. We're going to turn to the final part of today's Impact Awards, the Pro Bono Collaboration Impact Award. So it is time to invite on stage Jacek Siadkowski. Would you like to come on up?
When we started Tech to the Rescue, we thought there are just too many great impact-driven organizations with proven social interventions, and too many of them lack technology talent to actually build solutions that could take those interventions from community to society. Since then, we facilitated over 1,000 pro bono collaborations where tech companies and nonprofits build impact together. Today, I have a big pleasure to announce the first ever AI for Good Pro Bono Collaboration Awards to celebrate partnerships where tech companies and impact-driven organizations co-create and implement AI solutions that drive meaningful change for people, prosperity, and planet. Big thank you to our judges, Mary Jacques, Christopher Fabian, and Dr. Najwa Arai for your time, expertise, and wisdom to help us pick the best possible finalists. Our three remarkable finalists are Chatbot Sophia by Spring Act in partnership with Ada and Microsoft Azure, a 24/7 anonymous AI chatbot helping people affected by domestic violence gather evidence, understand their rights, and explore safe options, all without leaving a digital trace. Second one is Defensa AI by Seed Labs in partnership with Sociedad Peruana de Derecho Ambiental, SPDA, an AI-powered solution that helps detect and prevent environmental crimes in the Peruvian Amazon by delivering real impact, low-cost alerts, and analytics to NGOs, citizens, and authorities. The third one is Lex8, AI-powered asylum appeal generator by Seed Labs in partnership with Asylex, an AI-powered tool that streamlines asylum appeals in Switzerland by generating tailored, locally grounded drafts for asylum seekers reviewed by attorneys and ready for submission. These partnerships show how AI can truly be a force of good. When technology meets purpose, the impact is just extraordinary. So let's hear from our finalists here.
She tried to call, but he walked back into the room. Every night, 1 in 3 women live in fear, trapped in homes that should be safe. Most will never tell a soul. What if help could whisper back? We created Sophia, the first AI ally for people affected by domestic violence. She's confidential, multilingual, and always awake. Sophia helps recognize the signs of abuse, learn your rights, and find support. She protects every story with a digital safe that leaves no trace and helps gather potential evidence. Sophia has had 41,000 conversations in 172 countries, and this is only the beginning. When AI is used for good, nobody will have to suffer in silence. One whisper, one message, one life at a time. This is what AI is meant for.
Every month in Peru's Amazon, hundreds of hectares vanish before anyone sounds the alarm. By the time reports arrive, the trees are gone. We built a faster way.
Defense Plus AI ingests satellite alerts, news feeds, even radio transcripts, and flags threats in real time, not 30 days.
We are Sid Labs Online LLP, New Delhi. With our collaborator and partner SPDA, we give rangers a head start. In our pilot, rangers intercepted 2 logging crews before the first tree fell. That's hectares saved, carbon locked, and communities protected. Bold ideas, responsible AI, a safer Amazon.
Millions of refugees worldwide face severe human rights violations, such as gender-based violence or torture, with no legal protection. With Sid Labs, we've built an AI tool that drafts human rights appeals, making justice accessible for those who need it most.
For a refugee, justice can cost 25,000 Swiss francs and take 3 long weeks, time and money they don't have. Most appeals never even leave the folder, so we built an answer.
LexAid is our AI-powered legal assistant. It reads your case file, checks Swiss and United Nations law, and drafts a human rights appeal in just 30 seconds.
We are Sid Labs Online LLP from New Delhi. With our pro bono partners ACLEX, we supercharge lawyers. Lawyers can now file 10 times more cases. Families can get safety minutes after crossing a border. Here, bold ideas meet responsible AI to defend every human right. Contact us for pro bono consultation.
And as you can see, we are slowly collecting amazing people up onto stage. So let's invite somebody else up. Yes, please, will you join me in welcoming TSB Director once more, the amazing Seizo Onoe-san, to present the Pro Bono Collaboration Award to the winner. Thank you. Oh, you have a headset. You have a headset mic on.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh.
Upgrades.
Can you hear me? Working?
No.
Oh, okay. And now, the winner of the Pro Bono Collaboration Award is Chatbot Sophia by Spring ACT in partnership with Ada and Microsoft Azure. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Onoe-san. You're absolutely brilliant. And congratulations to our winner, where we can have a photograph.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Would you like to come with the photograph? Does she want to be in the photograph? Congratulations, everyone. Actually, why don't we invite all of our winners, judges, finalists, and the executive officers to the stage? Let's make it a party, everybody, for a final group photograph. Come on up to the stage, everyone, please. Would you like to join for a photo? And the finalists as well, our other finalists. Whereabouts are our other finalists and winners? Please come on up. This might take a little while, but that's okay. The music is good. We're all having quite a lot of fun. Here we go. Thank you so much, everybody. Audience, you are fantastic. AV, you have been phenomenal as well. We got through a technical hitch there. Really appreciate it. Okay.
Should we move this way?
I think we can squeeze in a little bit. We can squeeze in. Right, can everybody see the camera? Oh, we've got some more people. Come on in. At some point, we'll just have the entire audience join us on the stage. There we go.
All right.
Have we got everybody? Yes? I'll just check with our lovely photographers. Wide mode. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everybody. I think you can enjoy. All right. Thank you so much. You are all able to relax now. You'll be relieved to hear. That was excellent. Audience, you were brilliant. Guests, you were absolutely fantastic. And of course, we have got another awards ceremony, and this time it's going to be even more crazy because I think children are involved. And that's what they say. They say don't work with children or animals, and I say no, I'm absolutely more than happy to do all of that. So let's go to the most exciting part of our event. Well, actually, you know what? That last part was pretty exciting as well, wasn't it? It's all been good. Thanks for flying with us here at AI for Good, and it's time for the Robotics for Good Youth Challenge. Over the past, oh yes, let's have a little, yes, absolutely. You might be hearing the sound of sleep deprivation mixed with ingenuity. Over the past few days, we have witnessed an inspiring showcase of innovation, collaboration, and impact. This challenge has brought together people from around the world who are using technology not just to compete, but to create solutions that matter. We're talking over 7,500 participants, 1,200 teams, and 40 countries represented, and we supported this with 25 national events. It has become the place to be for youth-driven innovation in robotics. I think that's incredible that we are encouraging young people in technology. So it is a great honor to welcome a distinguished guest who represents a country that has shown remarkable commitment to this worthy theme. So please join me in welcoming His Excellency Dr. Takuo Imagawa, Vice Minister for International Affairs of Japan. Ooh. There we go. We're sincerely grateful for Japan's generous support, which has helped make this global gathering possible and has empowered so many young people here in Geneva today. I would like to also invite onto the stage once more. You've seen him once, you've seen him again, we're going to have him a third time. It's the Director of the Telecommunications Standardization Bureau, Seizo Ono-san, to present the award to the winner. Following 5 qualifying rounds and a thrilling elimination stage, it's time to celebrate the winners of this, the first ever Robotics for Good Youth Challenge. And we're going to have the junior category. We're going to announce the junior category. Hang on, is it in a slight change to what I can see over there? We are going to have 4 awards instead of 2. We have a highly commended and a winner for both junior and senior categories. And so we're going to start with the junior category. And this is the junior category. Oh, my goodness. This is breaking news, everybody. So I'm going to tell you the country of the junior category winner, and then we're going to have the announcement of the winner from you. Okay, if it's possible. Can you read that writing there? I will just check first, because it looks like a doctor has written this handwriting, ladies and gentlemen. So I'm going to announce the highly commended, but first, before I do that, just to build tension, I think, could you please cut my microphone so I could, in fact, whisper the winner so that this person, so that we don't have to decipher the handwriting. Okay, is that okay with you? All right. Okay, so You would mention second, and you can mention first. Okay, so for the highly commended junior category, we're going to ask you to please announce our junior category. Highly commended. Please join us on stage if you are from the country.
Nepal.
Yes. Very good. Right, then we'll do the winner, which you can do. Thank you. Come on up, Nepal. Do we have the winner from Nepal to get the highly commended trophy? Are they coming? I can't see. Are they? Amazing. Come on up to the stage. So this one is the Silver Junior. So if you want to present, yes. Thank you, thank you. Carrying more things. Okay. Congratulations! Excellent. Come up on stage. Congratulations. Squeeze into the middle, everybody. Congratulations. Squeeze in. Okay. Do you want to come and stand next to us as well?
Come.
It feels like you should.
Okay.
Okay. We'll have, yes, go to the other side. This is brilliant. All right, squeeze in, please. It's a big team and a small stage, so let's just make sure that that looks good.
We also have our minister here. Can I
okay.
some communication information technology.
That's great. All right. Thank you very much to our highly commended. It's a quick one, so if I could ask you please to go back. And then we're going to do our gold award after that. Congratulations, everybody. Brilliant. Okay. Okay, so it's now time for the winner of the junior category, if that makes sense. So we've just had the highly commended junior category, and so we're now going to the winner of the junior category. Are we ready? And the winner is?
Venezuela.
Venezuela, come on up. Thank you, you're doing so well. Yes, there's that one, there's that one. Well done, well done. Please come up and get your award. Well done. Congratulations. Okay, just thank you. Congratulations. Well done. So we'll put you over here. We'll come over here. That's a picture. There we go. Very nice. Okay. Lovely. Thank you. Okay. It's time to move along, I'm afraid, because we have 2 surprise extra awards here. Thank you. Congratulations. Well done. Oh, wow. Amazing. And the vexillologists among you would have been very happy that they corrected the way that their flag was going. All right, let's go on to our senior silver category, the highly commended, which is here. Oh, hang on. South Korea is the... This is like awards hosting 101, isn't it? I shouldn't say the name. Okay, so what we're going to do is we have 2 highly commended, and we're running out of time as well, so we're going to do them both at the same time, I think, just to move them along. The second is, you can say it loudly now.
South Korea.
Yes, and. Yes, and. And first is Brazil.
Brazil.
Brazil is first. Thank you. I'm so sorry about that. Okay. So you have.
Yeah. Thank you. In the center, yeah.
Okay.
Come.
Congratulations, everybody. It's been a pleasure. Well done for your highly commended. So, thank you so much. And please, can we have our winners of the senior category, please? Will you come and join us, Brazil? Thank you very much. Thank you so much for your amazingness. Come on up. Thank you. Well done. Just come and stand here. Other way around.
Thank you.
Congratulations. You're gonna come here. Oh.
Oh,
Lovely. Okay, yes, that's amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much. Well done.
Thanks.
Thank you. Oh, you're going to go this way? Thank you. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you. I won't shake your hand. You have your hands full. Thank you. Oh, goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for our amazing judges as well. Well, not judges, but award presenters. You've done brilliantly. Thank you. Okay, well, that went well. Now, looking ahead, we're excited to announce the 2025 to 2026 edition of the Robotics for Good Youth Challenge will take on the theme of food security. It's a pressing, yes, it's good, isn't it? It's a pressing global issue that calls for bold innovation.
ITU's AI for Good is empowering the next generation of tech innovators through the Robotics for Good Youth Challenge.
This United Nations Challenge launched under the theme of disaster response.
Auspiciado por las Naciones Unidas, la Robotics for Good Youth Challenge.
Estas Olimpiadas Nacionales permitieron a los jóvenes demostrar sus habilidades en robótica y programación luego de meses de arduo trabajo en equipo.
The youth in this competition can come up with robotics that can give early warning systems on what are those disasters that are coming.
Ja, we voldoen wel die CMT-reis en laten we het alleen de disasters gezien.
Over 7,500 youth formed 1,200 teams from 25 national and regional events to design robotic solution for disaster response. It's more than an educational competition. It's a global movement. Next year, the competition is growing. It will now feature participants from over 50 different countries, all tackling the new global challenge, food security.
I don't know how to express my feeling right now, but we won, and I'm just happy all our effort actually paid out. I'm really happy.
Discover how the next generation are using robotics to build a better future for us all. Join the Robotics for Good Youth Challenge.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have forgotten something fundamental, and we here at the ITU AI for Good, we find a problem, we fix a problem. And that slight problem was that we invited somebody really impressive and important up, and he just said a couple of words into the microphone, and instead we would actually like to hear him speak. So please, will you join me in re-welcoming to the stage His Excellency Dr. Takuo, Vice Minister for International Affairs of Japan, who took so much time out of his day to come and join us. We would like to hear a lot more from him, wouldn't we? So please join me in welcoming him back to the stage. Thank you. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Japanese government, it's my great pleasure to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all of you. Your creativity, technical excellence, and teamwork have truly demonstrated the power of innovation to shape the future. Although not every team could take home the top prize, the courage and the dedication shown by all participants deeply moved us. Your ideas, your passion, and your perseverance are powerful forces that will continue to shape the world. This contest is This contest is more than just a competition. It is a celebration of all young minds coming together, believing in your potential, challenging limitations, and learning from one another. As a Japanese government, we are proud to support this initiative that empowers young people to dream boldly, connect globally, and build a better tomorrow through technology. Many countries, including Japan, are facing population decline. In these societies, robotics plays a vital role. It promotes automation across various fields and complements the labor force. Your robotics technologies will contribute to building a more sustainable world. In Japan, we have a word, takumi. It refers to the spirit of craftsmanship, dedication to refining one's skills with heart and precision. Today, we saw the same spirit reflected in your work. If you allow me a personal remark, my first name is Takuo, which has a similar tone, but means a pioneer. So I've always dreamed to become a pioneer like you, and I'm truly honored to be here among such promising talent. Finally, please carry this experience with you as you continue to grow and take on new challenges. Japan stands with you, cheering for your future, and we hope to meet again, perhaps in another celebration of innovation. So congratulations once again. I wish all of you a bright future. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Thank you ever so much. It's a real pleasure to hear from somebody who is behind so much innovation for young people, and I think that this is just the best platform for it. Okay, so you can get a first look at the official competition field for the Robotics for Youth competition at the ITU booth, which is here at the venue, and we have 60 countries expected to join the next edition, so it's only getting bigger and bigger, a bit like our venue. And, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what I think we should have after 2 award ceremonies? That's right, one more award ceremony. Yes, we have another final. It will be short, but it will be worth it because it is the AI for Good Impact Awards ceremony celebrating innovation, creativity, and real-world impact from film to art to technology. So this is a moment to recognize those using AI to shape a better future for all. So let's begin by honoring some of the world's most creative storytellers, the AI for Good Film Festival. For this, I will invite on stage Seizo Onoe-san, Director of the Telecommunications Standardization Bureau, jury member of this year's edition, and possibly the person with the most number of steps in the room. Please, will you join us? Thank you so much. I'm also going to invite our, are these the judges or are these our contestants? I will invite them, and then we will be able to tell whether they are judges or contestants by their job titles, everybody. Okay, it's Irakli Beridze, head of the Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics, United Nations Interregional Crime and Justice Research Institute. That's UNICRI. That's obviously not a contestant. That's going to be a judge. Okay, next we have Michaela A. Tanaski-Holland, Emmy Award-winning and Peabody-nominated director Reza Siso-Safai, award-winning filmmaker, actor, writer, and co-founder of Massive Studios, Monica Lopez, co-founder and CEO of Cognitive Insights for Artificial Intelligence, Lisa Russell, Emmy-winning filmmaker, AI artist, and founder of Arts Envoy AI. Let's invite all of them up to the stage at once, and it will soon become obvious who is being awarded and who is doing the awarding. Thank you. Will you all come up, please? Hi. Hi. Hello. Okay. Who is our first judge? Me. It's you. Excellent. Here we go.
Thanks, LJ. The AI for Good Film Festival is all about pushing boundaries that are really about celebrating human creativity being boosted and assisted by artificial intelligence. This competition showcases how AI can expand filmmaking and creative, thought-provoking storytelling, while delivering positive messages about how we can be more ethical, social, and existentially a better community as a whole. So we selected 4 incredible films out of an incredible amount of entries, and out of those 4 films, we selected 1 winner.
Thank you. We selected this film as the winner for its hauntingly beautiful and emotionally resonant portrayal of a journey through the afterlife. Through poetic imagery and a dreamlike flow, the film does not rely on dialogue. The story just washes over you like a memory or a vision, drawing you in with a lyrical power and a visual grace. The use of color and technical execution of the entire AI-generated visuals are stunning, enhancing both mood and meaning, while the human-made score, an extraordinary fusion of traditional and contemporary sounds, adds a timeless and global dimension. It's a film that lingers long after it ends.
Thank you. That was beautiful. Okay, Onoe-san, it is over to you to announce the winner.
Okay. No?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's working. Okay, thank you. It's my honor to announce the winner of the AI for Good Film Festival 2025. Souls of the Shipwreck.
Yes, for Souls of the Shipwreck. Well done. Thank you. My goodness.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Here they come. Yes, congratulations. Come on up for a picture. Come on, we'll take your picture. Congratulations. Come on up. Come on. Okay. Well done. Oh, congratulations once again, and congratulations to everybody who was screened. Thank you so much. Quick picture. Okay. Lovely. Okay, you can stay for the picture. We're going to invite the next thing up in a second. Oh, my screen changed. Okay, are we all good? Yes, excellent. Congratulations, everybody. Thank you, Onoe-san. Thank you, judges, and congratulations to the winner.
Congratulations.
All right.
Yeah.
Incredible work, everybody.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Yeah.
Thank you. Right, it's time to invite. Oh, no.
Okay.
I think we're going to go straight over to the K-pop. Is that right? Jolly good. Okay, congratulations, everybody, and thank you so much for bearing with us. It's been a real pleasure. Well done. All right. Now, I know that many of you have probably waited for this next part of our programming, so thank you very much for your patience. You should reward yourself. Some of you have been here since 9 in the morning, some of us even earlier than that. So let's have a look and see what we've got here. Yes, this is actually about the K-pop idol Big Ocean. I think perhaps we might have 1 or 2 fans in the audience. It's actually a boy band made up of 3 artists with hearing disability. Jiseok, PJ, Chanyeon live with varying degrees of deafness, and their dream to become an idol seemed unpromising. But now, things are a little bit different. So, shall we invite them on stage? I'm going to invite Halisha on stage first of all. Parastar Entertainment, come on up.
Hi, I'm Helicha, the CEO and founder of Parastar Entertainment. Nice to meet you all. Thank you. Parastar is a management company for the Big Ocean who sing with sign language. So Big Ocean is very unique because they are the very first K-pop idol comprised of the deaf musicians, and they are the first time in the world. So PJ, Jiseok, Chanyeon, they all are deaf, and using either cochlear implants or hearing aids. Nonetheless, they never stopped dreaming of their musician career. And later, last year in April, they made their debut with the first mini album, followed by the second mini album, Underwater. And they were so lucky enough to have the successful Europe tour this April, which led to the second Europe tour starting tomorrow. And then led to the next US tour for the first time this month. Yes. Thanks to all the media coverages all around the world, and thanks to our beloved Padoser fandoms and all the great supporters in the world, we were able to be named as Billboard's Rookie of this month last September, and also was named Forbes 30 Under 30 Asia in 2025 last month. Yes. Thank you. Okay, these were all possible thanks to the IT technology we used. Can you imagine how hard it could have been for us to train without listening to the music properly? We developed the sensory metronome systems. Like we change the music beat into the vibration by the smartwatch. And we changed the beat to the flashing light on screen, and we made them to sync. So the training got easier day by day. And also we produced music with using AI solutions. You can hear their singing voices. Some of them were having difficulties in having the right pitch. Yeah, we're working on it. And some of the muffling sounds and swallowed voices. So AI deep learned their own voice and converted with the guide vocals voice. This is the outcome. This is our debut song, Glow. You'll see it after. And we wanted to enhance our pronunciation. And as our fandom grew to the global fandoms, we wanted to make our English songs sound better. And we wanted it to sound like a native speaker when they sing it. So that's when we turned to CVC, controllable voice conversion. So beforehand, Bogosian's voice and Guy Vocal's voice were all mixed together, regardless of the timbre, linguistics, of pitch and loudness. But after this, Bogosian could focus on the timbre, and the Guy Vocal's voice could also contribute more on the pronunciation or the pitch and loudness. As a tribute to ITU, we released our new single, Buckethead, today. And we are going to showcase this performance for the first time today here, shortly after. Yes, thank you very much. And what's more interesting is that we made our music video generated by 100% AI. Yes, we tried this. So we deep learned our faces and then made a hybrid of a real footage with AI background like this. And also, the AI work was so interesting because we could finally bring our pure imagination into life. For instance, in the music video, we created a female character, Anne, who is very seductive. And also, we could make the brain actually wear the bucket head. We even prompted in very detail, as much as to decide what kind of camera lens to depict the scenes. More than 9 types of AI tools were used. In taking this opportunity, I would like to thank these tools companies as well as all the people, each and every people here who are making endless effort to bring new ideas and solutions to the world. I truly believe that myself, and the Bogosian team was the biggest recipient of AI technology because it created something that was seemingly unachievable in the past. Thank you so much. And now, let me proudly introduce Bogosian to you.
just wanna get her attention. Picked all my scars to go. I just wanna feel the tension. 이끌린 대로 high and low. I just can't stop feeling myself. 달 듯이 삶의 실감이 손길 아찔히 금중에 퍼들어 상처 따윈 my best morning 건 no pain Concept kinda like you making me a hot shot 파란 속에 자유로운 내 멋진다 자연스러운 flow I'm special I'm special Let's go underwater Don't wanna be under control Cause I've been feeling right and proud again 내 마음에 들어 휩쓸리던 날 모두 out of my mind Baby I just wanna get a taste All my scars that go I just wanna feel the tension 끌린 대로 high and low 홀린 듯이 빠져더 깊이 Baby 아름다운 나의 눈빛 I kinda like it 아찔히 너를 비켜면 온기 깊숙이 너를 휩쓰는 feeling 끝없이 더 keep falling Oh no and share it dance Baby, I just wanna get a taste
Okay. Attention! We are production! Hi! Yes. My name is PJ. I'm Chanyan. I'm Jisoo. Yeah. Thank you so much for having us. It's an honor to be here finally. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, everyone. The first song was our latest title, Attention. Now, the next song is Buckethead.
Yeah. And please enjoy our AI music video. And as well as our performance. Yep.
최초 공개입니다. Enjoy first comeback stage.
Okay, let's take it.
I see you underneath that bucket hat. Really wanna talk to you. So come on, let me show you something.
I got that sweet no in my blood, girl, come get a taste. So it will place up, oh baby, no one could take your place. Do it like your mama told ya. Good speed away, like Barcelona. Te amo, babe. What you do? Where you at? On the floor, bucket hat, bust it up, bust it back. Cause it go, pretty and blank. Insane, get you spitting through my veins. No, we ain't gon' play no games. We don't see no sunlight. Everybody in the club say one minute. Baseline phone and the drums swing low. When the drop side goes so mad in my bucket hat. Drip so fly in my suit and tie. Singing bye, bye, bye like that in my bucket hat. Oh, let the good times roll. Got me singing like baseline phone and the drums swing low. When the drop side goes so mad in my bucket hat. Babe, I got a fast car, let me pull up. I'ma treat you real sweet, I'll get sugar. Pick up the pace, on the gas of my own whip. Love the way that you say my name. Say it to me like repeat, cause I got no sleep and you're paying on my mind. Oh girl, been around the world and your beauty's hard to find. Insane, get you spitting through my veins. No, we ain't gon' play no games. We don't see no sunlight. Everybody in the club say we're mad. Baseline flow and the drums swing low when it drops I go so mad in my bucket head drip so fly and my soul inside singing bye 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 like that in my bucket head oh let the good times roll got me singing like bassline flow and the drums swing low when it drops I go so mad in my bucket head tell me what you wearing underneath the shade don't worry I got you don't you hide that pretty face from me looking like a movie scene a Hollywood girl no bouncing and curls bouncing just the way I like tonight bassline flow and the drums swing low when it drops I go so mad in my bucket head drip so fly in my soul inside singing bye 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 like that in my bucket head oh let the good times roll got me singing like bassline flow and the drums swing low when it drops I go so mad with my bucket head toss it up show me your bass what you got don't look back every night every day up in that sweet lemonade sing it like that bucket head
저희 무대 어떠셨는지 궁금합니다. 그리고 마지막에 실험실에 뇌가 나오는데 놀라셨죠?
혹시 숨은 의미를 찾으신 분 계실까요?
네. So it was great pleasure working with AI for our music video. Now, our last song is Close, which is our debut song. So please enjoy and have a wonderful night, everyone. Thank you.
Whoa.
소중한 걸 몰랐던 거죠 언제나 나와 함께 있어준 소중한 사람들은 가끔씩 내가 지쳐 혼자란 느낄 때 언제나 내게 힘이 돼준 사람들을 잊고 살았죠 서로를 위로해 내려놓지와 다르기를 기도해 누군가 넘어지면 실패라 기록해도 That's fine, that's fine I 미워해 우린 ocean 눈물로 채운 바다에 더 이상은 잠겨 있지 마 너 자신을 잊지 마 어두운 밤의 끝은 널 비추니까 다 함께 손을 잡아요 그리고 하늘을 봐요 우리가 함께 만들 세상을 하늘을 그려봐요 눈이 부시죠 너무나 아름답죠 마주 잡은 두 손으로 우리 모두 함께 만들어가요 주위를 둘러보면 너무나 가슴이 아프죠 세상에 가득 차있는 미움과 아픔들이 나를 서로를 미워하는 그런 마음들을 조금만 가슴을 열어 우리 서로의 사랑을 나누어봐요
예쁜 바닷속에 보물을 줬어 침묵하기보단 내 소리를 줬어 wow. 들려 원했던 내가 혼자인 것처럼 늙어버렸던 내가 너를 이해해 이제 되고 싶어 너의 기댈 이제 닿고 싶어 작은 빛을 내 매금 쏟아내질래 파도 like beat ocean let's go
앞으로 열릴 당신의 날들을 환하게 비춰줄 수 있는 빛이 되고 싶어 이제 고개를 들어요 눈부신 빛을 바라봐요 다 함께 손을 잡아요 그리고 하늘을 봐요 우리가 함께 만들 세상을 하늘을 그려봐요 눈이 부시죠 너무나
Thank you so much.
Oh, yes, everybody is just moving around here. That was big ocean, everybody, weren't they? Fantastic. Wow. And you know, there's just enough space behind that giant A to really sort of dance along. So it was fabulous. Well, everybody, thank you so much for being with us. We have the AI Film Festival coming up in just a few minutes' time. But for now, it's good night from me. I'm just going to move over to here so that we can introduce our next people. But yes, I think that's the end for me, and it remains for me to introduce your host for the rest of the evening, and we'll be back tomorrow. But for now, please welcome Brandon Andrews. Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
Well, hey, everybody. I'm Brandon Andrews, and I'm excited to be back for the second evening of our special AI for Good Film Festival screening. Yesterday, we screened 5 films, 4 of which were part of the competition, and of course, we saw the big winner announced a little bit earlier today. This evening, we'll be screening several films that are not a part of the competition, however, are significant and impactful. You certainly don't want to miss it. Let's review the schedule really quickly. We'll have some opening remarks from UNICEF, followed by Anwar, which is out of competition, Roots of the End, The Sea That Dreamed, and then, of course, we'll have some closing remarks. Yesterday, the films really blew everyone out of their seats, and so you don't want to miss our AI for Good Film Festival 2025 screenings, Night 2. So, without further ado, let me introduce Christopher Fabian, co-founder and co-lead of GIGA at the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund, UNICEF, for our opening remarks. Christopher?
It's not all the time that you get an amazing K-pop band as your walk-on act, but thank you for sticking around. We're really excited to be sharing a very special film with all of you tonight. GIGA is an initiative that's a partnership between UNICEF and the ITU. We're working to connect every school and health center in the world to the internet. Connecting people is very difficult. It's complicated, it uses a lot of technology, and it's not easy to talk about. So we at GIGA try to engage art, artists, and the creative world in our mission to make sure that every young person has access to information, opportunity, and choice. We've sponsored events here in Geneva looking at photography from around the world, looking at generative art as well, and tonight is the first time that we're delighted to be bringing a film to the discussion. Anwar is a very special film. It looks at the coincidence between the recently possible and the distant future. It looks at how technology and human stories can come together, and I found it when I talked to Fawaz the first time and when I saw the film, I found it to be an expression of how you can look at some of the most difficult questions in technology through the art of art. So we're delighted to be able to share that with you, to bring a filmmaker here to Geneva, and to really start to have a discussion about how technology can be both empowering and very human at the same time. It's my pleasure to open the film, to open Anwar's presentation here in Geneva. Thank you all for being with us this evening.
Say goodbye, love.
Goodbye. When you die?
Nothing, love. You just die.
But where do you go?
You don't go anywhere.
Are you going to die?
Do you remember the heart game? Come on. 1, 2.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
No, your heartbeat is real. But mine was just for you. Do you understand? Let me show you a memory.
مرحبا يا يونيكورن. مرحبا. Second one.
Who is that?
That's someone who loved you very much, just like I do. A long time ago, when you were just a baby, we all had to choose our lives. And I wanted to live forever. So they made my body new, and I became an ever person. And now I can live as long as the Earth can live, or even longer, if we ever make it to the stars. But your dad wanted to stay human, and so he died.
Am I going to die?
No, you don't have to. You can live forever too if you want. But you're almost old enough to decide all on your own. All you have to do is say yes. And then we'll make your body new like mine, and you can live forever.
Open your arms. Look at the last one. Yeah! Yes! What's this? This is a mouse. Dressed up. Say it with me. Ha? I want one thing from you. One thing. Promise me. Promise to tell him what we believed and why.
Okay. Time to make a wish.
He's talking about heaven. That's where we go when we die.
ولنبلونكم بشيء من الخوف والجوع ونقص من الأموال والأنفس والثمرات وبشر الصابرين الذين إذا أصابتهم مصيبة قالوا إنا لله وإنا إليه راجعون.
There's no one else out there like you.
I have faith.
Anwar, you're almost 18. What more could you want to know?
Haven't decided yet.
Why would you want to die?
God, Mom, I don't want to die.
Okay, then let's get it over with.
How old were you?
No, that's different. If I could have done it earlier, I would have. The longer you wait, the more you risk.
You don't understand.
Of course I understand. I'm your mother.
No, you're not. You're a robot.
You really believe that? Anwar.
I think that when my mom became you, her soul went to hell. We're not meant to live forever.
You're almost 18. Almost. I want this to be your choice, but it doesn't have to be. Not yet. So you either come with me tomorrow because you want to, or because I make you. Could run from me?
You'll come back, right?
Anwar.
You'll come back? I don't want to hurt you. I just want time. I just want more time. I just want time.
What happened?
You're welcome.
Is he all right?
What do you last remember?
Anwar's birthday is next week.
You should upload more often. He's okay. For now. You should have never let him get this far, Mama. And for what? A promise to a dead man. We have moved beyond death. Why would you let him risk his life, choose to die? Every life is precious, and he is your son. You have one more day to force him into evidence. After that, it's entirely up to him. All we can do is hope.
Show me where he is.
Oh, John with white hair does laugh away care, sitting under the oak among the old folk. They laugh at our play, and soon they all say, such were the joys when we all girls and boys in our youth time were seen on the echoing green.
You don't have much time.
Would it be him anymore?
Are you not you?
If I force him, what happens to the part of him that said no?
I was forced. My parents died in the war, and I wanted to be with them in heaven. But there was no one here to protect me. So, it happened. And then you know what it's like. At first, the world is big and scary. And then you know everything there is to know. I was grateful. He will be grateful.
But would it be him?
I've lived a good life.
Yes, you have.
Did we make it to the stars?
All over the galaxy.
Is it too late? For me?
No. You're still alive. I can take you now to live forever. Oh, we could travel the world. We could see the earth in a morning sky somewhere. Come on.
I need to see what comes next. Whatever it is.
sun does arise and make happy the skies. The merry bells ring to welcome the spring. The skylark and thrush, the birds of the bush, sing louder around to the bells' cheerful sound, while our sports shall be seen on the echoing green.
What an incredible first screening as part of our second night of the AI for Good Film Festival. That film had a little bit of everything: technology, love, family, and a tortured choice. What decision would you have made? Well, if you want to hear more about the film and conversation, you're in luck. Coming to the stage are the filmmaker, Fawaz Al-Matrouk, and a judge from the 2025 AI for Good Film Festival, Monica Lopez. They'll have a conversation about the film, as will each of the filmmakers during our screening this evening. Join me in welcoming them to the stage.
All right. Well, first, I want to just give another round of applause because that.
Thank you.
I think that was just beautiful, reflective film about. I mean, you brought up so many themes about life, what it means to be alive, death. What does it mean to age, to live? In a world where technology is obviously advancing quite rapidly, and perhaps we will get to this future, it's quite likely.
It feels like it's going that way.
Right? What can technology offer us? What can it not offer us? What is human emotion? What is consciousness? What does it mean to feel? So with all of those themes and much more, can you just help us understand what inspired you to make this short film?
So the inspiration to begin with was this image of a Madonna and child where the mother was eternal and the child ages. And I basically made the movie for that last scene where she has to, it's like the Pietà where she has to let go of her son and see him die an older man than her. And I was thinking a lot about longevity. I had read the Wait But Why on Neuralink and was kind of really dived deep into, well, that sounds really exciting. I would want to live forever, and you know the mother's arguments about being able to go to the stars and see the Earth from a morning sky somewhere, like that's what I would love. But it really made me wonder, like, what would it actually mean for all these ideas about life and death that we've inherited if we do solve the problem of death? You know, what does that mean to faith? And so that's why I started exploring the story.
Well, then it also, I mean, you brought up this whole issue of, you mentioned the Pietà, and it's a very emotional moment. And so the idea that if she truly is this robot and she has transformed, that the technology will perhaps get to that moment where it does imitate, perhaps exactly imitate what it means to feel an emotion, to express an emotion, produce an emotion. So in this movie, you bring up the question of choice, and you just mentioned right now that you would say yes to that choice. Why would you say yes to that? And are you assuming that the technology will get to that human-like state?
That is the caveat for me, is I'd want to understand the technology, because the way I look at it right now is we don't really know enough about consciousness to know that we can replicate it. I don't think it's just an extension of what we understand about the mechanics of the universe so far. I think there's probably more to it. But that ultimately is the question at the heart of the film, and it was really important to me when I was writing it, and then to all of us as a team as we were making it, that the film is agnostic about that reality. You know, you can watch the film and agree with the mother, you can watch the film and agree with the son. And actually, Carrie Bichet, the wonderful actor who plays the mother, she disagrees with the mother's choice. She herself told me while we were working through the project that she would not want to live forever, you know? And so I think if that technology does come around, I would want to understand it better. But it's a really interesting question for drama and for the theme of the film. For me, more so than just that technology, it's about love transcending the differences between a mother and son. You know, it's about that difference, and it's about that conflict, and it's about the mother's acceptance of her son's other choice about how he wants to exist or not.
Well, and ultimately, it's about the biological versus the artificial. And so something that I found quite interesting is that the mother, which is no longer human, she's a robot, you did present her as fully human. So again, assuming that technology gets to that point where we can create a synthetic system that looks truly, absolutely biological. Obviously she's a human, so why not play with, let's say, using the technology within the film in itself? So why keep it human? You can see I'm getting here to, we're ultimately still holding on to the story of what it means to be human.
Yeah, and I think for the theme of what you would choose, I think that was important to me, that she resembles a human, and so the question really becomes, is she a robot or not? And when the son uses it, and in the context of the film and the wider story, I think robot is a slur. You know, like when he's calling her a robot, that is something deeply hurtful to her, because the Ever people, as they call themselves, consider themselves the next evolution of humanity. You know, we used to be biological. And that didn't serve us because that limited how much we can do and how long we can live. And we were able to transcend biology as kind of their story for themselves, you know?
And yet remain very human. So that's really that sort of contradiction in a way.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, so the short film is part of a larger story. And in that larger story, there are other ways of existing in your consciousness. Mona specifically chose the human-like form because of her relationship to her son. But yeah, it is interesting to think how we might be able to exist if we are able to transfer ourselves into a synthetic form, you know? It doesn't necessarily have to look human.
It doesn't have to look human, it doesn't have to feel human, it doesn't have to experience human. So sort of one last question here in terms of really entering into the concept of sentience. And how then do you think, I mean, again, it was very human, and perhaps we perceive it as human, we experience it as human because we are constrained, our own perception, we are constrained by our own minds, brains, and bodies, how we perceive this. So are you saying that until we can actually be truly hybrid, even though we are already hybrid by coexisting with these technologies, but in a true, full synthetic sense, that we will really be able to understand what it means to perceive the world, to experience the world?
You mean understand consciousness?
Understand consciousness,
do we need to be
understand emotion, understand relationship between each other?
Yeah, that is a very big question, and my intuition around it is that I think we would have to actually understand more about sentience and consciousness before we are actually able to transfer ourselves or to look like we are, you know? So my intuition is that it would be the other way around, that we would have to make some serious breakthroughs in the nature of consciousness before we're able to even assume that connection.
See, we can truly transfer it into an artificial system.
Yeah, and in the larger world of the story, it's actually the people who do the everence process don't fully understand it. It's something that's taught to them by an AI. And so the part of the kind of fundamental question in the story is there is an aspect of faith and trust that you are going to be the same person, that you're not just a simulacrum of who you were before, but that is a leap of faith that they do take.
Well, and certainly there are many questions in the cognitive brain sciences about whether you have to retain your own, like you are your body, your brain, your mind, and so if you could only transfer the software to an artificial system, is that really you? So that certainly we're in that. That's
I mean,
do
you have any insights on that?
Do I have any answers to that? I wish I did. So I think we're ending right here at this moment. Just one last, just quick question here. What's next? Are you going to continue on this theme?
Yes, so next is a feature film that's science fiction about my childhood. Growing up as a refugee in Canada and being convinced I would be abducted by aliens. So it's kind of like a Spielbergian take on the refugee experience. And then I'm also working on a larger vision for what Anwar is. And I just got word that the short story version of it has sold. So that's going to get published, and it goes a bit more deeply into the world, and hopefully there's a larger film or series coming as well.
Wonderful. Thank you again
Thank you so
for
much.
this.
Yes, and congratulations on selling that short story and on the expansion of Anwar. We're all looking forward to the next step in the series. And what an interesting piece. He's saying that we're already humanoid or part AI because we have access to these tools. Do you all consider yourselves to be hybrids out there in the audience? Maybe, maybe not? Okay. Well, our next film for our screening is Roots of the End. Enjoy.
An omen that even the sky can fall. The forest awakens. The rivers wind through the land like living veins. The breeze dances between the ancient trees. Here, time intertwines with the roots. Here, each leaf carries the memory of those who came before. The forest people walk among the sacred trunks. They step barefoot on the ground that has always welcomed them. The earth breathes, and with her, those who still keep her spirit. But the forest also cries. The forest is burning. The monkeys seek refuge in dry branches. The ground that was once sacred is now desert. And then, silence. The poison runs through the rivers, killing what was once life. Greed cuts the skin of the forest. The trucks continue loaded with death. Mining opens wounds that never heal. The hunt. The jaguar's eyes meet those of the hunter. Each shot is a name erased from history. What's left is a trail of skeletons and ashes. If the forest dies, who will tell its story?
What a great second film for our screening. And now, joining us via video is the filmmaker Guigo Gerber, and he will be joined in conversation by one of our judges, Michaela Terneski Fido, Holland. Thank you. Join them in conversation.
Hello. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello, everybody. Hello, Lisa. I'm Gigo, director of Roots of the End. I'm sorry, my English is not that good, but I think the communication is natural human essence and the translate apes.
Is it possible to turn up his volume? It's a little hard for me to hear it from the stage. Sorry, one second. Congrats on your film. It's beautiful. Loved it. Can you tell us, obviously, your connection to the film and the reason you wanted to tell this specific story?
So, my film won't just save the world, but I hope it becomes a seed. In a world where nation leaders deny the climate crisis, we need to remember that is a humanitarian problem.
And I noticed it was beyond just the climate crisis. It's also talking about deforestation. It's talking about hunting. Let me know if I'm wrong, but it felt like we were talking about a very specific place. Could you share what place that was?
The reference for Roots of the End was a work I did at Amazon Forest as a documentary filmmaker. I was able to see more of the reality of indigenous people and their struggle to preserve their territory.
And so, did you use the footage from your documentary to help inform the way that the film was made? Was the film made with both documentary footage and generative footage, or was it made with just generative footage?
Yes, and AI complete.
Complete AI. Did you use your photos or your videos from the documentary as references for your images?
No. I combined the AI tool with my memory to convey these feelings on the screen. Not only naturally, but the history and the memories of people are affected by destruction and greed.
Well, you did a beautiful job, because one of the things I've had struggles with when I'm creating, pieces about cultural erasure, or I'm creating pieces about indigenous storytelling, is that the AI training data tends to skew a very specific way, right? When I'm trying to create Filipinos, it wants them to look very light-skinned and very Spanish, and sometimes very Korean even. So how did you find, with generating these images of indigenous people for your film, how much were you fighting the AI to make it better and more accurate, and how much was it kind of getting along with the process and going with what you were prompting it?
Sorry. I use the image tree by Gemini and Kling AI for animation. I choose these platforms because the skin texture of image creates on image tree are very real, and the animation on Kling is a very precise. The movement are very smooth and realistic.
Got it. And so when you were thinking about this film and you were thinking about the voiceover and the kind of poetry that you have, or the kind of driving narrative, did you write that? Did you co-write that with indigenous folks that you were connected with through your documentary? How did that structure come to be for the film? I'm so sorry. I think you're muted.
I'm sorry, internet problems.
No worries.
Okay. So no, my reference, my vivance is in territory indigenous people.
And when you wrote the script, did you write the script based on the conversations you had with them? Did you write the script based on things you saw? Did you co-write the script?
Yes, yes.
All of the above. So, my question is, the AI for Good Summit, this is an amazing place to show a film like this. Where else would you want to show this film? Where else do you think this film could make an incredible impact?
Oh, very question. And the word, and the word, and the word, and the people, and the heart of the people, because I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I want to show the maximum people. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Let's just let him finish the question, and then I think we can move on. Is that okay? Do you want to end, or do you want to answer the question? Are we good?
I'm sorry, my first festival international, it's very emotional. And then please, dance.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, great film.
Thank you, very good. Thank you.
Kayla. No problem. Of course, creatives are always passionate about their work, and we'll see and hear from another passionate creative filmmaker for our last edition in this AI for Good Film Festival 2025 screening, The Sea That Dreams. Please enjoy it.
Once upon a time, there was a creature named Win, lost in the deep where cold currents creep. He had no memories, no sky, no shore, only endless water and nowhere to belong. One day, he drifted against a jar tangled in the sand. Inside, a swirl of silent eyes, each holding a world, a life, a sky. When wind touched the glass, visions poured through. Fields in bloom, skies of blue, laughter, running, falling rain, all the things he had never known, and all the colors he had never seen. Carrying the jar through the endless blue, Win realized he wasn't just seeing others' memories. He was gathering dreams for his own. And when he placed the jar atop a coral tower, the memories drifted into the sea, painting the darkness with light, with color, with song. Win smiled for the first time. He wasn't lost anymore. He had made a world of his own.
And now, in conversation on stage, the filmmaker Roxanne Ducharme and judge Reza Safa. Join me in welcoming them. Hi.
What a beautiful film.
Thank you.
I have to say this because I didn't realize, but when I saw your bio, I realized that you've worked on one of my favorite animation films of all time, Fievel Goes West. And
oh, really?
yes.
Yeah.
Have you always been in animation?
Yeah, my background is 2D film animation, traditional animation, and I started in the 80s before the computers, so on paper, drawing on paper.
So you started when that time, because that was also in the 80s when you started with the computers, that time there's a parallel to today in the sense of a new technology coming into place. Were you receiving a lot of criticism because you were not just drawing them by hand but using the computer at the time?
No, at the time, you mean in the 80s?
Yeah.
It was before computers.
Oh, okay. So you started before the computers, you're saying,
Yeah.
hand drawing.
I'm drawing with pencil on paper, animating on paper, yeah.
And then when the transition to computers happened, what was that like for you as an animator?
It was, but actually there was two major changes. There was the computer, and then there was 3D. But with the computer, digital, I never really adapted completely to that. I did learn like Photoshop and some digital software, but I stopped animating by then. I was doing mostly storyboards or animation supervisor, art director, things like that.
And when did AI get introduced into your work?
A bit more than 2 years ago, when there was a break in the whole entertainment industry.
That's exactly when I got into it as well.
Yeah, I thought, okay, this time, because when the 3D animation arrived, I never went into 3D, and I always regretted it. So when AI started, and there was no work, I thought, this time I'm not going to miss the boat, I'm going to learn it.
Good for you. And has that been, have your animator friends that see you working with AI, how is that relationship? Because I know it can be a little contentious as the industry is shifting and adopting.
Yeah, there's not many of us that went into AI, and there's still a lot of resistance. And I have people that unfollowed me or blocked me on social media because of it. But slowly they're starting to realize now that it's a new tool, and it can make the animation, the whole pipeline. Even if you don't use AI for the animation, it can help in the pipeline. So now a lot of people, my colleagues, ex-colleagues, are getting curious and they want to learn it, and they're writing me messages. Where should I start? Or what should I learn?
You're a pioneer.
I'm thinking of maybe starting classes for animation people.
I think that's a wonderful idea. You know, what I love about your film ending this is that line. I'm paraphrasing it now, but the line where it says, you know, that you can build worlds.
Yeah.
And that to me has been the magic of AI, is that as a filmmaker, I can easily build a complete world that I'm, you know, imagining. Could you say a little bit about that?
Yeah, that's the thing that fascinates me the most too, because all my career, 40 years in animation, I always worked on other people's projects all the time. And I never really had the chance to make my own films and use my own imagination. And now with AI, I can do it. I even create the music, the voiceover, and everything.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
How Win is such a unique character. How did you first conceive of Win? Was drawing involved with that, or was it just prompting via AI, image, and then motion? You know, I like the technical aspect of that.
Everything from the beginning to the end is AI. And I did that, actually, that film, during the runway Gen 48 competition.
Just so you know, the Runway is one of the leading AI generation companies, and they have 2 festivals that happen during the year. One is just kind of a regular festival that you can submit whenever, but then they have a 48-hour film festival, which I think they thought was doable with AI, that you can actually make a short film in 48 hours, but you don't get much sleep during that. So did you make this one for the 48 hours?
Yes, but what I submitted was a lot more rough than that.
I see.
I spent a whole week after that making it look better, and yeah.
So from start to finish, this film, which is how long exactly?
2 minutes.
It's 2 minutes. How long did it take you from conception to making it?
Maybe
this final version.
Oh, this final version? Oh, like the whole weekend plus a whole week. Yeah.
Okay.
Lots of hours.
So about you're saying like 9 days, or
yeah,
9 days.
Yeah.
And if you had made this traditionally, how long would that have taken?
A few months.
and probably would have cost a little bit more.
Yeah, and a big team.
Yeah. That's amazing. I would love to hear a little bit why, did this idea get, did you have this idea because of, in the 48-hour film festival, I know they give, little things that you have to include in the film.
Yeah.
Was the idea sparked because of that, or did you, how did it come to you?
Yeah, the idea was sparked, but I had to pick, you had to pick a type of, you have a list of type of character and an object and a location. And I spent the first day just brainstorming, and I used ChatGPT a lot to brainstorm. I wanted to...
Can you talk about that? How you, because I think people are really interested. What's your brainstorming process with ChatGPT?
With ChatGPT, but ChatGPT knows me. We're friends already. So I told ChatGPT that I wanted to make a film that was about that creature and something hopeful, because at the time I made that film back in May, and at the time I was overwhelmed with what's happening in the world right now, like Gaza and Ukraine, even United States, and I wanted to make something hopeful, something that even if you're in the middle of chaos, you can still have hope and dreams. And dreaming is kind of a oh, I forgot the word now. Anyway, so I brainstormed with ChatGPT about all this. I told him everything, and he would give me ideas, but it took most of the day before I would steer ChatGPT in different directions. Sometimes when I said, no, not like this, more like this. And then I asked ChatGPT, when I had the story I wanted to tell, I asked ChatGPT to give me the text for the narration.
And did you do any rewriting of the narration that you received, or did you feel like by that point it was a lot of rewriting?
A lot of rewriting, yeah.
So in a way, I mean, ChatGPT is your co-director, maybe?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
but I like that you said friend, but it's not co-director because
Collaborator.
you're leading the charge.
Yeah, I'm leading. He's a collaborator, but yeah, I'm leading. I'm telling him more like this, more like that.
And obviously the colors really strike me in this, and I'm curious. First of all, how did you achieve those beautiful colors? And was that something that was just already you received from the image generation, or was that done in post?
But all the images were done in Midjourney, and every time I generate images in Midjourney, I put them in Photoshop to adjust the tone, the color. I adjust all the images before I animate them.
It's the same for me, where I feel like I can quickly receive footage or words or whatever it is that the AI can feed me really quickly, and then I sculpt it. You know what I mean? It's almost like I can get the clay faster now, whereas I think traditionally it takes a while because you have to raise money to get the clay.
I like that analogy, the clay.
Is there anything that you want to tell us about the movie itself? Is it going to be? I mean, one thing I'm actually really excited for you is, have you played with the new Mid-Journey video model? I think for animators, it's going to be amazing. So I can't wait to see what you make with it.
Yeah, I did 1 or 2 experiments with it so far, but what I didn't like is that there's no camera control yet, and I'm really into camera control when I animate. I like to either by prompt or some have like Minimax. They already have some camera control presets.
Right.
But it was frustrating a bit for me Mid-Journey, but I think it's got a lot of potential if they can have a bigger resolution as well.
It retains the lighting, you know, as people move, and the way that you can extend a shot.
Yeah.
That's kind of what really blows my mind in terms of the control.
Yeah.
Are you aware of the model that came out yesterday that's completely trained on licensed material called Mary? Did you hear about this? Moon Valley, maybe?
I've had the flu for the past 2 days, so so I was mostly in bed.
I hope you're feeling better. Well, I really loved your film so much, and I think it's really cool that you're a trailblazer within this industry, and yeah, I'm excited to be able to see your stories instead of just working on other stories, but. There's a bigger conversation, as we evolve, because, not evolve, but as things change, because I think, like for example, the fact that you would have a bunch of people working on a film made traditionally. So what happens? How is this sustainable economically, even though it's very cheap to make it? But obviously, I guess, you would sell the film and see where it goes. But the technology is improving so fast that who knows what we're going to be capable of in 3 months from now.
Yeah, it's true. Who knows? But for now, it's fascinating, and I think it will open a lot of doors. And people that, like me, that were never able to make their own films, people that have imagination, and artists too, they can finally express themselves with AI, with a very little means. I think that's the part that I like the most.
I do too. I've met so many people around the world online.
Great place to
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Yeah. What a great conversation to end our film festival here at the 2025 AI for Good Summit here in Geneva, Switzerland. Thank you so much for joining us for night 2 of the film festival. We've seen the power of combining human creativity with AI-driven technology to create content that certainly moves us in ways that maybe we didn't even imagine. And perhaps it will inspire some of you out there in the audience or watching at home to do some creation on your own using some of the tools that were discussed in this conversation and before. Again, I'm Brandon Andrews. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll look forward to seeing you at day 3 of the AI for Good Summit bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.